After transmigrating to the Xuanning Continent, he discovered that his golden finger was the ability to pick up all kinds of attributes. From that moment on, the Xuanning Continent gained someone who could grow stronger simply by collecting attributes. Cultivation the conventional way was out of the question for him in this life. When his strength was insufficient, he would simply pick up more cultivation points and break through. If someone boasted about their mighty power to his face, he would clench his fist and declare that a single punch from him would shatter them. Even if others claimed superior speed, his speed attribute had already surpassed 10,000. Without even using a movement technique, they would still be unable to catch up to him. This was the Xuanning Continent. This was Luoxian City. The Xuan Clan was one of the three great families of Luoxian City, and at this moment, they were holding their annual clan test. Xuanning, who had just woken up from his bed, realized in shock that he had transmigrated. He felt rather depressed about it. In his previous life, he had been a low-level employee sent abroad on a business trip, but his luck was terrible. Before the plane even landed, an accident occurred. This was a world of fantasy and martial cultivation, and today happened to be the Xuan Clan's annual family grand competition. The winner would receive a second-grade alchemy pill as a clan reward. This body was also named Xuanning. He had begun cultivating at the age of 3 and had cultivated for 13 years, yet his realm was still only at the first level of the martial soldier realm. Within the clan, he carried a notorious title: Trash. Yesterday, he had been forced to withdraw from a marriage by the Ye Clan, one of the three great families of Luoxian City, and had literally died from anger. The transmigrated Xuanning had been utterly stunned to learn this. It was precisely because this Xuanning had died in a fit of rage that he was able to transmigrate into this body. For a transmigrator, ending up in the body of a so-called piece of trash was almost expected. As for a broken engagement, this cliched pattern was something he was all too familiar with. Before transmigrating, Xuanning had been a bottom-tier corporate drudge and an orphan with no ties, so he did not resist the idea of transmigration at all. Since he was already here, he might as well settle in. With that thought, he walked toward the clan's martial arena. When he arrived at the arena, he was met with waves of ridicule. Xuanning actually has the face to show up. Yesterday, he was rejected by Ye Qingcheng of the Ye Clan, making our Xuan Clan the laughingstock of the entire Luoxian City. He has cultivated for 13 years and is still only at the first level of the martial soldier realm. If it were me, I'd just smash my head into a wall and be done with it. No, smashing into a wall hurts too much. If I were him, I'd just drink poison. Ye Qingcheng is one of the most outstanding geniuses among the younger generation in Luoxian City. She has already been accepted as the personal disciple of the sect master of Ye Immortal Sect. How could a piece of trash like Xuanning ever hope to climb up to her? Ye Qingcheng, who had once been betrothed to Xuanning, came from the Ye Clan, another of the three great families of Luoxian City, like the Xuan Clan. Their parents had been close friends in their youth and had set this engagement when the two were born. However, 10 years ago, Xuanning's parents went to a place called Demonfall Valley to seek medicinal herbs for him and then disappeared without a trace. From then on, the relationship between the two families gradually cooled. After his parents vanished, Xuanning's status within the Xuan Clan plummeted overnight. Moreover, not long ago, Ye Qingcheng, the genius of Luoxian City, had caught the eye of the sect master of Ye Immortal Sect, one of the 5 great sects of the Liuli Empire, and was taken in as his personal disciple. Thus, the Ye Clan took the opportunity to withdraw from the engagement. After all, how could such a favored child of heaven possibly marry someone like Xuanning? A broken engagement was a severe blow to a family's honor and reputation. Because of the power of Ye Immortal Sect, the Xuan Clan naturally did not dare refuse. Even so, this incident caused the entire Xuan Clan to become the butt of jokes throughout Luoxian City. As members of the Xuan Clan, they naturally came to resent Xuanning. Listening to their voices, Xuanning wore an indifferent expression as if none of it concerned him. They were talking about the Xuanning who had died. What did that have to do with this Xuanning? On the Xuanning Continent, the realms were martial soldier, martial general, martial master, martial sect, martial lord, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, and martial god. Cultivating for 13 years and still remaining at the first level of the martial soldier realm truly did make one a piece of trash. Being rejected from the engagement was only natural. He could understand that. As for revenge and the like, that had nothing to do with him. Brother Xuanning, you're here. Along with a soft, sweet voice, a youthful girl full of vitality appeared before. Her name was Xian Lishua, the daughter of his third uncle, though she was not his uncle's biological child, but had been picked up and adopted. Although she did not possess the bloodline of the Xuan Clan, her talent was anything but low, perhaps not even inferior to Ye Qingcheng's. She was the foremost among the younger generation of the Xuan Clan and had already reached the 9th level of the martial soldier realm. Before long, she would be able to assault the martial general realm. Because Xuanning's parents had been on good terms with Xian Lishua's father and their courtyards were adjacent, the two had played together since childhood. It was no exaggeration to call them childhood sweethearts. Watching Xian Lishua skip toward him, Xuanning saw that although she was only 15, she was already delicate and charming. In a few years, she would undoubtedly grow into a great beauty. Li Xue, you're drawing hatred onto me like this, Xuanning muttered. Seeing the eyes around them that looked as though they wanted to devour him alive, he felt rather uncomfortable. Sure enough, a stalwart young man strode toward him and roared, Xuanning, you piece of trash. Because of you, our clan has become the laughingstock of the entire Luoxian City. Yet you still have the nerve to come here. Trash like you should be expelled from the clan. This was Xian Shaoyin, the son of Xuanning's eldest uncle, who currently served as the patriarch of the Xian. Everyone knew that Xian Li Xue did not carry Xian blood, so Xian Shaoyan had always been fond of her. Because Xuanning and Xian Li Xue had been close since childhood, he had naturally suffered no small amount of targeting from Xian Shaoyan. Hearing his words, Xuanning immediately retorted, even if you are the patriarch's son, it is still not your place to decide whether I am expelled from the clan. This world was extremely dangerous, and with his strength so weak, being expelled from the clan would likely mean dying a second time. Naturally, he could not allow things to go as the other man wished. Xian Shaoyin, the broken engagement wasn't brother Xuanning's fault. If you have the ability, go cause trouble for the Ye clan instead. Xian Li Xue stepped forward to speak on his behalf. Li Xue, Xuanning is just a piece of trash. Why do you insist on staying so close to a useless person like him? Seeing the girl he liked speak up for another man made Xian Shaoyan furious. If not for the presence of so many people, he would have already beaten Xuanning to a pulp. He is my brother, not trash. Once brother Xuanning's body is healed, his realm will quickly catch up. Xian Li Xue set her brows tightly knit as she looked at Xian Shaoyan with open disgust. This only fueled Xian Shaoyan's fury. He turned to Xuanning and shouted, Xuanning, I challenge you. I refuse, Xuanning replied, without even sparing him a glance, instead letting his gaze sweep across the entire arena. He suddenly noticed strange points of light scattered on the ground, and there just happened to be one beneath Xian Li Xue's feet. He hurriedly said, Li Xue, you dropped something. Xian Li Xue glanced down, but saw nothing. Pursing her lips, she looked up at Xuanning and said, Brother Xuanning is teasing me again. There's clearly nothing there. Nothing. Now it was Xuanning's turn to be shocked. Nothing. Aren't those few points of light right there? How can they not see them? Are they blind? Then a sudden realization lit up Xuanning's eyes. Could this be his golden finger? Excitement pounding in his heart and his hands trembling, he quietly walked over and picked up the point of light on the ground to take a closer look. Strength 1. Xuanning was astonished. What did this mean? How was he supposed to use this golden finger? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the point of light in his hand vanished. He suddenly felt his physical strength increase slightly, leaving him deeply shocked. He then shifted his gaze toward the other points of light scattered around the arena and began circling the martial field frantically, picking them up one after another, completely ignoring the strange looks others were giving him. Strength 1. Cultivation 3. Speed 0. 1. Stamina 1. Cultivation 5. Cultivation 2. The more Xuanning picked up, the happier and more astonished he became. He discovered that the attribute that dropped most frequently was cultivation, and this cultivation value could actually be used to raise his realm. He was utterly amazed. This meant that he only needed to collect cultivation points to increase his realm. After picking up for a while, he had already gathered dozens of cultivation points. This is a martial skill. He picked up a skill called Mountain Splitting Fist and was greatly surprised. He had not expected that even martial skills could drop. It was a low-grade humantier martial skill. He immediately used it and found that an entry for Mountain Splitting Fist had appeared among his skills, and the method for executing it was now imprinted within his mind. Not only that, he discovered that he now possessed a separate space that could be used to store items, and this space would expand as his strength increased. Those around him watched Xuanning's antics on the ground, as if he were frantically picking up money, and could not help but feel puzzled. Brother Xuanning, what are you doing? There's nothing on the ground, Xian Li Xue asked. Xian Li Xue carefully inspected the ground, but still did not see anything. It's nothing. I dropped something and was just checking whether it was on the ground, Xuanning explained. The clan disciples responded with another round of disdain, thinking he was merely putting on a show, and cast him looks full of contempt. Xuanning, however, cared nothing for their thoughts. He used all the attribute points he had gathered, and after feeling the surge of power in his body, he was overjoyed. He realized that his realm could now be raised, so he began consuming cultivation points to advance. Realm advanced to the 2nd level of the martial soldier realm. Realm advanced to the 3rd level of the martial soldier realm. He continued until he had broken through to the 5th level of the martial soldier realm, then finally stopped. Just then a figure appeared at the edge of the arena. Watching Xuanning's strange behavior, he frowned and said, Xuanning, by decision of the clan, if you fail to rank within the top 10 in this family competition, you will be expelled from the clan and will never again set foot within Xian grounds. The newcomer was named Xian Yu, one of the elders of the Xian family. In terms of relations, he was even Xuanning's 7th uncle. Yet the words he spoke were incomparably cold. Damn it. The moment Xuanning heard this, his temper flared. The people of the Xian family were truly heartless and realistic, caring nothing for kinship. So it was just the top 10, was it? If they wanted to compete, then he would compete. Having awakened his golden cheat ability, Xuanning could not help but feel inflated with confidence. How can they do this? Isn't the clan's decision far too hasty? Xian Lixue hurriedly stepped forward and said, "How can it be like this? Isn't the clan's decision too rash? Clan matters are not for a junior like you to meddle in. This has already been decided and will not be changed," Xian Yu replied. With a flick of his sleeve, Xian Yu did not spare the two of them so much as a glance. Xian Lixue still wanted to say more, but Xuanning said to her, "Lixue, since the clan has already decided, it's not something we can change. I imagine third uncle has also voiced his opposition, but alone he ultimately can't alter anything. But don't worry, your older brother still has some confidence." Xuanning rubbed Xian Lixue's head only, then realizing that she was already as tall as he was. This scene made Xian Shaotian look at Xuanning as though he wanted to devour him alive. He hurriedly told the other clan members that no matter who faced Xuanning, they must cripple him. The other younger members of the clan naturally did not dare disobey Xian Shaotian's words. Among the younger generation of the Xian family, most were at the third or fourth layer of the martial soldier realm, and there were not many above the fifth layer. Counting Xian Lixue and Xian Shaotian, there were only 3 such people. Therefore, Xuanning still had confidence in making it into the clan's top 10. Those of the younger generation over 18 were already considered adults and would not participate in this competition. The key was that Xuanning still had time to grow stronger. As long as he broke through again before the competition, a spot in the top 10 would be practically guaranteed. His luck could not be so terrible that he would face those few above the 5th layer in his very first match. The crowd began drawing lots. As Xian Shaotian passed by Xuanning, he spat out a vicious threat. "This time I will definitely make you crawl out of the clan on your belly." The lots were drawn. Xuanning opened his slip and saw that he had drawn number 10, the very last match. With 9 bouts before his, he still had an opportunity. He wanted to see how these attribute points would drop. He had not seen them anywhere else, only in the martial arena, which proved that attribute points were not scattered everywhere. There had to be a reason. The first bout of the competition began, and to Xuanning's surprise, it was Xian Lixue's fight. Her opponent was only at the 4th layer of the martial soldier realm and was no match for her at all. With a single palm strike, Xian Lixue sent him flying off the platform. The fallen Xian clansman spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he left. Yet when Xuanning saw the young man hit the ground and suffer injury, 2 points of light unexpectedly fell from him. Could it be that attribute points only drop when someone is injured? He hurried forward and picked up the attribute points on the ground. Cultivation, 10 life 12. Cultivation actually increased by so much. Could it be that these attribute points as time passed would gradually diminish until they vanished? This still needed to be tested. Moreover, this time an additional attribute had appeared, life. Xuanning thought that if his life value reached an absurdly high number, then wouldn't it take immense effort for anyone to kill him? He also wondered whether a defense attribute would drop. If there was such a thing, then overwhelming defense plus overwhelming life would equal invincibility. He was very much looking forward to it. "Brother Xuanning, I won." Xian Lixue came down and gave Xuanning a sweet smile, making countless people look on with envy and jealousy. Very good, Xuanning replied quickly. He was impatient to observe the problem of attribute point drops. The second bout began soon after, and he watched the arena intently. As the 2 combatants started fighting, he finally saw attribute points drop again. During the clash between them, attribute points would constantly fall, and as their battle went on, the number of dropped attribute points steadily increased. Most of the attribute points were white, representing cultivation. Red represented life, gray represented strength, cyan represented speed, and orange represented stamina. He discovered a new kind of light point, black in color. He had no idea what it was, as he had never picked one up before. When the second bout ended, more than a dozen attribute points lay on the stage, all dropped from the 2 fighters. The third bout was Xian Shaotian's match. He too finished his opponent in a single move, and red motes of light dropped from the defeated fighter. Xian Shaotian glanced toward Xuanning and made a throat-slitting gesture in warning. He suspected that this fellow was courting death, but he had no evidence. The longer the battle lasted, the more attribute points would drop. He understood now. As the number of battles grew, he noticed that the light of the attribute points on the ground seemed to dim. He seemed to understand that these attribute points were also time-limited. Once all that radiance vanished, the attribute points would disappear as well. There was nothing he could do. He could only hope the battles would end quickly so that he could get on stage sooner. The 4th bout, the 5th, all the way to the 10th. At last the final match arrived. He immediately rushed onto the stage, ignoring the confused, puzzled, stunned, curious, disdainful, and speechless looks from the crowd. He went straight to the ground and began picking up all sorts of attribute points. Life 10, strength 0. 5 cultivation, 5 defense 2. After 9 bouts, an enormous number of attribute points had dropped. He picked them up and used them immediately. "Xuanning, what are you doing?" Elder Xian Yu frowned, unable to fathom what Xuanning was up to. "I'm doing some warm-up preparations before the battle." I'll be done in a moment, Xuanning answered quickly. Elder, he's a good for nothing anyway. Just announce the start of the fight, came Xian Shaoyan's voice from below. Though he did not understand what Xuanning was doing, it looked as if he were merely loafing about. Xuanning's opponent also began to step onto the stage. His luck was poor. He had drawn Xian Qingcheng at the 5th layer of the martial soldier realm, one of the top 5 among the Xian family's younger generation. Xian Shaoyan signaled to Xian Qingcheng that he must ruthlessly teach the other party a lesson. Xian Qingcheng nodded, indicating he understood. Xian Yu could not be bothered with Xuanning any longer. Since he had stepped onto the stage, the match would begin. No matter whom he faced, his only outcome was expulsion from the clan. Begin. Xian Yu did not leave. He was waiting to announce Xian Qingcheng's victory. Xian Qingcheng clenched his fist and charged at Xuanning with vicious intent. Wanting to give Xuanning a brutal beating, he unleashed 30% of his strength. Those below the stage were all sneering, as if they could already see Xuanning being blasted off the platform by a single punch. Among the entire crowd, only Xian Lixue worried for him. Seeing his opponent rushing over, Xuanning did not hesitate. Using all of his strength, he transformed his palm into a fist and drove it viciously forward to meet the attack head-on. Bang! Crack! Up! A dark figure clutched his fist and collapsed to the ground, letting out a miserable scream echoed out, and the people below the stage laughed even more gleefully. But when they realized that the one lying on the ground was not Xuanning, but Xian Qingcheng, everyone was stunned. They were dumbfounded. How is that possible? Am I dreaming? Xian Qingcheng was actually knocked to the ground with a single punch. How could this Xuanning possibly have the strength to defeat Xian Qingcheng? Xian Qingcheng is at the 5th layer of the martial soldier realm. Xuanning must have used some sort of trick. Xian Shaoxin's smile froze on his face, filled with disbelief as he gazed at the scene on the stage. Xian Qingcheng, a martial artist at the 5th layer, one of the top 5 of the younger generation of the Xian family, was now defeated by a single punch from his opponent. Xuanning was notorious as the most useless person in the entire fallen immortal city. How could he possibly defeat Xian Qingcheng? Moreover, Xian Qingcheng, who had always looked up to him, could never be bought by Xuanning. What on earth is happening? Anyone who witnessed this scene would be shocked and unable to believe it. The useless Xuanning actually defeated the martial artist at the 5th layer Xian Qingcheng with a single punch. After defeating his opponent, Xuanning did not stop. He rushed forward, delivering punches and kicks, as if beating an old dog, each blow landing with ferocity. One attribute point after another fell from Xian Qingcheng. Xuanning casually picked up a few. Cultivation value 20, cultivation value 21, defense 5. So many cultivation points could it be because I delivered the blows? Xuanning speculated. He became even more aggressive, increasing his speed in hopes of exploding more attribute points. Stop! Elder Xian Yu, after the initial shock, hurriedly spoke out, as he saw Xian Qingcheng being beaten so badly. Upon hearing this, Xuanning started kicking Xian Qingcheng. Xian Yu's face darkened as he rushed forward to separate them, angrily saying, "Didn't I tell you to stop?" Xuanning quickly nodded, saying, "I stopped my hands, but you didn't say anything about my feet." Xian Yu's face darkened further. The spectators below were actually left speechless. Only Xian Lixue was secretly covering her mouth and laughing. She rarely smiled, unless she couldn't help it. In this match, Xuanning wins. Xian Yu announced angrily, then instructed the Xian family guards hurry and help Xian Qingcheng down to heal. I really underestimated you. You've actually cultivated to the 5th layer of martial artist. Xian Yu looked at Xuanning with a strange expression, no longer regarding him with disdain, even surprised. Everyone was still shocked about when Xuanning had cultivated to the 5th layer of martial artist, but the next round of draws began again. Xian Shaoyan knew he had lost the opportunity to expel Xuanning from the family and could only look at him with resentment. Xuanning picked up all the attribute points on the stage and then walked down. Xuanning, don't think that winning against Xian Qingcheng means you can stay in the family peacefully. Oh, as long as you encounter me, I will definitely make you pay a price. Xian Shaoyan clenched his fists. Xuanning glanced at him and gave him a look of divine pride, walking away without saying a word, as if dismissing him. Bastard! I will definitely ruin you. Xian Shaoyan was furious, clenching his fists, wishing he could rush up and slam Xuanning into the ground 100 times. Xuanning had no time to care about him. He quickly checked his cultivation value and found he could break through again. Cultivation breakthrough to the 6th layer of martial artist. In an instant, he reached the 6th layer. The feeling was exhilarating. He should be able to break through to the 7th layer in the next round, and even if he faced Xian Shaoyan, he would not be the slightest bit afraid. In the second round, the drawing began. Xuanning was the 5th match, again being the last to appear. Xian Shaoyan in the first match defeated his opponent with a single move. Xian Lixue was in the third match. Her opponent was Xian Hu, a martial artist at the 6th layer. He seemed to know he was no match for Xian Lixue and immediately used the martial skill mountain split palm. Yet, Xian Lixue easily countered it gently, sending her opponent flying out of the ring. Then a purple attribute point fell out. Xuanning was very happy. The purple light point represented a martial skill. He hurriedly rushed forward to pick Mountain Split Palm 1. It was the martial skill previously used by Xianhu, but he had already learned Mountain Split Palm. He wondered if he could learn it again. He began to use it. Finding he could, the martial skill attribute in his hand disappeared. Mountain Split Palm LV2, he was astonished martial skills could actually be upgraded. He opened his attribute list: life, 240 strength, 20 speed 5. 1 physique, 18 stamina, 14 defense, 16 realm martial artist, 6th layer cultivation value 55. Martial skill human tier, middle grade Mountain Split Palm LV2. Seeing Mountain Split Fist surprised him. This martial skill was originally only a lower grade human tier skill, but it had now advanced to a middle grade human tier skill. The LV2 behind the martial skill represented the level of a middle grade human tier. With his current realm coupled with these additional attribute bonuses and the Mountain Split Fist LV2, he was absolutely confident to fight even against Xian Xiaotian at the 7th layer. However, he did not yet know what hidden cards his opponent had. At the start of the 5th match, Xuanning went back on stage and began to pick up the attribute points on the ground. Strength 1, cultivation value 5, physique 2. The Xian family members below were puzzled. Previously, Xuanning just randomly fumbled in the air and then defeated Xian Caiyang. They did not understand what kind of demonic technique Xuanning was using. This time his opponent was merely at the 5th layer of martial artist. After Xuanning picked up all the attribute points, he broke through again. Cultivation breakthrough to the 7th layer of martial artist. Once again, a powerful feeling surged within his body. As the battle began, his opponent charged at Xuanning with a... He moved his body slightly to evade, then struck down with a punch on his opponent's back, knocking him down, and then began to punch and kick again. Attribute points exploded from his opponent. Stop. The fight is over. Elder Xianyu hurriedly shouted. Xuanning finally stopped his hands and feet, then quickly collected all the attribute points on the ground and left the martial arts arena. This time they still could not comprehend just what level of power Xuanning possessed. There were only 5 people left. Xuanning had already advanced to the top 5 of the clan, astonishing everyone. When did this Xuanning transform from a waste to such a strong individual? In the 3rd round of drawing, Xian Lixue received a bye. In the 1st match, Xuanning did not see Xian Xiaotian enter the arena. He would be facing Xian Xiaotian next. Xuanning, you won't have such good luck again. Xian Xiaotian said harshly to him. I have always been lucky. Xuanning smiled lightly, unconcerned. In the 1st match, Xian Tianhua at the 6th layer of the clan won, and only a few attribute points fell to the ground. Before Xian, you could speak, Xuanning rushed onto the martial stage and picked up the points on the ground. Cultivation value 15 strength 2 Xian Xiaotian, then came up coldly sneering at Xuanning, saying, this time I will cripple you and then throw you out of the family. Am not Xian Caiyang, I won't give you the slightest opportunity. Xuanning did not respond. After all, one does not argue with a dog. Fight begins. Tsunami punch. Xian Xiaotian unleashed his full power right from the start, his fists clenched as if a wave was crashing down on Xuanning. This is a middle-grade human tier martial skill. Let's see how Xuanning defends against it. He can't possibly be a match for Xian Xiaotian. After all, Xian Xiaotian is a powerhouse at the 7th layer, rumored to be pushing for the 8th layer. Xuanning felt an immense pressure. Without hesitation, he used the Mountain Split Palm. Mountain Split. The two quickly closed in fist to palm, colliding fiercely. Everyone knew that the Mountain Split Palm was merely a lower-grade human tier martial skill and could not possibly rival the middle-grade human tier martial skill Tsunami Punch. However, after the two exchanged punches, Xian Xiaotian actually took several steps back, his fist trembling slightly. Xuanning, on the other hand, stood there unscathed. How is this possible? And Xian Xiaotian's human rank mid-grade martial technique was actually overpowered by Xuanning's human rank low-grade technique. And heavens above! What on earth is happening? Am I dreaming? And everyone stood utterly astounded. Xian Xiaotian, after all, had reached the 7th heaven of martial soldier cultivation, and yet he had still been forced back by his opponent. Just what level of strength did Xuanning possess? And even Xian Lixue widened her eyes in disbelief. Could it be that brother Xuanning's body had fully recovered? Even elder Xianyu was struck with astonishment, then gazed thoughtfully at Xuanning. Xuanning had exceeded everyone's expectations by a wide margin. I refuse to believe it. Xian Xiaotian clenched his fists, his face ashen with fury, his brows knotted in outrage. He simply could not accept that a low-grade technique had matched his own mid-grade mastery. Xuanning paid him no heed. Instead, his gaze fell upon the ground 2 meters ahead. A faint purple aura shimmered there. Knit had burst forth from Xian Xiaotian's body as he staggered backward moments earlier. Xuanning strode forward swiftly. Xian Xiaotian, mistaking the advance for an attack, instantly assumed a defensive stance. Xuanning merely took a few steps, crouched down, and picked up the glowing attribute point from the earth. Surging Wave Fist 1 N, learned Surging Wave Fist LV 2. And instantly his mind brimmed with refined techniques and profound insights. as though he had cultivated this art for years. Afraid of me already, Xuanning cast a disdainful glance toward his opponent, sparking a surge of indignation in Xian, who had once wielded that very look upon Xuanning himself. Damn it! He lunged forward once more, charging with furious momentum. Yet Xuanning's current strength now far surpassed his. For beyond his innate cultivation realm, Xuanning possessed countless attribute points, an advantage Xian lacked entirely. Without hesitation, Xuanning unleashed his full power, and before the stunned gazes of countless onlookers delivered a devastating blow. Surging wave fist. At the eruption of that fist, every spectator's eyes widened in shock. Impossible, what? He knows the surging wave fist too. Surely not. It's a human rank mid-grade technique. When did he ever learn it? Under a sea of astonished stares, Xuanning's fist crashed squarely into Xian's chest, sending him crashing to the ground in one brutal strike. Ugh! Blood spurted from Xian's mouth. He lifted his head, his expression shifting wildly. Then his face turned deathly pale, and he slumped into unconsciousness. Xuanning stepped forward again, but a figure interposed itself before him, Elder Xianyu. Xuanning is victorious. Below the arena, only one voice rose in jubilation among dozens, Xianlishua's, making the cheer seem strangely solitary. Not's attendants carried Xian away. Xuanning approached and retrieved the life attribute point that had burst forth from his opponent's body. Life 50, 50 points of life, proof of the grievous injury inflicted upon Xian. Xuanning descended from the arena, every onlooker's expression transformed, no longer laced with contempt or scorn. Instead, awe-shock trepidation, even fear, now flickered across their faces. Many averted their eyes or instinctively shrank back, remembering how they'd once followed Xian in mocking Xuanning. Xianlishua rushed forward and asked, "Brother Xuanning, was it because today's expulsion threat forced your hand? That's why you've stopped hiding your strength. Even I had no inkling you were this formidable." Xuanning was taken aback. The girl truly was thoughtful, even crafting a plausible justification for him. I simply chose not to display my strength, not to invite humiliation. Since Xianlishua had already supplied the perfect pretext, he embraced it without hesitation. Not only then did the crowd grasp the truth, Xuanning had concealed his power all along. How deeply he had buried it. Not just 15 years old, he had ascended to such heights, and defeated Xian in a single move. Where then lay the mark of a waste. Then why didn't you go out yesterday to explain things to the Ye family? Why let them humiliate you so brazenly? Xianlishua asked, puzzled. Because I hold no affection for Ye Qingcheng either. We've never even met. If they wish to dissolve the engagement, I shall gladly oblige. Truly a win-win arrangement. Xuanning replied calmly. The crowd fell silent. Suddenly understanding why he had refused to appear yesterday, he too sought to sever the betrothal. In that instant, comprehension dawned. Yet the repercussions for the clan remained considerable. And still, Not's word of today's events spread, all of Luoxian City would turn its gaze toward Xuanning. Just what realm has Brother Xuanning attained? Xianlishua asked curiously. Naviri ear perked up, eager to learn his true cultivation level. Merely the first heaven of martial soldier, Xuanning answered. Brother Xuanning, you still won't tell me the truth. Xianlishua pouted, her voice soft and endearing, so tender it could melt even the hardest heart. Xuanning advanced to the top 3. In the final round, each of the 3 contenders would fight the others. Xianlishua faced off first against Xian Tianhua, a 6th heaven martial soldier. Within a few exchanges, Xianlishua emerged victorious. In the second match, she confronted Xuanning, who having just retrieved his attribute points declared, I yield. Brother Xuanning. Xianlishua gazed at him. I would never bully my own little sister, he said gently. After Xianlishua stepped down, Xuanning faced Xian Tianhua. Xuanning did not dispatch his opponent swiftly. Instead, he landed blow after deliberate blow, each strike calibrated to maximize attribute point drops. Cultivation value 12, cultivation value 15, strength 1, constitution 2, I yield. Xianxiaohua's entire body ached. He realized Xuanning was deliberately toying with him and begged to end the torment. Xuanning secured 2nd place in the clan's grand martial competition and was awarded a vial of grade 1 body tempering pills. He and Xianlishua then departed the martial training hall. News of the event swiftly reached the clan patriarch and senior elders, still gathered in council. Upon hearing that Xuanning had defeated Xian and claimed 2nd place, all were left speechless. What did you say? Xiaodian not only lost, but was lightly injured by Xuanning and remains unconscious. How can this be? How could that waste possibly defeat my son? Clan patriarch Xian Kuang sat rigid in his chair, disbelief etched across his face. The other elders exchanged incredulous murmurs. None could fathom the truth. Only Elder San, Xian Ruohong, Xianlishua's father, beamed with delight and pressed urgently, Is it true? Did Xuanning truly claim second in the Grand Clan competition? Absolutely true. I would never dare deceive the elders or the patriarch, the guard hastened to reply. It is confirmed, Elder Xianyu added, returning to the chamber. You're finally here. Tell us everything that happened. And they crowded around Elder Xianyu the moment he entered. And the news was simply too astonishing, beyond all rational expectation. Elder Xianyu recounted much the same tale as the guard, but added, had we not pressured him to rank within the top 10 of the grand competition, this young man would have continued concealing his strength. Truly, he buried himself deeper than any of us imagined, willing even to bear the stigma of waste for years. All present were stunned, never imagining Xuanning had concealed his abilities for so long. Elder Xian Ruohong wasted no time. You've all seen it now. Xuanning is no waste but a prodigy. His exact realm remains unclear, yet it surely rivals, or surpasses, that of my daughter Li Xue. You must restore his cultivation resources immediately and compensate him for every year he was denied them. Consider this, unaided by clan support, he reached this level. Imagine what he might achieve with full backing. How could his talent possibly fall short of Ye Qingcheng of the Yi family? His words left the assembly in solemn silence, until Elder Xianyu stepped forward first. I agree. And so do I. I concur as well. In seeing unanimous consensus, Patriarch Xian Kuang had no choice but to comply. He issued immediate orders to replenish Xuanning's resources, then hurried away to tend to his son. Wu Shaodian, how are you? As Xian Kuang entered Xian Shaoshan's room, he heard the sound of weeping. He then saw his wife Qin Huai crying as she approached Xian Kuang, saying, My lord, you must take responsibility for Shaodian. That waste Xuanning has injured him so severely. You must avenge Shaodian. Xian Kuang frowned and glanced at Xian Shaoyan, who was unconscious and wrapped in white cloth on the bed, appearing as if he had only half a life left. He immediately became furious and slammed his hand on the bed frame, shouting, Xuanning, I will not let you go. You wait for me. How dare you seriously injure my son? He only knew that Xuanning had defeated his son, but did not expect his son to be injured so severely. This was a matter of his lineage. He could not let Xuanning off lightly. Take good care of Shaodian. After saying this, Xian Kuang left. Once Qin Huai saw Xian Kuang had gone, she hurriedly wiped her tears and patted Xian Shaoyan, saying, Shaoyan, your father has left. Only then did Xian Shaodian open his eyes and hurriedly say, Mother, quickly help me unwrap this white cloth, it's too uncomfortable. As Qin Huai began to unwrap the white cloth from Xian Shaoyan, she said, This is the best solution, my son. Your father was so furious when he saw how you were before that he nearly killed someone. Trust me, your father will not let that Xuanning off easily. That damn Xuanning, I don't know what kind of elixir he took. Not only can he use 2 types of martial arts, but his realm is also so high. All these years I have been deceived by him. That scoundrel even hurt me so badly. Mother, be gentle, but hurts. Xian Shaodian grimaced in pain. Qin Huai said, exasperated, How can you still have the audacity to criticize others? If you had devoted more effort to your cultivation and spent less time flattering that Xian Li Xue, you wouldn't have been defeated by that waste. Can't you bring some honor to your mother? As she spoke, Qin Huai became very angry. She could not understand what was so good about that Xian Li Xue, which could attract so many scions of the Xian family. Mother Xian Li Xue is not even the biological daughter of the third uncle. Sooner or later she will have to marry. They say that fat water does not flow to outsiders. It's better for me to take her home and let her serve you. Isn't that a wonderful thing? Upon saying this, Xian Shaodian looked at Qin Huai and said, Mother, please help me out. The mention of Xian Li Xue made Xian Shaodian feel invigorated, and he felt no pain, as if Xian Li Xue had some special magic. This only made Qin Huai feel even more disgust towards Xian Li Xue, but her son stubbornly liked that Xian Li Xue. Sighed, This matter is not easy to handle. Your third uncle has always been at odds with your father, and besides, your third aunt is also a sworn enemy of your mother. I think this is difficult. You should give up on this idea early on. Qin Huai was furious in her heart, wondering how she could have given birth to such a thick-headed child, insisting on hanging on one tree when there are so many others outside. After Qin Huai finished unwrapping the white cloth from Xian Shaoyan, she angrily said, You focus on recovering, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Mother, you must help me with the matter of Xian Li Xue. Upon hearing this, Qin Huai nearly fainted from anger. The more her son liked that Xian Li Xue, the more she could not let Xian Li Xue enter their home. After Xian Shaodian watched his mother leave, he thought about his plight and angrily said, Xuanning, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. After saying this, he slammed the bed frame hard, and a crack appeared in the bed frame he was holding. This bed frame had already been shaken by Xian Kuang once and was on the verge of collapse. With Xian Shaoshan's slam, it could no longer support itself. Bang! With a loud noise, the entire bed frame collapsed, burying Xian Shaodian beneath it. From under the frame, a cry of, Ouch, was heard. Xuanning, I will not let you go. Xuan Shaodian lay on the ground suffering even more injuries from his anger. Bang! A plank from the bed crashed down on his head, knocking him out completely. Now he was truly injured. Huh. Xuanning scratched his nose, wondering which little brat was cursing him. Xuanning Gidge, what's wrong? Did you catch a cold? Beside him, Xian Lixue, with her round bright eyes and delicate features, looked at Xuanning with confusion. Looking into those clear eyes, Xuanning secretly sighed that her charm was too strong, almost enchanting. He quickly turned his gaze elsewhere and said, "The family has replenished me with a lot of cultivation resources. Although I can't use all of them at once, I hope you can use these to break through to the martial general realm as soon as possible." As for himself, he was just there to pick up attributes. Xian Lixue quickly shook her head and said, "It's better for Xuanning Gidge to keep these for himself. You've managed to cultivate to such a high realm without family resources over the years. If you had more resources, you would definitely become even stronger and surely surpass the Ye Qingcheng. As for cultivation, there was no way he could do it. He would never be able to cultivate in this life. Nothing was more enjoyable than picking up some attribute points." He stuffed 2 bottles of spiritual liquid into Xian Lixue's hands and said, "Since you called me brother, I should give you a little gift. That's not too much to ask, right?" "But, no, but your brother is not lacking in resources." "All right then." Seeing Xuanning so determined, Xian Lixue had no choice but to accept. To be honest, he really didn't care much for these items. They were not as useful as a few gold notes in his hand. In the Xuanning Continent, the common currency was gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. However, gold notes were made of gold in array patterns which were fireproof, not easily torn, and felt like paper, only slightly heavier, as they were made of pure gold. These gold notes were also convenient to carry, and most people preferred using gold notes for transactions. In addition to gold notes, there were naturally silver notes and copper notes. 1 gold note, 10 silver notes, 100 copper notes. These notes could be exchanged for gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins at major banks. Over the years, the family only replenished him with 100 gold notes, which was equivalent to 10,000 copper notes. It was as if they were just trying to get rid of him. However, it was better than nothing, and he would not return them. He also had his own plans. He intended to leave the city and visit the monster beast forest, where there were many beasts and frequent battles occurred. He believed that there would be greater gains in the monster beast forest. However, this matter must not be known to others, not even Xian Lixue. Moreover, he needed her help to keep it a secret to prevent Xian Shaodian from finding an opportunity to attack him outside the city. Thus, he began to devise a careful plan. Xuanning. At this moment, a person came to the door. It was Xian Ruohong, who was smiling broadly, looking at Xuanning with joy, saying, "Good lad, you hid so deep. You even defeated Xian Shaodian and secured 2nd place in this family tournament. Truly impressive." "Father," Xian Lixue politely called out. "Third uncle." Xuanning also respectfully greeted him. Among the entire Xian family, only the 3rd uncle's family treated him the best, having taken care of him since his parents disappeared. Come. Your 3rd aunt was so happy when she heard about your 2nd place finish in the family tournament that she specially bought a lot of good dishes to celebrate." "Thank you, 3rd uncle." The group began to celebrate the excellent results of the family tournament. Luiyue, the wife of Sanshu and the mother of Xian Lixue, cared for Xian Lixue as if she were her own daughter, treating Xuanning with the same affection as her son. During this family competition, both Xuanning and Xian Lixue achieved outstanding results, bringing great joy to Xian Ruohong and Luiyue. Luiyue specially prepared a feast to celebrate their accomplishments. "Ninger truly astonishes me, having secured 2nd place in the family competition. If your mother knew, she would surely be delighted for you." Realizing she had misspoken, Luiyue quickly looked at Xuanning and said, "Ning, I believe your parents are still alive. They will return eventually." Xuanning smiled lightly, unbothered, and replied, "Sinshu Muim, fine. After all these years, whether they are alive or not, I will live my life well. Brother Xuanning, you still have us. We will always be your family," Xian Lixue said with a cheerful smile, her youthful and lively demeanor bringing great joy to Xuanning. Having these few relatives in this world was enough for him. After satisfying his hunger, Xuanning returned to his. Although the Xian family had not provided Xuanning with cultivation resources in recent years, they had not taken back the courtyard. Even daily necessities were still supplied to him. Xuanning knew at once that this was undoubtedly the doing of his Sinshu. Without him, given the Xian family's nature, not only would this courtyard have been reclaimed, but even his daily needs would be a significant problem. Thus, in the whole Xian family, Xuanning had a favorable impression of only Sinshu and his family. He felt no affection for anyone else. Although the entire courtyard had not been reclaimed, everything here was old and had not been changed for a long time, yet it was kept relatively clean. Xuanning began to attempt cultivation, trying to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth according to the Xian family's cultivation technique. Ultimately, he was astonished to find that he truly was talentless, unable to accumulate even a trace of spiritual energy. Through experimentation, he discovered that unless the spiritual energy within him was depleted, he could not replenish it through cultivation. Increasing his spiritual energy was fundamentally impossible. The truth told him that he could never rely on cultivation to grow stronger. Acquiring attributes was the way to go. This is fine. After all, I never intended to rely on cultivation to become strong. Xuanning smiled unperturbed. With his golden finger, whether he could cultivate or not was not important. Since he planned to leave the Xin family and head to the beast forest, he certainly needed to prepare necessary items. Dried food and clean water were essential items. Fortunately, he still had the system space, which could store. Not knowing how long it would take to return after going out this time, he prepared a bit too many seasonings. As a traveler, the essential skill of barbecuing could not be overlooked. This skill was simple. As long as you remove the animal's internal organs and fur, you could barbecue directly. After preparing all this, he planned to set out early in the morning. In the dead of night, while Xuanning got up to relieve himself, he suddenly noticed that the gate of his courtyard had been pried open. Could it be that girl Xian Li Shui? Xuanning's first thought was of her, as the previous Xian Li Shui had played similar tricks on him. He secretly hid, intending to scare Xian Li Shui, but he discovered that the intruders were not her, but others. The group consisted of people from the Xian family, and among them was someone familiar to him, Xin Kaiyang. However, each of these individuals was wielding a wooden stick, clearly not here with good intentions. These guys are sneaking around intending to ambush me. Fortunately, I noticed them, otherwise I would have truly suffered a brutal beating. It seems the lesson from the daytime wasn't enough. Xuanning chuckled to himself, thinking it wouldn't be so easy to deal with him. Xuanning guessed that these individuals were sent by Xian Shaotian, as they were all following his lead, coming at midnight to seek revenge. Since you all are here, I must give you a little welcome gift. Xuanning smiled and began to prepare. The group stealthily approached the courtyard where Xuanning lived and said, "This Xuanning truly has good fortune, able to live in such a large courtyard all alone." Who told Xuanning's father to be the second elder? It's a pity he has been missing for so many years, likely dead by now. Exactly, if not for the third elder, this courtyard would have been taken back long ago. The key point is Xian Li Shui has always been friendly with Xuanning. Ooh, I really don't know what that kid has that's so good. The group spoke with evident jealousy. Xian Kaiyang hurriedly said, "You all be quiet, don't wake that guy Xuanning. At this late hour, that kid must be sleeping like a pig. All right, let's quickly complete the task assigned by Xian Shaotian and leave here." They swiftly moved toward the courtyard, and then Xian Kaiyang stopped them, asking, "Which one of you knows which room Xuanning is in?" This. The group exchanged glances, and not one of them knew. No matter, the courtyard is this big, there are only a few rooms, we can just search one by one. Be careful not to make noise and wake Xuanning. After discussing, they started to stealthily make their way to one of the rooms. In the shadows, Xuanning threw a small stone at one of them. Xian Kaiyang felt someone hit him on the back and turned to look at the others, frowning. "Don't make a fuss." The other. But not long after, someone hit him again, making Xian Kaiyang furious as he whispered, "Why are you hitting me?" The others quickly shook their heads, saying, "We didn't hit you." The group exchanged glances, and one person's face turned pale as he said, "Could it be a ghost?" Xian Kaiyang quickly slapped the other person's forehead and said, "If it were a ghost, would Xuanning still be alive now? Use your brain, don't be so jumpy." "Then let's hurry in and finish Xuanning. It feels so eerie here," one of them suggested. They all agreed and cautiously pushed open the door to one room, discovering no signs of anyone having lived there. At that moment, Xuanning had already reached his own room and jumped onto the roof. The group quickly moved to the other rooms, finally arriving at Xuanning's room. After pushing the door open, they made their way toward the bed, and Xian Kaiyang tightened his grip on the wooden stick, repeatedly striking the figure under the quilt. The others quickly followed suit, swinging their wooden sticks down hard onto the quilt. As they hit, they shouted, "Let this be a lesson to you. You were so arrogant during the day, I'll beat you to death." Xian Kaiyang soon sensed something was off, and then he yanked the quilt off, revealing a pale paper figure. One of the individuals screamed, "A ghost." This sudden scene startled them, causing two of them to hug each other in fear. "Ghost? It's just a scarecrow covered in white paper." After taking a closer look, Xian Kaiyang quickly said. The others let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, as long as it wasn't a ghost. I didn't expect Xuanning to be so prepared. Oh, what a cunning fellow." The group was furious, not expecting their nighttime ambush to fail. They did not anticipate Xuanning to be so alert. Then a cold wind blew into the room, abruptly closing the door. "What's going on? Why did the door close all of a sudden? It must be the wind blowing too hard." At that moment, the door suddenly swung open again. The expressions of the group turned grim, and one person said in a terrified voice, "Should we leave? Let's go back and tell Xian Shaotian that the task is complete. After all, he's in bed and unaware of anything." I agree. The group was about to leave. However, Xuanning suddenly appeared, hair disheveled, dressed in white, and standing upside down in midair before them. They already felt the eerie atmosphere, and with Xuanning's sudden appearance, they were utterly terrified. A ghost." The group was instantly scared out of their wits, crying and scrambling to escape. Xuanning looked at how frightened they were and sneered. It's pathetic that they are cultivators but still believe in ghosts and deities, truly embarrassing. Not long after, a stunning figure rushed into the room calling out, "Brother Xuanning." Xuanning turned around and was startled to see Xian Li Shui almost yelling. But upon closer inspection she realized it was Xuanning and quickly asked, "Brother Xuanning, why are you dressed like this in the middle of the night? You almost scared me to death." "It's because Xian Shaotian sent people to ambush me, and I just wanted to scare them a bit," Xuanning replied. Upon hearing this, Xian Li Shui hurriedly said, "Brother Xuanning, you should have called me for such fun. I missed out on a great show for nothing." Recalling the earlier screams, she could easily imagine how scared those few people were. "All right, it's fine now. You should go back and rest early," Xuanning said. Then Brother Xuanning rest early. Xian Li Shui left. Given the fright experienced by Xian Caiyong and his companions, it is certain they will not return. However, he understands that within the family there are many formidable cousins who are older and naturally stronger than Xian Caiyong and the others. Moreover, some of them are quite close to Xian Shaotian. If the individuals sent by Xian Shaotian today were among them, he would likely have to flee to his third uncle's courtyard. Additionally, Xian Shaotian's father is the current head of the Xian family and dotes on Xian Shaotian. His mother is an overprotective woman. It is believed that Xian Shaotian's parents would not easily let him off the hook. Although they may not act openly, it is inevitable that they will employ some underhanded tactics. Xian Shaotian's arrogant personality is greatly influenced by his parents. This is a classic case of a son's unfilial behavior being the fault of his parents. He dislikes the feeling of being led by others. True strength comes from within, from one's own power. Suddenly, he noticed some attribute points had fallen to the ground, and they were of a rare transparent color. What are these attribute points? Xuanning picked up the transparent attribute points to examine them. Spirit 0. 1 Spirit 0. 1. Xuanning was astonished. Could it be that this spirit attribute was scared out of me? He realized that this spirit attribute was likely quite rare, as it only dropped 0. 1 for each person. Little by little, I believe it will accumulate over time. After using it, he indeed felt his spirit had grown. This spirit attribute is quite decent, though it's a bit lacking. He checked his attribute panel, and there was an additional entry, Spirit 0. 4. These attributes are all additional and do not include his original attributes. This is beneficial as it shows how much additional attribute enhancement he can gain. As dawn broke, he quietly jumped over the wall. With strength, even jumping over walls became much easier. In the future, if he were to become a flower thief, escaping would also be much easier. Now don't get the wrong idea, he was merely thinking casually. The gates of Luoxian City open early in the morning, and people coming and going for labor inside and outside the city have already begun to flow in and out. In every world, there will always be ordinary people who are the most numerous in any world, and they will always toil for their daily meals. In this high martial world, ordinary people suffer greatly, only able to be exploited. He does not wish to be among the lower classes or exploit others, he simply wants to live better in this world. To avoid being exploited, he must grow stronger, and the way to do so is simple, by collecting more attributes. To avoid being recognized, he specifically covered his face. It is not that he is overly cautious, but he feels that coming to this world must have a great purpose, perhaps even a mission to save this world, and he cannot afford to die so soon. Otherwise, it would be a loss for this world. Moreover, he is still a virgin and cannot just give up like this. He is well prepared this time. Although he has never left Luoxian City, he has a map. Although he does not see it very clearly, he still knows the general direction. He also heard some people who are martial artists from Luoxian City heading to the Beast Forest to hunt monsters or animals. He could follow them from a distance to avoid getting lost. After a long while, he finally saw an endless expanse of forest. From what he knows, most of Xuanning Continent consists of forests and oceans, with the places where humans reside being only a small fraction. Yet, even this small fraction is quite massive, ruled by numerous kingdoms and empires, with Luoxian City merely being a county city of the Liuli dynasty. Below the county city, there are villages, towns, small cities, and county towns. Above the county city, there are the capital and the imperial capital. The county city is only comparable to a municipal city, not too large, but not the smallest either. His purpose for coming to the Beast Forest is not to cause trouble with the monsters, but merely to collect attribute points. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the forest, he saw several attribute points on the ground, and he hurriedly went over to collect them. Cultivation value 1 health, 2 beast bloodline 0. 1 beast bloodline. Xuanning was quite surprised he had obtained a new attribute point. This should be used to awaken the bloodline. After using all these attribute points, he indeed found that he had gained a bloodline attribute. Bloodline 0, there is a percentage above, and this 0. 1 of beast bloodline is not enough to awaken his. It is said that those with exceptional talents will awaken powerful bloodlines or talents. Although I lack any qualifications, as long as I collect enough bloodline attribute points, I can also awaken powerful bloodline powers. He does not yet know how many bloodline attribute points he needs to collect to awaken, but this gives him motivation. As long as his bloodline reaches 100, he will naturally know. The beast forest is extremely dangerous, and he is very cautious. Even while collecting attribute points, he does not forget to stay on guard. The beast forest is indeed perilous, but monsters are not encountered frequently. Attribute points are plentiful, but life is precious, which makes him cautious. Although there are many attribute points in the forest, they are not abundant. He often only collects points in the range of 0x. It seems these attribute points have been here for a long time, which is why there are not many gains. Cultivation value 20, health 15. Fortunately, he later collected some points with higher values. By looking at the fresh blood on the ground, it should have fallen not long ago. Following these attribute points, he began to delve deeper into the forest. He quickly realized that his cultivation value was sufficient for a breakthrough. Without hesitation, he began to break through. Breakthrough to Martial Disciple level 8. Once again feeling a powerful force within his body, he was very pleased. Is cultivation really that difficult? Isn't it just about collecting attributes? The forests across the continent will become his garden for growth. All he needs to do is collect, and he can become stronger. Ano transform into a strong person. As he collects more attributes, he also notices that these points predominantly drop in cultivation value and health, while other attributes are relatively scarce. Especially the bloodline attribute, it is exceedingly rare. Up until now, he has only collected 0.2, and there is still a long way to go before fully awakening his bloodline. Collecting attributes is a skill much like being with a beloved girl. You always have to bend down. He now especially desires a skill that allows him to collect attributes without bending. Fortunately, he has good stamina. Although he is bent down for an hour, he does not feel much problem. With more attributes collected, he is already aware that he is being watched by a beast. He drew out an iron sword. Although the quality of this sword is not great, it is sufficient to deal with beasts. A wild beast leapt from the grass and charged at Xuanning, who was already prepared, holding a dagger, and aimed for the beast's neck, striking down. The beast was thus slain by his single strike. This was merely a wild beast, not even a monster, so it was naturally not difficult to deal with. This wild beast was about the size of a dog. He did not recognize it. It resembled a wolf, but was not a wolf. He had seen it in the city, but did not know its name. He casually stored it in the system's space. He then ventured deeper into the beast forest, where he encountered more wild beasts, and the danger increased significantly. With the rise in danger, his opportunities also surged, leading him to collect more attribute points. As the collected cultivation points increased, his realm broke through, once again reaching the level of a 9th layer martial apprentice. He noticed a beast's corpse ahead, and was quite curious, not expecting someone to hunt a beast and leave it behind. This was a first-tier beast, the corpse of a jungle demon rabbit, with several attribute points nearby. Bloodline 1, health 50, cultivation value 50. Good harvest. As expected from a first-tier beast, the cultivation value is 50 points, and I even gained a bit of bloodline power. Looking at his bloodline, he found it had already reached 2, and with steady collection, he would soon reach 100. This first-tier beast's corpse is worth more than 10 wild beasts. I wonder who would discard it. He casually picked up the corpse of the jungle demon rabbit, only to find that the beast crystal in its brain had been taken, which was quite unfortunate. The beast crystal is the most important and valuable part of a beast's body, and not every beast possesses one. He noticed signs of a battle ahead, and curiously moved forward. The drops were mostly health and cultivation points, and he soon discovered another first-tier beast's corpse, which had been brutally cleaved in half. It seems the other party is not short on money, or perhaps they have more important matters at hand. They are not merely here to hunt beasts, Xuanning deduced. Driven by curiosity, he began to track the trail. An hour later, he even saw a second-tier beast, and beside it lay a person who had died there. There were plenty of attribute points on the ground, suggesting that those people had put in considerable effort to kill this. This is a second-tier beast, the stone monkey. It does not hold much value itself, and is quite troublesome. I didn't expect them to be willing to hunt such a beast, and one of their own even died. Xuanning grew even more curious. But first he picked up the attribute points from the ground. Cultivation value 100, beast bloodline 3A, defense 5, flowing cloud sword technique 1. A good harvest. I've even obtained a martial technique likely dropped by those people. Xuanning was quite pleased, and began to learn the martial technique. Learning flowing cloud sword technique LV2. It turns out to be a humanir mid-grade martial technique, quite a good find. After completing his study of the martial technique, Xuanning discovered its quality. Now he had an additional means to confront enemies. After collecting the 100 cultivation points, he found that his realm was about to break through again. I estimate I might be the fastest to break through in Xuanning Continent. Xuanning smiled, and chose to break through. A tremendous energy erupted from within him, causing Xuanning to feel an immense power surging through his body, as if a powerful gas was refining his limbs and meridians. Realm breakthrough to the first layer of Martial General. So this is the Martial General realm. It feels amazing. Xuanning clenched his fist, realizing the gap between a martial apprentice and a martial general was indeed vast. With his current realm, he could defeat 5 or 6 opponents at the 9th layer of martial apprentice. I wonder who those people are. If they hadn't killed so many beasts, I wouldn't have broken through so quickly. To thank them, he decided to continue following them to see what transpired. After a while, he spotted several people in the distance, seemingly searching for something with a map. Xuanning speculated, could these people be here to seek treasure? He cautiously followed behind, glancing ahead. Upon recognizing their identities, he was somewhat surprised. Isn't that Ye Qingcheng? He's brought these people here, it must be more than just simple training. Xuanning was indeed astonished. Ye Qingcheng was one of the 3 major families in Luoxian City, the young master of the Ye family, holding a status similar to that of Xuanning. Xuanning's former fiancée Ye Qingcheng is Ye Qingcheng's sister. However, Ye Qingcheng's talent is not as formidable as his sister's. Nevertheless, relying on her status, he possesses ample cultivation resources and is infamously known for harassing virtuous women, leading the people of Luoxian City to dare not express their anger. Though Xuanning is somewhat arrogant, he would not dare to act lawlessly like Ye Qingcheng in Luoxian City. This is mainly due to the lack of a powerful sect backing the Xuan family, which is why Xuanning does not dare to do so. With his enhanced abilities, his hearing became quite good, and he overheard their conversation. We've been walking for so long, how come we haven't found that place? Yin, in your map isn't fake, is it? Ye Qingcheng panted, looking quite exhausted and impatient. If it weren't for this treasure map, he wouldn't have endured. Young master, I wouldn't dare deceive you even if I had 10 times the courage. We just haven't reached the right place yet. If it were a common location, the treasure would have been taken long ago. Yin quickly replied. Ye Qingcheng thought it over and agreed. For the treasure, he had to endure the wretched weather and environment. However, he still said, let's rest for a bit before moving on. Listening to their conversation, Xuanning confirmed that Ye Qingcheng was indeed seeking treasure. Curious about Ye Qingcheng's treasure, he planned to follow behind, playing the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, letting them explore the path while he picked up the spoils. Looking at Ye Qingcheng, he must be drained by the ladies. Without the support of his 8th layer martial apprentice strength, he probably wouldn't even make it here. After resting for 20 minutes, Ye Qingcheng finally led his group onward. Xuanning cautiously followed. There were many of them, a total of 13, with 10 of them being martial general level. He would not engage them hidden. Along the way, Ye Qingcheng encountered many beasts, and to kill a 2nd-tier beast, they suffered another casualty, a martial general level individual. What bad luck. Ye Qingcheng would not mourn for those guards, only feeling angry at the prospect of not gaining anything this time. They still did not take the beast away, and he noticed that this beast did not have a beast crystal. Xuanning unceremoniously took the beast's corpse. Even just this body was worth a lot, but he felt no gratitude towards them. Xuanning cautiously followed behind the others, picking up the loot they had dropped. The feeling of collecting spoils without engaging in battle was indeed delightful. The path grew increasingly rugged as Ye Qingcheng's frail body necessitated frequent breaks during their journey, constantly inquiring about how much longer it would take. Xuanning looked on with disdain, pondering that if the entire Ye family were to fall into his hands, it would likely be squandered sooner or later. But who could overlook that Ye Qingcheng had an extraordinarily talented sister? As long as she remained a direct disciple of the Luoxian sect's master, the Ye family status in Luoxian City would remain unchanged. No one dared to easily offend the people of Luoxian sect. Xuanning noticed that as his strength increased, the cultivation value required for further advancement also grew significantly. Moreover, he discovered that the cultivation attribute points obtained from 2nd-tier demon beasts had been 100 points, but after his strength improved, it had dropped to just 50 points, a full half less. These attribute points would also change based on his strength, and it seemed that lower-tier demon beasts would struggle to provide him with much in return. To gain more rewards, he could only target higher-tier demon beasts. However, Xuanning's haul along the way was not insignificant thanks to the abundance of demon beasts in this area. Though the attribute points dropped were minimal due to the timing, their sheer quantity allowed them to gather quite a bit. With the increase in the cultivation value he collected, Xuanning realized that his realm was about to break through. Tisk, this method of cultivation truly suits me. If I were to adhere to conventional practices, I'd probably remain an ordinary person for this lifetime. Xuanning began to digest the cultivation value, elevating his realm breakthrough to martial general 2nd layer. A powerful force surged into his body, once more refining him and making his physical strength significantly stronger than before. The realms of martial soldier, martial general, and martial master all focus on refining the body to become. However, upon reaching the martial master realm, one could manifest spiritual power, but could not yet project it outward. It could only be concentrated to enhance the hands and feet or increase the body's surface defense. Only upon reaching the martial sect realm could one truly project spiritual power outward and form spiritual armor for protection. Yet Xuanning was different from others. In addition to the physical refinement brought by his realm elevation, he also had additional attribute points to bolster him. Even without a realm increase, as long as he gathered enough attributes, he could still defeat any opponent. After noon, Ye Qingcheng and the others stopped to eat dry rations. Xuanning listened to their conversation and learned that they were not far from the location of the real treasure. He didn't mind at all. As long as they were in front slaying the demon beasts, he could comfortably collect attribute points and the corpses of the demon beasts behind them. They hadn't yet approached the core of the demon beast forest, so only first and second tier demon beasts appeared. If they encountered a third tier demon beast, they would likely have to flee for their lives. Third tier demon beasts were comparable to human martial masters, and their strength exceeded that of human warriors of the same tier. Without exceptionally powerful means, human warriors would definitely be no match for demon beasts. Following Ye and his group, they arrived at a remote area overgrown with weeds and dense forests, making it very concealed. Regular people would hardly come here. Ye's subordinates had to use weapons to clear a path. This place was indeed quite hidden. Ordinary people would never come here for no reason, adding an extra layer of security to the treasure. It was precisely because of this that the treasure could remain hidden until now, otherwise it would have been taken long ago. Search carefully for the entrance. If I obtain something good, I won't forget you all. After arriving near the treasure, Ye breathed a sigh of relief. He never wanted to come to this damned place again. To ensure his subordinates would serve him, he made promises to them. He understood the importance of winning people's hearts. Relying solely on himself, he might not even survive to reach this place. Ye's subordinates began to disperse to search for the treasure's entrance. Xuanning hid himself more thoroughly. With his current strength, he was not yet capable of confronting so many opponents. After a while, Ye heard his subordinate shout, "Young Master, we've found a cave here." Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Ye's face, and thinking of the treasure being so close, he quickened his pace. At that moment, Ye felt no sense of inferiority. He believed he could handle all three women. Once the others heard about the discovery of the cave, they rushed towards the source of the sound. Like vampires, sensing fresh blood, their faces adorned with smiles. The cave was well hidden, covered by a patch of weeds. Ye smiled at this. Subordinate patted him on the shoulder and said, "You have done well. If there are treasures inside, I will definitely reward you. Follow me, and you won't be disappointed." "Thank you, young master." The subordinate was overjoyed, as their existence in this world was primarily for wealth, otherwise who would risk their lives for Ye. They prepared thoroughly, lighting torches and entering the cave. Ye did not send anyone to scout the cave first because he believed that in such a desolate place no one else would be around. Moreover, he was concerned about potential dangers inside the cave, fearing for his own safety, so he walked in them. Seeing Ye and the others enter the cave, Xuanning also wanted to approach, but he spotted a 10-meter-long black-bellied snake and quickly concealed himself, not daring to move. "This is a second-tier high-level demon beast. I mustn't be discovered." Xuanning hurriedly hid, relieved to find that the demon beast had not noticed him. He then arrived outside the cave, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, covered his face before stepping inside. The cave was deep. After walking several hundred meters, they had not yet reached the end, and had not found any signs of demon beasts living there. After nearly a kilometer, Xuanning heard Ye's loud laughter. "Haha, there really is a treasure. De Zhuang's map deserves the credit. Ye will definitely not neglect you. After we return, whatever you want, I'll grant it to you." "Thank you, young master. All I want is Tsuehua. I hope young master can fulfill this request." Upon hearing this, De Zhuang eagerly put forth his request. "Tsuehua, the maid by my mother's side, no problem. After we return, I will betroth her to you." Ye was quite pleased, though after all she was just a small maid, and he hardly cared. Besides, he had already been with someone named Tsuehua and had no interest left. There really is a treasure hidden in the shadows. Xuanning, upon hearing that there was indeed treasure, naturally desired to seize it. However, he recognized that his current strength was no match for them, so he began to devise a plan. Got it. He suddenly had an idea, went outside the cave, and soon spotted the earlier black-bellied snake. He smiled, picked up a stone, and threw it at the snake. The black-bellied snake, struck by the attack, raised its body and turned to the direction of Xuanning, then charged towards him without hesitation. The speed is truly astonishing. Xuanning hurriedly dashed into the cave, which was quite spacious and filled with scattered rocks. After entering, he quickly took out a bottle of powder that could conceal his aura, sprinkled it over himself, and then jumped behind a large stone. The entire movement was seamless, as if he had practiced it many times. He secretly peeked into the passage and saw a shadow rushing in quickly. Xuanning's mouth curled into a smirk as he thought, "Ye Qingcheng, you can only blame your misfortune. Whether you can survive this depends on your luck now." Before long, he heard unexpected sounds of fear coming from within. "Not good, there's a demon beast." "Damn it, how could a demon beast appear out of nowhere? And it's a black-bellied snake, a high-level second-tier beast. Young master, run. This demon beast is beyond our capabilities." "Damn it, my treasure is still here." "Young master, your life is more important." "The treasure won't run away, we can send more people to collect it later." "It seems there's no other way. Protect the young master and get out first. If anything happens to him, we won't survive either." Xuanning soon heard sounds of fierce fighting coming from the depths of the cave, along with several cries of agony. Not long after, several figures fled from the depths of the cave in a disheveled state. Soon after, a long black shadow chased after them. The black-bellied snake pursued the direction Ye Qingcheng had escaped. After the sound subsided, Xuanning ran deeper into the cave and discovered some discarded torches on the ground. In the torchlight, he saw 3 corpses, each holding a weapon, all killed by the black-bellied snake in a gruesome manner. Around them, several attribute points had also fallen. I can't be blamed. This is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Although Xuanning felt a bit guilty, this world was inherently cruel. Xuanning was not afraid of the dead, he just felt a bit uncomfortable. He forced himself to face it bravely. Situations like this would be frequent in the future, and he couldn't be afraid or cowardly. There are still plenty of attribute points. Xuanning shifted his focus elsewhere, picked up the attribute points on the ground, and also took the weapons from the 3 men. These 3 weapons were much better than the one he had. He also found some gold notes, and even a bottle of pills on the 3 men, although he couldn't tell what kind of pills they were, so he decided to keep them for now. Cultivation value 24 health, 18 defense, 3 dragon bloodline, 10. The dragon bloodline must have dropped from the black-bellied snake. Although these bloodlines were different, he could directly use them to enhance his bloodline awakening level. After using this dragon bloodline, his bloodline progress had already reached 30. Only 70 left until bloodline awakening. Xuanning picked up a torch and illuminated the surroundings, discovering 5 large boxes on the ground, all of which had been opened. There were even many gold and silver jewels scattered on the ground. A radiant smile blossomed on Xuanning's face, clearly delighted. Thanks to Ye Qingcheng this time, otherwise how could I have struck it rich? With a smile, Xuanning quickly gathered the gold and silver jewels into the boxes. Ye Qingcheng's sister Ye Qingcheng had called off their engagement, leading to Xuanning's humiliation. This bounty was at least a compensation for him. Xuanning stored all 5 boxes in his system space. Fortunately, his space expanded after each breakthrough in cultivation, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to carry these 5 large boxes. He didn't have time to check what valuable items were inside these boxes. He had to leave quickly. Just as Xuanning was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of a purple light in a corner of the cave. Curiously, he approached and found a skeleton on the ground beside, which was a purple light orb. This corpse had clearly been dead for many years and was now desiccated. The purple glow signifies a martial skill. Could it be that martial skills do not fade away with the passage of time? Xuanning was utterly astonished. Then a broad smile spread across Xuanning's face as he said, if that's the case, it's definitely an unexpected delight. He picked up the purple light orb from the ground. Wind control palm 1. I wonder what quality of martial skill this is. Xuanning began to use it. Learning wind control palm LV7. A powerful stream of information surged into Xuanning's mind, encompassing various techniques for using the wind. After completing the skill, Xuanning raised his eyebrows, his eyes wide open, his expression one of utter surprise and shock. This is actually a low-grade profound tier martial skill. Profound tier martial skills were extremely precious. Even within the entire Xuan family, there were only 5 editions. Moreover, the price of profound tier martial skills was very high. Even the lowest grade low-tier profound martial skills cost at least 100,000 copper coins, and once such martial skills appeared in Luoxian City, they would trigger competition among major forces. He had heard that the Xuan family had 3 profound tier martial skills, all obtained from the Wanjin Alliance Chamber of Commerce auction. He also discovered that the wind control palm not only allowed him to control the wind, but also to manipulate the wind to draw objects from the ground to his hands. This way he could directly use this skill to absorb attribute points from the ground without needing to bend down to pick them up. He scanned the cave once more and found no other treasures. Not wanting to linger, he quickly made his way to He noticed traces of the black-bellied snake outside and avoided them, heading in another direction. Now that he was here, he certainly couldn't leave just like this. He had to enhance his strength to a certain level before anything else, at least to have the ability to protect himself. After distancing himself from the cave, he took out a map and glanced at his current location before heading towards a specific direction. This was a place where 1st and 2nd tier demon beasts frequently appeared. Before long, he saw 2 demon beasts injuring each other. He quickly hid his figure behind a large tree to observe the fierce competition between the 2 beasts. The battle between the demon beasts was brutal. They fought desperately, for if they did not, they would be eaten by the other. During the fierce battle, several attribute points dropped. These were 2 2nd-tier demon beasts. One was a mid-level 2nd-tier demon beast, the Crimson Flame Wolf, which could breathe fire, and its flames were highly damaging, making the power of its flames felt from afar. The other was a high-level 2nd-tier demon beast, the Wind Leopard, known for its speed and extreme agility. Without such agility, it would be difficult to contend with the Crimson Flame Wolf. Though the Crimson Flame Wolf was only a mid-level 2nd-tier beast, its combat power was not inferior to that of the Wind Leopard. In fact, the Wind Leopard was wary of the Crimson Flame Wolf's flames and remained on the defensive, not daring to approach. The Crimson Flame Wolf could not sustain its flame attacks indefinitely due to its mid-level 2nd-tier strength, and soon they grappled with each other. Their attacks were simplistic, relying on mutual biting and clawing. But every battle has its victor and loser. After a while, the Crimson Flame Wolf gathered flames and struck the Wind Leopard, injuring its head, and seizing this opportunity, it bit down on the Wind Leopard's neck. At that moment, Xuanning tightened his grip on his weapon, leaped out, and used the flowing cloud sword technique to attack the Crimson Flame Wolf. Puff! Caught completely off guard, the Crimson Flame Wolf was stabbed in the neck by Xuanning's sword. After struggling a few times, it fell dead. Xuanning withdrew his weapon and also killed the Wind Leopard, which was on the brink of death. After defeating the two demon beasts, 2 large attribute points burst forth from the ground. Xuanning happily gathered these attribute points. Cultivation value 80, cultivation value 100, defense 3, fire element resistance 2, fire attribute resistance. Xuanning was quite surprised and opened his attribute list, discovering that there was no fire attribute resistance listed, only an entry for elemental resistance 2. It seems that this fire attribute resistance is indeed the elemental resistance. With it, the damage from elemental attacks will be greatly reduced in the future. Xuanning felt quite satisfied, having already guessed that this attribute resistance was likely related to the Crimson Flame Wolf. As long as the elemental resistance grew stronger, the power of elemental attacks would be significantly diminished. However, it seemed that this elemental resistance could only drop from beasts that possessed elemental damage. After collecting the cultivation points from 2 second-tier beasts, he still couldn't break through his realm. The further he progressed, the more cultivation points he would need. He stabbed the sword into the head of the Wind Leopard beast, and suppressing his nausea, attempted to extract the demon crystal. Unfortunately, he found no crystal, indicating that this type of beast had a very low probability of possessing one. He then smashed open the head of the Crimson Flame Wolf and discovered a crystal emitting a red glow, lustrous like jade and exquisitely beautiful. Suppressing his disgust, he inserted his fingers into the cavity to retrieve the demon crystal, placing it in his palm for careful observation. Is this the demon crystal? It looks like a gemstone and emits a warm sensation. The Crimson Flame Wolf was of the fire attribute, and this fire attribute demon crystal was quite valuable, so he stored it away. Xuanning also collected the bodies of the 2 second-tier beasts. Xuanning glanced at the sky. It was getting late. Staying in the beast forest at night was exceedingly dangerous, with many powerful beasts prowling about. If he remained outside, he would have to be on constant guard for his life. After some contemplation, he decided to return to the city. On the way, Xuanning encountered another beast attack, but his strength had already reached the 2nd level of a martial general. With his profound martial skills and various attribute enhancements, he was confident he could defeat even high-level second-tier beasts. Moreover, the beasts that appeared were only first-tier, which he easily dispatched. Xuanning personally fought these beasts, resulting in more attribute points dropping. Additionally, there were other attribute points to collect in the forest. All the while, he used the wind control palm to gather these points, finding this martial skill extremely useful and convenient. He was either collecting attributes or on the way to collect them. Cultivation points 60, strength 2, beast bloodline 0, 5 speed 0, 3 defense 5. By the time he exited the beast forest, his cultivation points were already sufficient to break through to the next room. Without hesitation, Xuanning began the breakthrough. Breakthrough to the 3rd level of martial general. Breaking through 5 minor realms in a single day would astonish even the most prodigious talents across the continent, leaving them dumbfounded by his extraordinary cultivation speed. No matter how gifted one's cultivation talent was, it couldn't compare to the sheer advantage of having an extraordinary edge. He boasted about his prowess. Upon returning to Luoxian City, he took out the body of a second-tier beast and headed towards a shop in the Xian family that specifically purchased beast bodies. He concealed his face so the people inside did not recognize him. After some negotiation, Xuanning successfully sold the body. Then he visited several other shops that purchased beast bodies and processed all the corpses he had in his space. He had obtained many beast corpses, and selling them separately would prevent drawing attention. Xuanning kept a second-tier Crimson Flame Wolf corpse unsold, as he intended to use it to nourish himself. He changed into a fresh outfit, climbed back over the wall to his residence, and began cleaning the beast body, removing the internal organs. If it weren't for the worry of being interrogated by Xian Lixue, Xuanning would have truly wanted to invite that girl to taste it with him. However, thinking of her cleverness, he knew that if he lied, Xian Lixue would definitely become suspicious. If he wanted to go out hunting later, he might end up with a little tail following him. Xuanning did not wish to be followed by Xian Lixue, so he opted to eat alone. With such a large beast, he cut part of it for stew, part for braising, and part for grilling. After a while, the fragrant food was ready, and he began to feast heartily. The meat of these beasts was tender and delicious, and with the essence of spiritual energy contained within, consuming them provided immense benefits for martial artists and significant advantages for ordinary people. After devouring this meat, Xuanning was filled with countless emotions, ultimately condensing into 2 words: so delicious. After becoming stronger, he found himself particularly capable of eating. However, a whole crimson flame wolf was indeed too large, and he couldn't finish it all at once. After all, this was a beast, and its size was quite considerable. He decided to save the remaining meat for breakfast the next day. Life was too harsh. He could only survive by eating meat at every meal. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he tightly closed the door, ensuring all windows were shut, as well fearing that any secrets might be discovered. After completing all this, Xuanning took out the boxes he obtained in the cave and began to inspect them. Looking at the shimmering pearls, agates, jades, and jewelry, Xuanning appeared very pleased. This was all small change, and although he didn't know exactly how much they were worth, it was the first time he felt like a wealthy person. These items are of no use if kept. They must be exchanged for gold notes for convenience. Xuanning began to carefully open the other boxes. 5 boxes in total: 2 boxes of gold coins, 2 boxes of silver coins, and 1 box of jewelry. Xuanning began to ponder. These items must not be discovered by Ye Qingcheng. Otherwise, knowing Ye Qingcheng's temperament, he would undoubtedly cause him trouble. He currently couldn't deal with the Ye family, so he had to handle these items with caution. Gold and silver coins were easy to manage. He could directly exchange them for gold notes at the royal bank established by the Liuli dynasty. The number of people entering and exiting the royal bank daily was countless. Even the Ye family wouldn't dare to cause trouble there. Only this box of jewelry must not appear in shops under the influence of the 3 major families, or it would be easily discovered. In the entire Luoxian City, the only establishments capable of discreetly acquiring these jewelry without leaving a trace were the 10,000 Gold Alliance and the Feihuang Auction House. Moreover, both of these factions had significant power and were very confidential regarding customer privacy. The headquarters of the 10,000 Gold Alliance is not in the Liuli dynasty. It is said to have been established by merchants from numerous dynasties, with the founders being elders and their shops spread across dozens of countries, boasting immense power. As for the exact location of the headquarters, he was unclear. The 10,000 Gold Alliance is solely focused on business. If these items were sold to them, the price would likely be heavily suppressed. Since he was in dire need of money, Xuanning thought for a moment and decided to sell these items to the Feihuang Auction House. The Feihuang Auction House also had considerable influence and was a local chamber of commerce within the Liuli dynasty. As long as it was a city above the town level within the dynasty, they would have branches there. Looking at the time, it wasn't too late and night was suitable for business. He stealthily left the Xian family again and headed towards the street. The night in Luoxian City was not quiet, it was incredibly beautiful. As a county city, every night the streets would be adorned with bright red lanterns illuminating the pedestrians. Tonight's night sky is quite beautiful, with a crescent moon hanging high above, and the entire sky is adorned with twinkling stars. The streets are bustling with pedestrians, including martial artists, ordinary people, and officials, with men, women, and children all mingling together. On both sides of the street, countless vendors are busy making a living, their faces adorned with smiles, as they cook steaming bowls of street food, all in hopes of earning a few more copper coins. In this world, when consuming such food, there is no need to worry about the presence of gutter oil, Sudan red, or food additives, nor should one be concerned about the health implications of these items. These ingredients are all genuine and authentic. If it weren't for his inability to eat more, Xuanning would definitely savor them. However, the liveliest places in Luoxian City are none other than taverns, tea houses, theaters, and arenas. And the brothels. Xuanning then thought that even without leaving the city, he had places to gain attribute points. However, the gladiatorial arena requires battling others, which poses a greater risk. Nevertheless, Xuanning now has a trump card. He has already learned 3 mid-tier martial techniques along with a land-based trump card and a low-tier Xian technique. He did not wish to use the Xian technique unless absolutely necessary. He opened his attribute list to take a look. Health 34, 10 strength, 68 speed 15, 1 constitution 61, 5 stamina 61, 7 defense 60, 9 spirit 0, 4 elemental resistance, 2 bloodline 30 realm martial general triple heaven cultivation value 79, martial techniques mountain split palm LV2, tsunami fist LV2, flowing clouds swordplay LV2. Wind control palm LV7 with his strength at martial general triple heaven. Along with these additional attribute bonuses and martial techniques, he naturally holds an advantage against enemies of the same realm. His only weakness is that he lacks sufficient combat experience, which he will need to compensate for with his own efforts. To avoid being discovered, he specifically purchased a ring on the street before heading into the Feihuang Auction House and told the beautiful attendant at the counter that he was there to sell something. "Because I have quite a few items, they might not fit here," Xuanning said. The beautiful attendant, seeing Xuanning's attire, immediately understood that he did not wish to reveal his identity. Having encountered many similar individuals, she quickly stepped forward and said, "Esteemed guest, please follow me." Xuanning followed her into a passage and then entered a room. She poured him a cup of tea and said, "Please wait a moment, I will go fetch the appraiser." The young woman then closed the door and left. Xuanning did not wait long. A few minutes later, a plump man resembling someone who had been pregnant for 10 months walked in, his small eyes scrutinizing Xuanning for a moment. He then flashed a smile, clasped his hands in greeting, and introduced himself with a grin. I am Xuan, one of the appraisers at Feihuang Auction House. Sir, whatever items you have, please take them out. Whether for purchase or auction, I will arrange everything for you. Xuanning nodded, and with a flash of light, a large chest appeared before Xuan, piled high with a dazzling array of jewelry, causing Xuan to be quite astonished. Xuan looked curiously at the ring in Xuanning's hand, somewhat surprised that what seemed to be an ordinary ring was actually a spatial ring, which took him by surprise. He never expected that the other party would possess such a large storage ring. That chest was not small, and the spatial ring must be quite valuable. Xuan's expression grew much more respectful. Regardless of how the other party obtained that spatial ring, he needed to maintain sufficient respect. Are you selling all of these? Xuan inquired with his hands clasped. Those in their line of work do not ask about the origins of items, nor do they easily inquire about the identity of the other person. That is someone's privacy. Yes, all of them are for sale. Xuanning intentionally altered his voice, wanting to prevent the other from discovering his true identity. All right, I may need a bit of time. I will certainly offer you a satisfactory price, Xuan said. Xuanning nodded, indicating for him to feel free to assess the items. He genuinely did not know the prices of these things or how much they were worth, but he thought that such a large auction house would not let him suffer too much of a loss. Xuan had people bring in several large tables and called for a young woman to come in with pen and ink. Then, as Xuan took out each piece of jewelry from the chest, he would explain the general situation of each item and state a price, appearing very professional. After finishing, he placed the jewelry on the table while the nearby youth recorded the prices. The prices of these pieces of jewelry were quite good. Even the lowest priced piece could sell for several thousand copper coins, which translates to dozens of gold coins. Some of the higher priced items even reached several hundred gold coins, leaving Xuanning quite astonished, though such high priced jewelry was only a few pieces and not many. Due to the number of items, Xuan drank quite a bit of tea in between and made 2 trips to the restroom. As the jewelry in the chest dwindled, several notable treasures appeared, one of which was an exquisite piece of porcelain. Xuan also exclaimed, "This item is beautifully shaped and has a long history. Even I rarely see such pieces." Xuan thought for a moment and said to Xuanning, "I suggest we auction this piece of porcelain. However, if you don't mind, our auction house is also willing to offer a direct purchase price of 1,000 gold coins. What do you think?" 1,000 gold coins equates to 100,000 copper coins. Regardless of the world, there are always those who appreciate exquisite antiques, but the prices of such antiques are generally not too high. After all, this is a high martial fantasy world, and no antique can compare to powerful techniques, martial arts, or equipment. Then let's auction it off. He wanted to experience the auction himself. Our next auction at Feihuang Auction House will be held 3 days from now at the hour of Chun. You can use this for Xuan handed Xuanning a silver admission ticket. Xuanning nodded and said, "All right." The hour of Chun in this world corresponds to between 7 to 9 in the morning. Afterward, Xuan discovered several more decent antiques from the chest and suggested that Xuanning auction them together. Naturally, Xuanning agreed. Once they finished counting all the items in the chest, Xuan finally wiped the sweat from his brow. There were simply too many items, which was quite uncomfortable for his plump physique. In the end, Xuan had the maid tally all the item prices, with the final total amounting to over 50,000 gold coins. This is no small sum, equivalent to over 500,000 copper coins. Xuanning was naturally very happy. With this gold, he could purchase many things he needed. While 50,000 gold coins may seem like a lot for a martial artist, the consumption is still significant. Perhaps purchasing some better equipment would deplete it quickly. "This is the gold ticket. Please keep it safe." Xuanning agreed to the transaction, and Xuan took out a stack of gold tickets to hand to Xuanning. Xuanning counted them. There were over 500 gold tickets, each with a denomination of 100. 1 gold ticket, 10 silver tickets, 100 copper tickets. The over 500 tickets, each worth 100 gold, amounted to over 500,000 copper coins. After the transaction was completed, Xuanning left his auction information, filling in his name as Xiaoyan. After all, this name was entirely fictitious. Xuanning stepped out of the Feihuang auction house and onto the street, where he purchased a mask from a vendor before heading towards a certain place down the street, soon spotting a gigantic character for money. This is the bank established by the royal family of the Liu dynasty, known as the Royal Bank, which can store and exchange wealth. The Royal Bank has branches throughout the cities of the Liu dynasty, and for large amounts of money, they also provide receipts similar to checks, although the denominations of these receipts are fixed. After arriving here, Xuanning communicated with the staff, and then walked into a room where he took out 2 large chests filled with gold and silver coins. The bank staff were somewhat surprised, although they were accustomed to seeing coins. 2 large chests of coins were still quite a lot. Besides the 3 major families of Luoxian City, it was indeed surprising that someone else possessed so many coins. They did not ask how he acquired the coins, and began counting them, eventually tallying over 10 million copper notes. Converted into gold notes, this amounted to over 100,000 gold notes. He directly exchanged them for gold notes, and did not request their receipts, as such large receipts were not suitable for his use. With over 100,000 gold notes, he only had slightly more than 1,000 notes of denomination 100. With money in hand, he naturally intended to purchase items to enhance his strength, ultimately arriving at the Xuanning Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Regarding cultivation, he decided to pass, thus he did not need to check for pills or techniques. Xuanning arrived at the equipment area ready to choose weapons and armor suited to him. In the Xuanning Continent, weapons and equipment are classified according to 8 qualities: divine, sacred, celestial, earth, mysterious, yellow, human, and mortal. The 3 weapons he had previously obtained were all of common quality. At present, Xuanning's strength was at the 3rd level of the martial general stage, rendering any Xian weapons below human grade unsuitable for him, and he completely looked down upon those low-grade Xian weapons. Xuanning directly walked towards the yellow-grade Xian weapons area. He glanced at the prices of yellow-grade Xian weapons, which started at 100 gold notes and did not exceed 500 gold notes at most. This seemed to be the general price for yellow-grade Xian weapons. Curiously, Xuanning looked at the prices of Xian-grade Xian weapons and discovered that even the lowest-priced Xian-grade Xian weapons started at 1,000 gold notes. The Xuanning Alliance Chamber of Commerce only sold Xian-grade Xian weapons at most. They did not have any earth-grade Xian weapons, since those are extremely precious and typically only appear at auctions. The heads of the 3 major families in Luoxian City each possess 1 or 2 earth-grade Xian weapons, with each weapon priced above 100,000 gold notes. After examining closely, Xuanning rubbed his chin with one hand. At this point, purchasing overly exceptional weapons might draw attention from others. Yellow-grade Xian weapons are clearly universally suitable for all warriors, making them the most appropriate for him. Thus, he purchased a well-designed sword and armor, choosing the best available, spending a total of 100 gold notes, which is equivalent to 100,000 copper notes. Of course, as a precaution, he also purchased a Xian-grade Xian weapon priced at 500 gold notes. A sword he would not use lightly, reserving it as a trump card. After buying enough items, he returned home. However, upon entering his room, he noticed that candles had been lit, putting him on guard. Who could it be? The front door had not been opened. If it were someone sent by Xian Shaoyin, they certainly would not have lit candles. Could it be? With this doubt, Xuanning walked into his room and indeed saw a familiar figure. At this moment, Xian Lishui was sitting on a stool, resting her small head on the table, having fallen asleep. Looking at the sleeping beauty in tranquility, her black eyelashes framed a delicate oval face with a small indentation next to her red lips, making her charming dimple especially captivating when she smiled. This girl, how did she fall asleep here? Xuanning approached Xian Lishui, and a faint fragrance wafted into his nose. He remembered that Xian Lishui particularly liked to plant flowers and was filled with various floral scents. Though still young, Xian Lishui was developing extremely well. In less than 2 years, she would undoubtedly become a beauty. Additionally, her talent was quite impressive, and she was preparing to participate in the disciple assessment of the 5 major sects of the Liuli dynasty in a month. Given her talent, entering one of the 5 major sects would not be difficult, and Xuanning would also participate. He gently supported Xian Lishui's delicate waist with one hand, and her increasingly slender legs with the other, softly cradling her in his arms and placing her on the bed. He removed her shoes and covered her with a blanket, while he himself laid down on the table to sleep. As dawn broke, Xuanning heard footsteps, and upon opening his eyes, he saw Xian Lishui looking at him with her round, sparkling eyes. Then, with a puzzled expression, Xian Lishui asked, "Where did brother Xuanning go last night? Why did you come back so?" "I went out for a stroll and happened to bring you a small gift." Xuanning quickly reached into his pocket and took out a white jade hairpin he had prepared earlier. This hairpin was selected by him from among the jewels, beautifully crafted, and was specifically set aside as a gift for Xian Lishui. Xian Lishui was indeed happy as she took the hairpin, then smiled, her charming dimple and sweet smile truly captivating. However, soon after, Xian Lishui became unhappy, pouting slightly and saying, "Brother Xuanning is too bad going out shopping alone without inviting me." Then Xian Lishui seemed to think of something and said, "Brother Xuanning must have gone out to do something bad, since the door was closed from the inside after you left. When I closed the front door, did you not jump the wall to come in? Besides, how many times have you come here through the front door?" The 2 houses were separated by a wall. Every time Xian Lishui came, she would simply climb over the wall, a trivial matter for someone trained in martial arts. "Anyway, I don't care. You must take me with you next time you go shopping," Xian Lishui quickly said. All right. Xuanning agreed, and only then was she satisfied as she left, climbing over the wall to return to her own courtyard. After having breakfast, Xuanning went to the family's martial arts training ground. Upon seeing the ground, he noticed that many attribute points had fallen, filling him with joy. Xuanning. A group of people looked at Xuanning with astonishment. The old Xuanning would never come here, but ever since the family competition, they knew that the current Xuanning was stronger than most of them. Some even deliberately avoided him upon seeing Xuanning. Those few were Xuan Cai and his companion. Xuanning walked towards those glowing points, and when they saw him approaching, they thought he was going to attack them, and Xuanning began to use the wind mastery technique, causing them to retreat, even further mistakenly believing he was going to strike at them, but he was merely using this technique to pick up the attribute points on the ground. Seeing how frightened they were, Xuanning wondered when he had become so intimidating. Strength 0. 5 cultivation value, 5 health 4. As he approached several larger points of light, 2 individuals blocked his path. Xuanning raised his youthful yet confident head to look at them, showing no fear. These 2 were brothers who were relatively close to Xian Shaodian and were among the older members of their family, both in their 20s. They participated in the examinations of the 5 great sects every year, yet they were eliminated each time. After turning 20, they could no longer enter the 5 great sects and could only remain within the family to assist the Xian family with its affairs. Previously, Xuanning would naturally not have come to the martial arts hall. However, now that he had reached the 3rd level of martial general, he faced them without any trepidation. Besides, he came here to spar with them to enhance his battle experience. Xuanning, don't think that because you achieved a bit of success in the family competition, you can look down on us. You're still far behind us, kid. Xian, who crossed his arms, a sneer on his lips, looking down at Xuanning. Even though Xuanning had secured 2nd place in the recent family competition, Xian, who was already a powerful martial general and had every right to disdain Xuanning. Xuanning, I haven't seen you here before. Since you're here, why not spar with me? Another brother, Xianlong, had eyes like a venomous snake with a hint of a smile that clearly indicated his ulterior motives, clearly intending to bully Xuanning. Upon hearing this, Xuanning directly refused, saying, "You're both at least 5 or 6 years older than me. If I fight you, wouldn't that be a huge disadvantage?" Xianlong took out a bottle of pills, smiled slightly, and said to Xuanning, "This is a bottle of 1st-grade pills containing 10 spirit pills. It's the same medicine you obtained last time. I'm sure you know that each spirit pill is worth 5 gold coins. If you can defeat me, this bottle of pills will be yours." Xuanning smiled inwardly upon hearing this. Since they were practically offering him pills, how could he refuse? Is what you said true? Xuanning acted as if he were tempted, his eyes fixed greedily on the bottle of pills. Seeing Xuanning's expression, Xianlong sneered inwardly, realizing he had taken the bait. Xianlong completely did not consider Xuanning to be his opponent. After teaching Xuanning a lesson this time, he was sure it would please Xian Shaoshan's father, bringing their family one step closer to a higher status. "Then I accept your challenge," Xuanning responded, immediately appearing as if he would go all out for the pills, while in truth, he looked down on those pills. He could cultivate by collecting attributes. To him, those pills were merely candy. "Good," Xianlong exclaimed, his smile betraying no hidden intentions. This time he was determined to teach Xuanning a proper lesson, making him realize the vast difference between a martial soldier and a martial general. The young members of the Xian family stepped down from the martial arts arena after seeing the 2 sides preparing for battle, allowing them ample space to fight. They looked at the young man on the stage with mocking expressions, sighing. This Xuanning, though he achieved 2nd place in the family competition, no matter how strong he is no match for Xianlong. Although spirit pills are good, thinking he can defeat Xianlong is nothing but a dream. I thought that kid was somewhat clever, yet he agreed to such an unequal contest. They are clearly mismatched in strength, and yet he insists on accepting. Isn't he just asking for trouble? I estimate he doesn't even understand the gap between a martial general and a martial soldier. He truly believes that because he performed well in the family competition, he can defeat Xianlong. Xianlong is already 21 years old, stronger than his brother Xian, who is already a 1st-level martial general. Xianlong's strength must be at least above the 2nd level of martial general. What is Xuanning thinking? Listening to the praises from those below the arena only raised Xianlong's spirits further. Regardless, Xuanning had already agreed to the duel, and even if he were to regret it now, Xianlong would not let him off easily. "Don't worry, my younger brother Xuanning, I won't be too harsh. I just want you to understand the gap between a martial soldier and a martial general." Though he said this, whether or not he would go all out was known only to Xianlong. Having found such a good opportunity, if he didn't leave Xuanning lying down for 10 days or half a month, it wouldn't be his style. In contrast, Xuanning expected to see fear on his opponent's face, but the reality completely took everyone by surprise. They saw not a shred of fear on Xuanning's face, instead he appeared eager. Frowning, Xianlong pondered whether Xuanning truly had confidence, or if there were other reasons. Since the duel had begun, he wanted to see this guy's true strength. During the family competition, he hadn't discerned Xuanning's true capabilities. According to Xianlong's assumption, Xuanning's strength was at most around the 7th level of martial soldier. Even if he was at the 9th level, he was still absolutely no match for him. Clenching his fists, Xianlong's eyes turned sinister, but he reminded Xuanning, let me see your true. With that, Xianlong narrowed his eyes and unleashed the formidable power characteristic of a martial general. Clenching his fists, he produced a series of cracking sounds as he charged towards Xuanning step by step. Xianlong showed no mercy simply because Xuanning was from his own clan. His stance clearly indicated that he intended to severely injure Xuanning, causing several young members below to feel fear. A martial general is simply not someone a martial soldier can resist, and Xuanning was bound to suffer greatly. Xuanning naturally sensed the ferocity of his opponent's attack. Since that was the case, he had no need to hold back. With a cold glint in his eyes, he raised his palm to form a fist and stomped one foot on the ground, leaping fiercely towards Xianlong to deliver a punch. Bang! The strength of a third-level martial general combined with an additional boost in power made Xuanning's punch immensely powerful, colliding fiercely with Xianlong's fist. Under the impact of Xuanning's formidable strength, Xianlong felt a terrifying force strike his fist. Then with a loud crack, the arm he used to attack, Xuanning emitted a crisp sound. Xianlong cried out in agony, retreating continuously and clutching his injured arm with one blow. His arm was dislocated by his opponent. The sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. They looked at Xuanning, who was in a disadvantageous position, and instead of being defeated by Xianlong, he had actually injured him with a single punch. Hearing Xianlong's cry of pain, everyone looked at Xuanning with incredulous eyes, having trouble believing that the one who defeated the 21-year-old martial general Xianlong was merely 15. The entire arena was stunned. Even the injured Xianlong looked as if he had seen a ghost, unable to comprehend that Xuanning had actually defeated him. Just one move. He was a bona fide martial general, yet he was defeated by Xuanning in a single strike. Big brother. Xian, who standing below, was also stunned before quickly regaining his composure and leaping onto the martial arts hall, rushing to Xianlong's side. Big brother, are you okay? My arm is dislocated, it hurts a lot. Cold sweat kept dripping down Xianlong's forehead as he gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on Xuanning, still unwilling to believe that all this pain was caused by him. Seeing his brother in such pain, a surge of anger filled Xianhu's mind. He clenched his fists, making a cracking sound, and glared at Xuanning, raising his fist and declaring, Xuanning, I will make you pay for this. Xianhu, stop. You are no match for him. Xianlong, enduring the pain, stretched out his uninjured arm and tightly grabbed Xianhu's arm, preventing him from acting impulsively. He had been defeated by just one move from his opponent, and there was no way Xianhu, who was only at the first level of martial general, could win. After hearing this, Xianhu calmed down, released his fists, and turned to his brother, saying, Brother, let me take you to Dr. Zhang for treatment. Okay, Xianlong nodded in response. Wait. Xuanning called out to them, stepping forward and extending a hand, give me the pills. Don't bully me too much, I Xianhu am not afraid of you. Xianhu, already hot-tempered, felt his anger rekindle upon hearing Xuanning's words, his face turning red as he wanted to rush forward and beat Xuanning. Xianlong grabbed Xianhu's shoulder again, stopping him from acting recklessly, and said, I am outmatched, there is nothing more to say. I Xianlong am not someone who breaks promises. After saying this, Xianlong took out a bottle of first-grade spirit pills from his pocket, glanced at it with some reluctance, and then tossed it to Xuanning, saying, Here. Elder brother. Xianhu was very unwilling to give the pills to Xuanning, glaring angrily at his brother. Although this pill was not particularly precious, he still did not want to give it away so easily. Let's go. Xianlong, fearing Xian, who might act, knew this younger brother could be too stubborn at times. With Xuanning's strength, he did not want to see his brother meet the same fate as himself. Seeing his brother in such pain, Xianhu had no choice but to help him to the family doctor within the Xuan clan for treatment. Xuanning looked around, many people's gazes faltered, not daring to meet his eyes. However, some younger members of the Xuan family looked at Xuanning with eyes full of admiration. As for Xuan Caiyong and the others, they had already started to sneak away, fearing Xuanning's retaliation. Xuanning's lips curled up, revealing a confident smile. With a wave of his hand, he collected the attribute points lying on the ground. Defense 8, Xuanning leaned back with his hands behind his head, departing with a relaxed stride. At this moment, he had become the pride of the Xuan family, no longer the useless person he once was. This matter quickly spread among the members of the Xuan clan, leaving everyone stunned. Xuanning had actually defeated Xianlong, a martial general of the second level, in a single move. After leaving the Xuan family, Xuanning headed straight to the streets. Unluckily, he spotted Ye Qingcheng leading a group of people rushing towards the city outskirts. This guy is surprisingly lucky, Xuanning thought, somewhat taken aback. Such a weakling had managed to survive, likely thanks to his subordinates risking their lives to save him. Ye Qingcheng's group was large, with at least 100 people, creating a grand spectacle. Upon seeing them, the surrounding people changed their expressions and quickly cleared the street to let them pass. Xuanning observed and knew they were definitely heading to the treasure entrance from yesterday. Just thinking about how Ye Qingcheng and the others would react upon finding the cave empty made him unable to suppress a smug smile. Xuanning stood aside, There was no need to clash with this guy now, especially since he had already won a round. Suddenly, a vine ball flew from an alley towards Ye, hitting him squarely on the head. A few 5- or 6-year-old kids ran joyfully out of the alley wanting to retrieve the vine ball, but upon seeing Ye and his group, they were so frightened that they froze. Ye, momentarily stunned by the impact of the vine ball, quickly turned pale, then his face darkened with rage. His eyes glared at the vine ball on the ground as he stomped on it, crushing it underfoot in a fit of anger. His eyes blazing with fury, Ye pointed at the few frightened kids and shouted, "Damn brats, how dare you attack me? Come here, I'll break your legs." One of the nearby guards, feeling a bit hesitant, said to Ye, "Young master, they are just a few kids. How about I teach them a lesson instead of breaking their legs?" Upon hearing this, Ye's anger intensified. He mercilessly extended his hand and slapped the guard. The guard was left with a palm print on his face, but dared not raise his head, covering his face and looking down. "Are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" Ye glared at the guard. The other guards sneered at the punished guard, then feigned anger, cupping their hands towards Ye and saying, "Young master, this guy actually dared to defy your orders. Well done, well done. They even dared to attack you, a noble young master. Killing them would not be too much. Exactly, they are just lowly brats. They'll go fetch them for you so you can break their legs yourself. How could someone of your status allow these commoners to attack you? We will avenge you right away." Hearing the flattery from the guards, Ye's mood improved slightly. He said, "You all are quite good. From now on, stay by my side." "Thank you, young master Ye. Thank you, young master Ye." The guards exchanged smiles, then approached the bewildered kids with unfriendly expressions. The surrounding people witnessing this scene felt a pang of sympathy, but knew that the Ye family was one of the 3 major families in Luoxian City and the foremost family at that. They were just ordinary people, too afraid to offend him. They could only stifle their anger, sighing for the bad luck of the kids. Xuanning felt anger rising within him upon witnessing this scene. After all, they were just a few reckless kids. To think they would have their legs broken just for being hit by a vine ball was truly despicable. Xuanning clenched his fists. Although he was not a good person, he would never stand by and do nothing. If he watched those 3 kids have their legs broken by Ye, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. He quickly concealed himself, covering his entire head with cloth, making it harder for them to recognize his true identity. The 3 Ye family guards looked at the trio of kids retreating in fear, sneering, "Kids, it's your bad luck to have kicked the ball that angered our young master Ye." Well, the 3 kids were just that, kids. Seeing the 3 fierce-looking men approaching, they were so scared they forgot to run and began to cry aloud. Just as the 3 were about to grab the kids, Xuanning burst out, kicking one of the guards away, then clenched his fists and took down the other 2. He quickly shouted to the 3 kids, "Run. He'll hold them off. Brother, be careful." The kids finally reacted and began to flee, not forgetting to remind him as they left. The people around breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the 3 little ghosts being rescued, secretly praising Xuanning for his admirable deed. However, upon noticing Ye's large entourage, they began to worry for Xuanning. After all, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands, and with so many people on the opposing side, Xuanning was likely to face dire consequences. His tall and heroic figure pleased many, but they were increasingly concerned about his predicament. Ye, upon seeing someone daring to meddle in his affairs in Luoxian City, felt his expression dark. "Come on, capture that guy for me. I want him to pay." Ye furrowed his brows, pointing angrily at the righteous. Hearing this, Ye's guards quickly advanced, drawing their weapons and charging menacingly at Xuanning. The 3 little ghosts had not run far. If they fled now, they would likely be captured again by Ye's men. Thus, Xuanning chose not to flee, waiting for the others to approach. Although he couldn't take on so many opponents, he still had the strength to defend himself. Seeing the group charging toward him, Xuanning felt a bit nervous. After all, his combat experience was limited, especially when facing so many enemies. However, he would never back down. A true man must act when the time calls for it. Xuanning drew a profound grade long sword he had purchased yesterday and unleashed the flowing cloud sword technique, thrusting at the foremost opponent. Xuanning's strength was formidable. Before the opponent could react, he was pierced by Xuanning's sword, causing an attribute point to drop. But soon after, Xuanning was surrounded with over 10 weapons coming down upon him. He inhaled deeply, grasping the attribute point in his hand. Health 50. Subsequently, Xuanning leaped into the air, performing several flips, and escaped the encirclement. Sensing the sound of air being sliced behind him, Xuanning tightened his grip on his weapon, turning to block the incoming attack. With a crash, he successfully deflected the attack and kicked the assailant, sending him crashing into several others. Xuanning could not afford to be surrounded. There were simply too many opponents, including dozens of powerful warriors. A prolonged fight would be extremely disadvantageous for him. He noticed a weapon that had fallen at his feet. With a swift motion, he kicked it into the air, then with a fierce kick, sent the long sword flying toward Ye. Ding! A powerful warrior beside Ye quickly drew his weapon and slashed, cutting the sword aimed at Ye in half. Ye was startled, completely caught off guard. He He never expected that someone would dare to attack him in this situation. If not for his strong companions, he might have been killed, which was utterly infuriating. Ye Wux's anger was instantly ignited by Xuanning, and he roared, "Everyone attack. I will tear him up." Once again, dozens of followers surged towards Xuanning, though some remained stationary. Seeing Ye Wux's agitated expression, Xuanning chuckled to himself, then leaped onto a rooftop and began to flee into the distance. Since the enemy was directing all their wrath at him, he felt reassured. Now he only needed to focus on it. Ye Wux's guards immediately began pursuing Xuanning, each jumping onto the rooftops to chase him down. In an unknown situation, Xuanning was not afraid of these men. He dodged several attacks, and with a punch and 2 kicks knocked 3 of them off the roof. However, he soon sensed danger. Lowering his body, he saw a long knife slicing down from above. Xuanning raised his long sword to counter and launched an attack with the flowing cloud sword technique. The opponent continually retreated, frowning in anger, and shouted, "Kid, who are you? How do you know the flowing cloud sword technique?" The flowing cloud sword technique belongs to the Ye family. Seeing Xuanning wield it naturally piqued his curiosity, but Xuanning did not respond. He was not foolish enough to reveal his voice. After repelling the opponent, he swiftly began to flee across the rooftops. "Chase him." Ye Wux, furious upon losing sight of Xuanning, turned to his companions and demanded, "Why aren't you going after him?" "Young master, if we leave, what if that guy turns back to find you?" "The Lord has instructed us to ensure your safety," replied one of the powerful warriors. Upon hearing this, Ye Wux realized the truth in their words and said no more. "Young master, are we still heading outside the city today?" another asked. Ye Wux recalled his purpose for the day, but was dismayed that his plans had been ruined by that. With that thought, Ye Wux's expression darkened further. Ye Wux glanced at the 10 or so people beside him, most of whom were powerful warriors, including 2 martial masters sent by his father to protect him. Even if they encountered the black-bellied unicorn from yesterday, they could still defeat it. Ye Wux then turned to a shifty-eyed man and said, "Hikuei, I leave this matter to you. Make sure to capture that bastard for me. When I return, I will tear him apart." Hikuei's eyes lit up with a smile as he quickly replied, "Rest assured, young master. Even if I have to turn Luoxian City upside down, I will definitely bring him to you." Ye Wux nodded in satisfaction, saying, "If you need more manpower, just go back and call. I don't believe that bastard can escape." With that, he waved his hand and commanded, "Let's go. Wishing you a smooth journey, young master." Hikuei quickly nodded and bowed. Meanwhile, Xuanning was fleeing using the obstacles of the streets combined with his speed enhancement, quickly shaking off most of his pursuers. However, a few powerful warriors above the 5th layer were still closely tailing him. Xuanning arrived at a bustling street filled with people and vendors, making it easy to evade those following. However, the strength of those behind him was considerable and their speed was fast. Although Xuanning managed to shake off a few, one still closely followed him. "I can't keep this up, so I need to find a way to lose him." Arriving at a secluded area, Xuanning spotted a uniquely styled manor and leaped inside, without caring whose it was. Once inside the manor, Xuanning glanced at the distant houses and ran directly into a room. However, looking at the layout, it seemed to be a woman's boudoir. Just as Xuanning was about to leave, he heard footsteps outside. To avoid being discovered, he looked around and then gazed up at the eaves. With a powerful push, Xuanning jumped onto the roof, eaves crouching down to hide. "Wait for me to change clothes before coming out. You all stay outside." A melodious voice echoed, sweet and delightful. "Understood." The door opened, and from above, Xuanning saw a beautifully dressed young girl entering the room. She walked over to a cabinet where clothes were kept and began selecting outfits. With a smile on her face, the young girl found a dress she liked and began to change out of her clothes. Upon seeing this, Xuanning sighed inwardly. "Do not look at what is improper." Xuanning had to admit that this girl was exceptionally charming and adorable, especially with her snow-white skin like jade, flawless and exquisite, which stirred a great impulse within him. A small thought even crossed his mind. "Who are you? Help! Someone has broken into the residence." Suddenly, the voices of 2 maidservants shouting from outside broke the silence. Zhou Yuyao was also startled and quickly covered herself with her clothes, then anxiously asked, "Xiachan Dong, Shui, what's happening outside?" "Miss, 3 outsiders have broken in, claiming to be chasing a killer," Xiachan quickly replied. Zhou Yuyao hurriedly dressed, her face slightly displeased. This unexpected interruption disappointed Xuanning, who thought how beautiful the scene was, only to be disrupted by those ruffians. Zhou Yuyao opened the door with a cold expression and looked at the 3 fierce-looking individuals who were now surrounded by her people. "You have some nerve capturing a killer right in my residence." Zhou Yuyao was truly angry, not expecting anyone would dare intrude upon her home. The trio were unaware of whose estate they had entered, but as members of the Ye family, they were used to being arrogant and overbearing. They were surprised to see such an exquisite beauty in Luoxian City. "You know, if we offer this girl to young Master Yi, he should be quite pleased." One of the scar-faced men grinned wickedly. "That makes sense. Young Master Yi loves beautiful women, and this one is truly pure and lovely. Just the other two agreed, knowing that once young Master Yi grew tired of her, she would be given to them as a reward. They had done this many times before and were naturally bold. Damn ruffians, they are so audacious. Capture her and deliver her to my father for punishment. The three spoke without reservation, causing Zhou Yuyo's expression to darken, but as a noble lady, she rarely used harsh language. Xiachan and Dong Shui were also extremely angry. How could anyone be so bold as to target their mistress? Yes, miss. A group of people charged at the three attackers, but unfortunately their cultivation levels were too low. None were even at the martial general stage, the highest being merely at the 9th level of martial soldier. Such strength was clearly insufficient against 3 martial generals. Miss, they keep mentioning young Master Yi. Are they from the Yi family? Xiachan asked Zhou Yuyao. I've heard that the Yi family is incredibly arrogant, but I never expected them to be so bold as to target our mistress. Dong Shui was equally furious. Zhou Yuyao, seeing how vulnerable her guards were, took out a bamboo tube-like item and pulled it towards the sky. A firework exploded in the air, seemingly a signal for help. This woman is signaling for help. The three were surprised by the sight, not expecting the girl to have such a means. No turning back now. Oh, regardless of this woman's identity, we will kill everyone else, and no one will know. Seeing the situation, the three hardened their resolve to take Zhou Yuyao away before her reinforcements arrived. Those 2 maidservants will do as well, take them too. Another one looked at Xiachan and Dong Shui, his lustful intentions growing. This made the 2 maidens feel frightened, not expecting their opponents to be so brazen. They quickly rushed to Zhou Yuyo's side, saying, Miss, we must hurry, these 3 have gone mad. All right. Zhou Yuyao nodded and began to escape with her 2 maidservants. Don't let them escape. The scar-faced man rushed after the 3 women. Xuanning saw that if he allowed the enemy to succeed because of him resulting in the girl being captured, his guilt would. If such a pure and lovely girl fell into the hands of Yi Bufan, one could only imagine the dire consequences. Without hesitation, he jumped down from the eaves and charged at the scar-faced man resolutely, using his profound martial skill, the wind control palm. Xuanning poured all his strength into this move, channeling all his power into his palm, and a fierce wind began to gather within it. Even though he had not yet reached the martial master stage, the wind elemental energy brought forth by his profound martial skill could still invoke powerful wind elements. A violent energy converged in Xuanning's hand and violently struck towards the scar-faced man. Bang! Xuanning moved with incredible speed, and taking the enemy by surprise, the scar-faced man did not anticipate Xuanning's sudden appearance. In a moment of crisis, he shifted his body slightly, but Xuanning's palm still landed heavily on his shoulder, causing him to spit out blood and fall backward. The other 2 were taken aback and rushed to the scar-faced man's side after killing a few people, asking, Scarface, are you? Damn it, this kid ambushed me. I got a bit hurt. If it weren't for my quick reflexes and my armor, I would either be dead or severely injured. The scar-faced man glared at Xuanning like a wounded beast filled with rage. Don't worry, we will definitely avenge you. The other 2 quickly responded. Then the scar-faced man viciously glared at Xuanning and said, Kid, I knew you were hiding here. Today not only will you die, but all these people will also die as your companions in death. Even those 3 women will become our playthings. I will make sure you witness how we torment them to death, so you understand how severe the consequences of offending us can be. Xiachan, upon hearing this, angrily retorted, Do you even know who our mistress is? Our mistress is the youngest daughter of the city lord. If you dare touch her, even the Yi family cannot protect you. The daughter of city lord, Zhou Tiance. The 3 were instantly shocked, not expecting their opponent to be the city lord's daughter. I heard that Zhou Tiance's youngest daughter is at odds with her stepmother and cannot cultivate. I didn't expect her to live here. I heard she was driven out by her stepmother. It seems she has little standing in the city lord's residence. After all, she is still the city lord's daughter. If her father finds out, we might not survive this. So let's just act. We must act quickly. That woman just sent a distress signal, and thankfully there is still quite a distance to the city lord's residence. They exchanged glances, their eyes turning even more ruthless, revealing an expression that indicated they must kill. This is bad. They have developed a murderous intent. You all run quickly, or I will hold them off. Xuanning did not expect the enemy to be so ruthless. Knowing their identity, he had no intention of letting them go. They truly were arrogant to the extreme, underestimating even a few guards of the Yi family, daring to disregard the city lord's daughter. Zhou Yuyo's face was filled with worry after hearing Xuanning's words, and she looked at Xuanning and asked, What will you do? Xuanning was surprised by Zhou Yuyo's kindness. Even at this moment, she still cared for her. Although Xuanning found her somewhat adorably foolish, a woman so affectionate and righteous who still remembered to care for others, even knowing that Scar and his group intended to harm her, was indeed a rare and admirable woman, especially since they were complete strangers. Don't worry, as long as you escape, they won't be able to do anything to me. Xuanning quickly replied. Miss, hurry and go. Xiachan and Dong Shui urged. Just be careful yourself. Zhou Yuyao reminded Xuanning before she began to flee, realizing her own. Xuanning charged towards the three, wanting to take advantage of Zhou Yuyao's subordinates, assisting her to buy time. As long as reinforcements arrived, they would be safe. While rushing forward, Xuanning also utilized the Wind Mastery Palm to pick up the attribute points on the ground. Cultivation value 50, cultivation value 10, health 17, strength 1. Xuanning did not expect that her previous martial technique had failed to kill Scar. The reason was that her strength was still too weak to unleash the full power of the Xian-level martial arts. Moreover, Scar was the strongest among the three, possessing the strength of a 7th-layer martial general, and was protected by a heart shield which allowed him to escape calamity. However, Scar was definitely severely injured, and his movements had noticeably slowed. Xuanning planned to eliminate him first before dealing with the other two, but the other two had rich combat experience and gave her no opportunities. Xuanning held her sword in her right hand, using the Wind Mastery Palm to gather attribute points, with her left engaging in combat with the two, using the Flowing Cloud Sword technique. Both opponents were 5th-layer martial generals and lacked advanced martial skills, so their strength could only be considered average. Xuanning was only 2 realms below them, plus she had additional attribute bonuses, so in a Aniantuo situation, she did not appear to be at a significant disadvantage. The three were in a rush. If the time dragged on too long, they might truly have to escape from Luoxian City. Scar, seeing that his two brothers couldn't take down Xuanning for so long, and dragging his injuries, also began to join in the siege against her. The three's attacks were fierce. Xuanning held her sword with one hand, retreating while fighting. Scar did not possess advanced martial skills either. Like him, all three were using the Flowing Cloud Sword technique. Facing the trio's attacks, Xuanning felt the pressure mounting. Fortunately, none of Zhou Yuyao's subordinates had fled, slightly alleviating her burden, but their strength was too weak, and only 3 remained. They probably wouldn't last much longer. Flowing Cloud Sword technique 1. Xuanning's left hand suddenly picked up the Flowing Cloud Sword technique, and she immediately used it. Flowing Cloud Sword technique skill level 1. Suddenly, Xuanning's understanding of the Flowing Cloud Sword technique reached a new level. This skill had upgraded from a medium-grade human tier to a superior-grade human tier. Xuanning's sword technique became even more formidable, astonishing the three. How can this kid's Flowing Cloud Sword technique be so powerful? Who knows, we need to kill him quickly, or we'll have to run. The three appeared very anxious. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable it became for them. However, Xuanning did not engage them in fighting while retreating. With the enemy's speed being too fast, they wanted to kill her, but she left them no chance. If Scar had not been injured, he could have caught up to Xuanning, but he was severely wounded. He had only pretended to say he was lightly injured before. Zhou Yuyao's 3 subordinates were completely killed by Scar, allowing them to focus all their attacks on Xuanning. Kid, surrender, so we won't have to torture you, Scar said. While running toward the attribute light points, Xuanning dodged the attacks of the three, sneering, "I think it's you guys who should run. By now I estimate they have already fled far away. Kid, I forgot to tell you, our people are already blocking the entrance. I told them not to let anyone escape. Ooh, I estimate they can't even get to the entrance." As Scar spoke, he aimed to disturb Xuanning's mind, hoping for an opportunity to kill her. Xuanning indeed hadn't expected Scar to have reinforcements, but she quickly laughed. "As long as I hold you up, their reinforcements will arrive, and then none of you will escape. The City Lord's mansion is still far from here. They won't reach in less than half an hour. It's only been a short while, enough for us to kill you." Scar remained unconcerned. Cultivation value 20, cultivation value 12, strength 2. Then Xuanning discovered that she could elevate her realm again, and without hesitation, she began to do so. Realm upgraded to 4th layer martial general. She felt a powerful sensation within her body once more. At this moment, Xuanning's strength had increased again. However, it was impossible to break through further, as there were only a few attribute points left on the ground. After the realm upgrade, Xuanning's power rose again. Even when facing the three directly, she was unafraid. The three were increasingly shocked, wondering how this guy's strength had increased again. Scar's face darkened as he said to one of his companions, "Hurry and call in the ones at the door and capture those 3 women as well." Upon hearing this, Xuanning knew that Scar wanted to use those 3 women to threaten her. Unless she did not care about their safety at all, she would undoubtedly be restrained by them. "All right." The man smiled slightly upon hearing this, understanding Scar's intention, and turned to chase after the direction the 3 women had left. "Don't let them go." Xuanning couldn't comply with their wishes. Gathering powerful energy in her left hand, a gust of wind reappeared, and she once again used the low-grade, Xian-level martial technique, the Wind Mastery Palm, launching an attack at the opponent. However, Scar coldly laughed, directly picking up a large rock from the ground and throwing it at Xuanning. "Kid, I've been prepared for you." Bang! Xuanning's expression changed as she realized that Scar had been on guard against her all along. She could only redirect her attack toward the rock, shattering it into pieces. But Xuanning reacted quickly. At the moment she shattered the stone, she utilized the power of the wind mastery palm to draw a few fragments toward her, quickly grasping them and using all her strength to throw them at the back of the man trying to escape. Oh! The stones shattered the man's head and he fell down. Xuanning completed her counterattack, leaving Scar and the others dumbfounded. Old Snake. Scar and the other man could hardly believe the sudden turn of events. After seeing their companion killed, they knew it would be difficult to deal with Xuanning and quickly grabbed their companion's shoulders, saying, "Let's go." The two left without hesitation, decisively, leaving Xuanning no opportunity. Although she wanted to stop them, they moved extremely quickly, and with others still around, she hurried to find Zhou Yuyao for her safety. Indeed, she found the three women surrounded at the entrance, unable to leave. Xuanning took a step forward, leaped with force, performed a somersault, and landed steadily next to the besieged Zhou Yuyao, then said, "Stay behind me, I will protect you all." Seeing that it was Xuanning, the three women sighed in relief. Zhou Yuyao, feeling somewhat anxious, grabbed Xuanning's left hand and said, "You must be careful, there are too many of them." At that moment a shadow rushed in from outside, waving a hand and unleashing a powerful torrent of earthy energy that surged toward the encircled crowd. Those people were struck by the terrifying energy, letting out a scream before collapsing to the ground. As the individual unleashed several more waves of energy, the surrounding people were casually dispatched, but two individuals remained alive, albeit severely injured. What audacity! How dare you even touch the daughter of Zhou Tianzi? Zhou Tianzi frowned deeply, filled with rage. He unleashed a forceful pull with his hands, seizing the two injured individuals by their throats, and coldly asked, "Tell me who sent you." The two, struggling and turning red in the face, hurriedly replied, "We are from the Ye family and had no idea she was your daughter. If we had known, even with 10 times the courage, we wouldn't have dared to offend." Outside, a group of armored soldiers wielding icy blades rushed in, all wearing standardized gear, clearly well-trained troops from the Lord's Manor. Hearing this, Zhou Tianzi's face turned furious as he casually tossed the two individuals to the ground, exclaiming, "What a bold Ye family, daring even to touch my daughter. They truly are audacious. Do they think Zhou Tianzi is easy to bully?" Zhou Tianzi clenched his fists. The sound of cracking echoed as he waved a hand and turned, saying, "Bind them and collect the bodies. I demand an explanation from the Ye family." "Yes." The soldiers quickly stepped forward, apprehending the two and beginning to clear the bodies. "Father, you finally arrived. If you had come a moment later, my life would have been in peril." Seeing Zhou Tianzi, Zhou Yuyao finally felt at ease, then looked at her father with a face full of grievance. Zhou Tianzi quickly suppressed his anger and rushed to his daughter, adopting a concerned expression, and said, "Daughter, it is my fault for taking so long to arrive. Are you all right?" Then Zhou Tianzi looked at the masked Xuanning, tearing off the cloth covering his face, and sternly asked, "Who?" "Father, don't harm him, he saved me," Zhou Yuyao hurriedly said, glancing at Xuanning, surprised to find him so. Zhou Tianzi naturally understood that Xuanning meant no harm to his daughter, otherwise he would have slapped him earlier. However, Zhou Tianzi raised an eyebrow, looking at his daughter, and said sternly, "There is no danger now, why are you still holding his hand? You are a lady, this is quite inappropriate." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuyao quickly lowered her head and realized she was still tightly holding Xuanning's hand. Her face flushed red, and she hurriedly released it, shyly brushing her hair in front of her chest, saying, "Too was just too scared before." Zhou Tianzi looked tenderly at his daughter before turning his gaze to Xuanning, feeling a surge of anger at the thought of his daughter having held that hand. He pushed Xuanning away and stood beside his daughter, then asked, "What are you doing here covering your face? What are your intentions?" Xuanning felt the pressure coming from Zhou Tianzi and quickly replied respectfully, "My name is Xuanning. I only intervened because I could not stand by while the Ye family bullied a few children on the street, and I ended up fleeing here." Given Zhou Tianzi's strength, investigating this matter wouldn't be difficult, and Xuanning saw no need to hide, so he spoke the truth. Zhou Tianzi's face darkened with anger, his aura intensifying, and he said, "So you brought these people here. You have quite the audacity to scare my daughter. How should I deal with you?" "My lord, you don't know." Zhou Yuyao quickly covered Xia Chan's mouth with her jade hand upon hearing her about to reveal what happened earlier. If her father knew that Xuanning had been hiding in her room, he would surely kill him without hesitation. Seeing her father's questioning gaze, she quickly explained, "Father, it's nothing but just that there were 3 ruffians from the Ye family earlier, and they said." Zhou Yuyao, being a well-bred young lady, felt embarrassed to say those words. After that, she fell silent, her expression filled with grievance that would tug at anyone's heartstrings. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianzi roughly understood what had transpired. His anger flared even more. Had it not been for his daughter being present, he would have already exploded with rage. He thought to himself that those individuals must pay a price, and the Ye family must apologize properly, or he would never let it slide, especially since they had dared to touch his daughter. Feeling distressed for his daughter, Zhou Tianzi rushed forward and embraced Zhou Yuyao, saying, "Yaoer, I know now it is my fault for not protecting you well. In the future, I will hire several powerful individuals to guard you. Daughter doesn't blame father, it's just that daughter didn't want those people in the manor to protect her, Zhou Yuyao quickly replied. Lord, the bodies have been completely dealt with. A soldier reported to Zhou Tianzi with cupped hands. Behind him, 2 soldiers carried out a corpse, and Zhou Tianzi looked at it and asked, Qian Ke, who is this guy? Reporting to the Lord, this person is a guard from the Ye family named Zhang, she also known as the Viper. He is a strong warrior at the 5th level of the martial general realm, Qian Ke quickly answered. 5th level of the martial general realm. Are you sure? Zhou Tianzi asked in surprise, looking at Xuanning and then at the lifeless Zhang Shi. I saw him in action not long ago, there can be no mistake, Qian Ke replied confidently. Zhou Tianzi was visibly surprised, turning his gaze to Xuanning asking, Your name is Xuanning. I heard recently about the family competition of the Xuan family, and someone named Xuanning took 2nd place. That must be you, right? Xuanning nodded and replied, I am Xuanning, greetings to the Lord. Zhou Tianzi then inquired, Did you? It was just luck, Xuanning replied. Luck? Zhou Tianzi thought to himself, laughing inwardly. Killing a 5th level martial general is hardly mere luck, he was not so easily deceived. The reason he had heard of Xuanning's name was primarily due to the fact that Xuanning had previously been labeled a waste. However, during this family competition, he astonished everyone, directly becoming the 2nd in the family. With Xuanning's current strength, winning 1st place in the family competition would certainly not be a difficult task. At just 16 years old, he advanced to the rank of martial general and possessed the power to slay a martial general at the 5th level. In the entire Luoxian City, aside from Ye families, Ye Qingcheng, no one could match him. During the Xuan family's competition, it was clear that Xuanning had deliberately lost. With this thought, Zhou Tianzi's curiosity about Xuanning intensified. This kid was quite good at hiding. For over a decade, he had been called a waste without revealing any hint of his true abilities. If it weren't for the Xuan family announcing his expulsion, his strength might still remain unknown. This matter was ultimately caused by you. Oh, it can't just end like this. I want to see what kind of explanation the Xuan family will provide. As Zhou Tianzi spoke, he began to approach Xuanning. This matter was my fault, you can say whatever you want. There's no need to go to the Xuan family, right? Xuanning was aware of his own fault and quickly retreated. The city lord's strength was at least that of a martial sovereign, and Xuanning knew he was definitely no match for him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuyao hurriedly stood in front of Xuanning, blocking her father. She said, Father, I am fine now. Please do not hold this against him. Besides, if it weren't for him, I might not have been able to see you again. This matter was instigated by him. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened, Zhou Tianzi asserted, but Zhou Tianzi fell into contemplation, stroking his chin, seemingly pondering how to handle the situation. Suddenly, he addressed Xuanning. How about this? If you agree to protect my daughter for half a year, I will let you go. How does that sound? Xuanning was taken aback. He never expected the city lord would say such a thing. What? You're unwilling? This matter was brought upon you. It's already lucky I haven't beaten you up, and I'm even giving you a chance for redemption. Zhou Tianzi immediately became furious and his aura subtly shifted. Xuanning realized that this matter was indeed his fault, and offending the city lord was not a wise move. He was unwilling for this incident to involve the Xuan family. Knowing Xian Kuang's character, if he found out about this, he would definitely seize the opportunity to make things difficult for him. Of course, I have no problem protecting your daughter, but I will soon participate in the trials of the 5 great immortal sects, so I might not be able to protect her for half a year. Then protect her until you participate in the immortal sect trials. After all, there's still some time before the trials. Zhou Tianzi understood the importance of the 5 great immortal sects trials for martial practitioners, and naturally would not delay Xuanning's future. Father, isn't this too harsh on Xuanning? This is settled, then this way it counts as his redemption. He has already agreed, and during this time I will find suitable experts to protect you. Zhou Tianzi certainly had his own considerations. Seeing her father like this, Zhou Yuyao had no good way to respond, and could only apologize to Xuanning, saying, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Zhou Yuyao was indeed too kind. This matter was clearly instigated by him. He should be the one apologizing. Yet Zhou Yuyao was always considering him. It must be said that such women are incredibly rare in this world, and a person so kind living in this fantastical world would likely suffer. Xuanning was also worried that the scar-faced men would target Zhou Yuyao again. After all, a cornered rabbit will still jump over the wall. Those 2 men would definitely not dare return to the Ye family. No matter how strong the Ye family was, they did not have the courage to confront the city lord unless they possessed the strength to withstand the wrath of the Liuli dynasty. Leave some people behind to protect the young lady, and the rest come with me. Zhou Tianzi would not spare the Ye family, and immediately took the 2 surviving members of the Ye family along with the corpses and angrily headed towards the Ye family. Daughter, just stay safe at home, I'll leave the rest to me. After saying this, Zhou Tianzi turned to Xuanning and said, Kid, you must protect my daughter well. If she loses even a hair, I will not spare you, nor will I spare your Xuan family. Rest assured, city lord. Xuanning clasped his hands and replied. Since he had agreed, he would certainly fulfill his promise. After Zhou Tianzi left, Xiachan and Dong Shui opened their curious eyes staring at Xuanning without blinking. Especially Dong Shui, who quickly asked, "You are the Xuanning who was previously called a waste. They must be blind as someone who can kill a martial general at the 5th level. I think they are the real wastes. I heard that recently Ye Qingcheng from the Ye family came to break off the engagement. You must have been furious at that. That Ye Qingcheng is really foolish. Your talent is no less than hers, yet she went to break off the engagement. If it were me, I would definitely teach her a lesson." Dong Shui chattered on like a sparrow, incessantly asking Xuanning questions. Although Xiachan did not ask many, she was also very curious about him. The two girls were very lovely and charming. Xiachan was tall with a baby-faced countenance, and her figure was quite voluptuous, making one feel a bit impulsive upon seeing her. Dong Shui was lively and adorable, standing gracefully, which also gave a feeling of wanting to pinch her cheeks. "You two, why are you so rude?" Zhou Yuyao saw how the two girls were acting and felt quite helpless. She smiled gently and said to Xuanning with great poise, "Xuanning, forgive me for the embarrassment." Dong Shui stuck her tongue out and quickly stood behind Zhou Yuyao. This indicated that Zhou Yuyao had a very close relationship with the two girls, and they were not merely pure maidservants. Seeing this, Xuanning quickly said, "This is all my fault. If I hadn't barged in here, you wouldn't have been startled. Miss Xuanning was hiding in your room, and you were changing clothes." At this point, Dong Shui's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth, gasping in shock. "So you were seen naked?" No one expected Dong Shui to suddenly bring this matter up instantly, making Zhou Yuyao and Xuanning, "What nonsense are you saying? This matter must not be disclosed, otherwise the young lad's reputation will be at stake. If this reaches the city lord's ears, do you think Xuanning can still keep his life?" Xiachan hurriedly grabbed Dong Shui seriously, telling her the gravity of the situation. "But this is too lenient on him, isn't it?" Dong Shui felt a bit disgruntled. The young lady treated them like sisters, and thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel indignant for her master. "All right, enough talking, let's treat this matter as if it never happened." Zhou Yuyao's face turned crimson, her head lowered, her hands clutching her clothing, not daring to look at Xuanning. After walking a few steps, she stopped and said, "Don't ever mention this matter again, and absolutely don't let my father know." "Oh, understood." Dong Shui realized she had said something she shouldn't have. Xiachan and Dong Shui hurriedly followed Zhou Yuyao, leaving the place. Xuanning picked up all the attribute points on the ground. Defense 3, Strength 2, Cultivation value 15, Constitution 1. Xuanning did not expect things to turn out this way. Originally, he planned to attend the royal arena for a competition and collect some attribute points, but plans are always subject to change. Seeing Zhou Yuyao leave, Xuanning followed her and discovered that she was sitting in a pavilion, holding a book in her jade-like hands, her tranquil beauty resembling that of a fairy in a painting embodying the elegance of a classical woman. Xuanning couldn't help but marvel at Zhou Yuyao's captivating aura. A few men could resist her charm, and as a normal man, he naturally found himself drawn to such a woman. However, liking someone and pursuing them are two different matters. Just because he liked her, it didn't mean he would pursue a woman like that. It was like seeing a beautiful female celebrity on television. One might admire her, but does that mean one has to chase after her? Xuanning stepped forward, curiously asking, "Where were you planning to go just now?" Zhou Yuyao sighed and replied, "There is a poetry competition at the Wanghua Pavilion today, and I originally planned to attend, but now I have lost my motivation." A poetry competition. Xuanning stroked his chin. It was the first time he had heard of such an event. In a country, culture and martial prowess are always indispensable. It's not surprising to have poetry Miss, if you don't go, wouldn't it be a pity? After all, the Wanghua Pavilion only holds this event once a year. If you miss it today, you'll have to wait until next year to participate. Upon hearing this, Dong Shui looked at Zhou Yuyao with a hint of disappointment, her face full of longing to go. Xiachan added, "Miss has prepared for this poetry competition for a long time. If you don't go, wouldn't that disappoint those scholars who have been eagerly waiting for you? I heard many people specifically came from other cities just to witness the grandeur of the poetry competition." After saying this, Dong Shui, like a little girl, playfully tugged at Zhou Yuyao's hand, her expression filled with earnest request, utterly adorable. Zhou Yuyao looked at Dong Shui helplessly and softly said, "It must be that you can't stand the boredom and wanted." Hearing this, Dong Shui scratched her little head and smiled cutely, saying, "I'm just feeling sorry for you, miss. You are the top talent in Luoxian City. If you don't go, wouldn't that be a great loss?" At that moment, Xuanning suddenly noticed several strangely colored attribute points on the ground. One of them was even a golden attribute point, standing out remarkably. Xuanning was astonished, and with a flick of his hand, a pulling force formed, drawing the attribute points from the ground into his hand. Mental power 0. 1. Comprehension 0. 1. Talent 0. 1. Xuanning was utterly shocked. Mental power, comprehension, talent. These were all incredibly precious attribute points. He didn't need to elaborate on mental power, he had only gained 0. For so far, thanks to the unexpected acquisition from Qingcheng and the others. As for comprehension and talent, it was the first time he had seen them. He never expected that Zhou Yuyao, a woman with no cultivation, could drop such rare attribute points. Thinking of this, he realized that during the time he had spent protecting Zhou Yuyao, he not only incurred no losses, but rather continuously gained so many rare attribute points. With this thought, Xuanning felt a surge of energy. He became exhilarated. He used the 3 attribute points, and in an instant his mind became clear, as if he had become smarter. He touched his head. Thankfully, he wasn't going bald. Xuanning felt as if his understanding of various skills and techniques deepened, including his comprehension of cultivation. Xuanning felt very pleased that attribute points like mental power, comprehension, and talent were truly valuable, and he absolutely could not let them slip away. 0.1 points were still a little lacking, but Xuanning could sense that if he had more of these attribute points, he would be able to thoroughly understand anything, including various martial stances, and how to play with them in diverse ways. He was referring to the stances of martial arts. Zhou Yuyao has no cultivation, yet she can drop these rare attribute points. It must be related to her frequent reading. This means that as long as I go to places where scholars often read, I could obtain numerous rare attribute points. With this thought in mind, Xuanning quickly stood up and said to Zhou Yuyao, "Miss Zhou, I believe Xia Chan and Dong Shui are absolutely right. This poetry competition is a rare opportunity. If we miss it, we would have to wait until next year. How many tomorrows do we have in life? We shouldn't leave ourselves with regrets, who otherwise would regret it for a lifetime. I think Miss Zhou should participate in this poetry competition. Don't worry, I'll ensure your safety, trust me. If it weren't for those rare attribute points, I wouldn't want to participate in any poetry competition." Xia Chan and Dong Shui felt quite pleased when Xuanning referred to them as sisters. It was a novel term that brightened their hearts. This kid knows how to speak well. The 3 of them hoped Zhou Yuyao would participate, gazing at her with eager eyes. Looking at the expectant expressions of the 3, Zhou Yuyao didn't want to disappoint them, but she still frowned and said, "But today I'm not feeling well. I might not be able to produce any good poetry, and I'm afraid you'll laugh at me. It's fine, we can just enjoy the spectacle. We don't have to compose poetry, right?" Xuanning could not miss this great opportunity to collect a large number of rare attributes. The participants in this poetry competition would definitely be those literati, and he would surely gain a lot from it. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Once this opportunity passes, he would have to wait until next year to board the ship again. Miss Xuanning is absolutely right. We can attend without necessarily having to compose poetry. We can just enjoy watching. The 2 ladies agreed wholeheartedly with Xuanning's words. Miss Xia Chan and Dong Shui looked at Zhou Yuyao with that eager gaze once more. The 2 ladies were both stunning. One was clever and lively, while the other was a completely adorable young girl. However, they were unaware of how captivating and attractive such expressions could be. Xuanning was a gentleman. He was open-minded. If he wanted to look, he would do so openly and would never sneak. Thus, he stood straight, his eyes fixed on the 3 women without blinking, his expression devoid of any malice. His gaze was simply that of a normal man appreciating beauty. All right, then let's go participate." In the end, Zhou Yuyao agreed, causing Dong Shui to leap up joyfully. "Miss, I will go prepare." Xia Chan, being the more composed one, rushed to prepare as soon as she heard Zhou Yuyao's agreement, while Dong Shui called out as she walked, "I'll go too. I'm sorry for the trouble. They are usually too bored in the mansion and are always thinking of ways to get me to participate in festive activities." Zhou Yuyao spoke softly, her classical beauty undeniable. "They are quite adorable. People should engage in more activities for their physical and mental health. You can't always stay in your room. When you have time, you ought to practice martial arts. It not only strengthens the body, but also helps in self-defense," Xuanning suggested. "I don't like fighting, so I have never practiced martial arts," Zhou Yuyao replied. Given Zhou Yuyao's status, if she wanted to cultivate, she could certainly do so. However, practicing martial arts like reading is something that some enjoy while others do not, as Zhou Yuyao belongs to the latter group. After chatting for a while, Xuanning gained a better understanding of Zhou Yuyao. She truly was a rare and kind woman, speaking gently and showing great understanding. In fact, Xuanning himself was quite understanding. Xia Chan and the others had already prepared the carriage. Although there was a delay earlier, they only needed to bring the carriage out to set off. Worried about safety, Xuanning suggested that the soldiers change into plain clothes, and Zhou Yuyao agreed. Among the many were martial generals, which provided a significant degree of security. Since there was only one carriage, Xuanning was also invited into it by Zhou Yuyao, and he did not hesitate to agree. This surprised the 3 women. Usually, wouldn't men decline such invitations? Why was it that Xuanning did not refuse? They became very curious about Xuanning, realizing that he was quite different from others. Whether it was his tone or actions, he gave them a sense of uniqueness. As Xuanning stepped into the carriage, he inhaled the fragrant air inside and smiled. Coupled with his handsome appearance after training in martial arts, he looked remarkably distinguished. Sitting opposite the 3 women made Zhou Yuyao too shy to meet his gaze, and they could even see her cheeks slightly flushed. Xuanning was delighted to appreciate the exquisite beauty and perfect figures of the 3 women. Having female company was indeed delightful. As they chatted along the way, Xiachan and Dong Shui curiously asked Xuanning various questions. To him it was no trouble at all. He began to weave tales. Having watched countless dramas, he fabricated stories effortlessly. Naturally, Xuanning adapted the tales to fit his own circumstances. In his words, his experiences could easily fill a novel of over 100,000 words. Xuanning felt he could be a screenwriter. The three women believed him wholeheartedly and held him in great esteem, especially when they learned he worked hard to cultivate in search of his parents. Indeed, ancient women were easily deceived, which gave Xuanning a slight sense of guilt. What he said about searching for his parents was complete nonsense. He had never thought about that. If Xuanning's father were still alive and knew his son was deceiving others with such words, he would surely exclaim, "What a scam!" Xuanning did not wish to deceive them, yet without doing so it was difficult to explain how he achieved his strength or why he needed to conceal it. With a wealth of knowledge, Xuanning shared many things that intrigued the three women who had never heard of them before. "Miss, we have arrived," the coachman outside announced. The three women nearly forgot the purpose of their outing, surprised at how quickly they had reached their destination. The carriage stopped in front of the moon viewing pavilion. Before getting off, Zhou Yuyao and Xiachan donned veils, clearly wishing to avoid being recognized. As they stepped down, Zhou Yuyao instructed her people, "You all wait outside." "Yes," they replied, standing outside to await further instructions. The coachman parked the carriage in a designated area for carriages. Xuanning noticed several young men holding folding fans resembling elegant gentlemen walking toward the moon viewing pavilion. Moreover, it seemed that those participating in the poetry competition needed an invitation to enter. Xuanning saw many ordinary-looking people lingering outside wishing to participate, but were turned away without invitations. However, he did not observe anyone insulting them. Otherwise, Xuanning might have had another chance to show off. These noble youths dressed in fine silks maintained their composure. Upon seeing acquaintances, they would politely clasp their hands together and exchange flattering greetings, such as Brother Zhang, young Master Wang. Xiachan produced a noticeably different invitation, and someone led them up to the second floor of the pavilion. It was a unique room, where Zhou Yuyao sat by the window, opening it to reveal a stage below, explaining to Xuanning that this was where the topics would be announced. Zhou Yuyao explained the rules of the poetry competition to Xuanning, which were quite simple. The organizers would present a topic and others would compose poetry based on it. In the end, several esteemed elders would provide critiques to determine the rankings. Due to the large number of participants, the first few rounds would filter out a group, and those who failed could not continue. Only the victors could keep composing poetry. Dong Shui could not help but say, "Xuanning, you may not know this, but our young lady has been reading since she was 3, composing poetry at 5, and has participated in the Moon Viewing Pavilion's poetry competition since she was 13, winning first place for 3 consecutive years." Xuanning looked at Zhou Yuyao with some surprise. As expected of the city lord's daughter, her talent, virtue, beauty, and demeanor were all exceptional. It was likely that no one in the entire Luoxian City could surpass her in literary talent. Dong Shui, Zhou Yuyao quickly interrupted, then turned to Xuanning and said, "No poem can compare to Mr. Xian's young age and such cultivation." The Lioli dynasty favored martial prowess, placing it above all. Most people would prioritize martial training, only resorting to literature if they lacked talent. In this world, strength commanded respect. Those with power were honored wherever they went. Conversely, literati were different. No matter how talented they were, few would pay attention unless they encountered a Miss Zhou need not be modest with your talent. I believe you will surely claim the top prize in this poetry competition, Xuanning remarked. Since Zhou Yuyao was a renowned talented woman, she did not need to be filtered out and could directly participate in the final poetry competition, where she would compete with the 9 victors. Even before the poetry competition began, many people had already started composing poems. Xuanning also noticed a few points of attributes falling to the ground, but their quantity was still quite scarce. Bang! With the sound of a noise, a woman of outstanding temperament and tall stature, possessing an alluring beauty, slowly walked onto the stage. This woman was indeed beautiful, as if she were born with enchanting features. Her gentle smile and captivating figure made every movement mesmerizing. When the woman appeared, Xuanning noticed the eyes of the men in the audience glued to her, their gazes filled with a flickering flame of desire. Xuanning felt that these guys were not here to participate in the poetry competition, but were drawn more by this woman. She exuded an incredibly seductive aura. Her enchanting demeanor was extremely alluring, and her mature charm undoubtedly made her the perfect fantasy figure in the hearts of many men. "Who is this person?" Xuanning asked curiously. "She is the owner of this moon viewing pavilion, named Lu Yi, and also part of one of the 3 major merchant guilds in the Lioli Imperial City," Zhou Yuyao replied. "Miss Lu is very beautiful. Many men are captivated by her charm," Dong Shui remarked enviously. Hearing this, Xuanning nodded and replied, "She is indeed very beautiful." Then he looked at Zhou Yuyao and the other 2, adding, "You are not inferior to her." Upon hearing this, the 3 women felt very pleased. They believed they could not compare to her, but what woman does not enjoy being complimented? I feel you are quite eloquent, Dong Shui said, previously a bit unhappy because Xuanning had looked at Zhou Yuyao's figure, but now she felt he was quite nice. You little girl, you are easily satisfied with just a few words, Xia Chan said with an unamused glance at her. The poetry competition is about to begin, Zhou Yuyao said, looking below. Upon hearing this, several individuals turned their gaze towards the platform outside the window where Lu Yi had someone deliver a painting board covered with red cloth. As Lu Yi elegantly pulled the cloth away, the character bamboo appeared. The topic for this round was indeed named after bamboo, requiring the creation of a poem. The time allowed was the duration of an incense stick. If one failed to compose a poem within that time, or if the poem was deemed unworthy, they would be eliminated. The scholars and nobles in the audience, upon seeing the topic, fell into deep contemplation. Then a man dressed in splendid garments suddenly had a realization. Confidently stepping forward, he opened his folding fan and proclaimed, "The spring breeze unexpectedly stirs the rain shadows fall in the bamboo grove at night. I long to hear the sound of the flute, yet this lament is for a lack of understanding." Upon reciting this poem, the crowd burst into applause, and the elders on stage were equally pleased. Lu Yi smiled and said, "This young master, please come upstairs." Immediately, a maid led him to the upper floor. With the success of the first young man, more than 10 others began to compose their poems, but the results were not satisfactory. Only one person barely passed and was invited upstairs. Soon after, another individual stepped forward, gazing intently at Lu Yi, his eyes brightening as he exclaimed, "I've got it. Bamboo, oh bamboo, you are truly beautiful, yet you cannot compare to Lu Yi. Miss Yi is simply stunning, far beyond what bamboo can match." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. This was hardly poetry, it was clearly a confession. Lu Yi on stage covered her mouth with a light laugh and said, "Thank you for your poem, young Master Zhao. I appreciate it, but I fear this poem may not qualify you for advancement." The person referred to as young Master Zhao dismissed it, gazing adoringly at Lu Yi as he said, "Oh, how could I compose poetry? I came here solely for you. Just seeing you makes Zhao happy." Afterward, young Master Zhao willingly stepped down from the stage and sat at a distance watching others compose poetry. Subsequently, more individuals began to create their verses, but most were unsatisfactory, failing to impress the elders. The talents of Luoxian City are nothing remarkable, with only one person advancing. Just then, a loud mocking voice echoed as 4 talented individuals appeared, sneering at everyone present. The attendees naturally felt displeased. They were among the finest scholars and beauties of Luoxian City, and such insulting remarks could not be tolerated. "Who are you?" the crowd inquired. The 4 individuals high on their horses arrogantly replied, "People like you are not even worthy of knowing our names." Such arrogant youngsters. The crowd was thoroughly annoyed with them. "You cannot even compose a decent poem. What right do you have to know my name? We came all the way from Taixia City to see what talents Luoxian City has, but upon seeing it is clear that there are no talents here, just a bunch of empty vessels." The 4 talents from Taixia City ruthlessly mocked the scholars and beauties of Luoxian City, looking down on everyone present. This immediately ignited the anger of Luoxian City scholars. "Since you are so arrogant, what kind of poetry can you compose? Just a poem about bamboo, we can come up with it easily. But if you cannot surpass us, what then?" The Taixia City talents persisted, seemingly determined to embarrass Luoxian City scholars. Upon hearing this, the crowd was incensed. They could not tolerate such arrogance and asked, "What do you want?" "Very simple. If none of you can compose better poetry than ours, you must bark like dogs 3 times. The Taixia City talents spoke with great confidence. Hearing this, the crowd was furious, for scholars barking like dogs was an absolute affront to their dignity. "What if you lose?" The crowd looked at them. "Whoever loses must bark like a dog," the Taixia City talents confidently asserted. "Let's compete. Who's afraid of whom?" The crowd quickly agreed, many of whom had yet to showcase their talents. Yet the Taixia City group foolishly believed their victory was assured. On stage, Zhou Yuyao noticed the scene and seemed to recognize the individuals. She looked at them in surprise and exclaimed, "It's the 4 great talents of Taixia City." The 4 great talents. Xuanning was astonished, looking at the 4 instigators and asking, "Do you know?" Zhou Yuyao seemed to recall something and replied, "Last year, I attended the 10-year literary celebration in Taixia City and had the fortune to meet them once. At that time, there were only 3 of them, and their literary talent was quite impressive. The leader among them should be Tang Yan. Miss, you are being too modest. Last year, you overshadowed all the talents and beauties of Taixia City, truly showing them what it means to be exceptional. Those 3 were thoroughly defeated by you." Zhou Yuyao pondered and said, "I fear the 4 of them are here for me. Last time Tang Yan was absent, which allowed me to win by chance. If he had been present, I surely would not have been his match. Miss, we have confidence in you. Even if Tang Yan is here, he is absolutely not your match in literary talent." Xia Chan and Dong Shui firmly believed in Zhou Yuyao. However, Zhou Yuyao shook her head and replied, "That is not certain. Tang Yan is quite formidable." A scholar from Luoxian City stepped forward first and said, I am not very talented, but I shall compose a poem. Good. The Taixia City talents did not mind. New rain falls on the autumn pond, bamboo leaves dance through the sky. Fish leap towards the dragon gate, yet how pitiful to end up in the pot. This poem carried a hint of mockery, likening the three to fish in the pond vainly dreaming of leaping over the dragon gate, only to end up being cooked. The Taixia City group shot a disdainful glance at the poet, then mocked, is this all? Although his literary talent was lacking, at least he managed to counter the Taixia City talents with a poem, bringing some joy to the audience. It's your turn now. The Luoxian City scholar looked at them. Wenjing, you go ahead. The man gestured towards one among them. Wenjing, the one called, disdainfully glanced at the Luoxian City scholars, and then spoke. Bamboo shoots rise above the eaves, green and lush against the cold of winter. The heart longs for appreciation, yet the tender shoots have yet to grow into poles. This poem immediately plunged the audience into deep contemplation. In terms of both meaning and other aspects, it greatly surpassed the previous one, causing the faces of Luoxian City scholars to fall. The scholars of Luoxian City exchanged glances, each struggling to think of a better verse to counter the. Tang Yin looked at the crowd and said, I heard that the #1 talented woman in Luoxian City is called Zhou Yuyao. I came here this time just to catch a glimpse of her talent. It is truly a pity that I could not meet her in Taixia City last time, a regret that lingers through lifetimes. Upon hearing this, the talented scholars of Luoxian City finally understood that the four were the renowned 4 talents of Taixia City. No wonder their words flowed like poetry, their literary skills astonishing. So their purpose is Zhou Yuyao. I heard that Zhou Yuyao outperformed all the talented scholars last year in Taixia City, defeating even 3 of the 4 talents, leaving them embarrassed. So they are here for revenge. No wonder they are provoking the scholars of Luoxian City. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately realized the identities of the 4 and understood their purpose for coming. Lu Yi, upon seeing the 4, took the initiative to say, how about this? Since the 4 talents of Taixia City have arrived, why not have a final competition directly? Let the 4 of you compete in poetry against the scholars who qualified from Luoxian City. After hearing Lu Yi's words, the 4 talents nodded and said to Lu Yi, since Miss Lu has opened her mouth like this, we are naturally more than willing. However, I believe the scholars of Luoxian City will not deny the previous bet, right? The scholars below hesitated upon realizing the identities of the others and looked towards Zhou Yuyao in the loft above. Zhou Yuyao knew she could not refuse, nor could she afford to. Regardless, she had to brace herself and accept. All right, I hope the 4 talents will not let this little girl down. Zhou Yuyao went directly to the window. The 4 had originally come for her, and this time they brought along all the scholars of Luoxian City to force her into a corner. All right, Miss Zhou, do your best. Let them see how formidable Miss Zhou is. The crowd below cheered for Zhou Yuyao upon hearing her unhesitating agreement. Miss, facing all 4 of them alone is too unfair. Xiaochang quickly said, yes, aside from you, the others from Luoxian City are no match for them. Isn't this too difficult for you? Dong Shui also expressed her concern. Xuanning had not planned to step in, but seeing the arrogance of the 4 below, he decided to teach them a lesson. He might not understand poetry, but he could still copy others' works. As a time traveler, he could recite some ancient poetry, so it wasn't too far-fetched. Thus, Xuanning confidently said, who said Miss Zhou would fight alone? I am here too. Xiaochan and Dong Shui looked at Xuanning, who was patting his chest in assurance, and shook their heads. They believed in Xuanning's martial talent and knew he was strong. However, they had no faith in his poetic abilities. Nevertheless, they were still pleased with his willingness to help. The few of them descended from the loft, not paying much attention to Xuanning's ability to assist them. There were not many people upstairs aside from Zhou Yuyao. There were a few others who had advanced, but those individuals were no match for the 4 talents and could only rely on Zhou Yuyao. The 4 talents did not regard anyone else. Upon seeing Zhou Yuyao come down, they were courteous, holding folding fans and bowing to her, saying, this must be Miss Zhou Yuyao. I am Tang Yin, and I came to see the woman who defeated my brothers and to witness her extraordinary talents. This little girl only won by luck last year, and it is nothing remarkable. I do not possess great talents compared to the 4 renowned talents here. I truly feel unworthy. Zhou Yuyao was polite, showing no arrogance. Her humble demeanor drew praise from the surrounding talented men. Winning is winning, there is nothing more to say. I specifically came to Luoxian City to seek guidance from Miss Tang Yan's intentions were clear with no intention to conceal them. Everyone looked towards Lu Yi, who said little. In a poetry competition, the results would be evident. Lu Yi clapped her hands, and a maid brought forth a basin of flowers with a peach blossom inserted among them. Let's take the peach blossom as our theme this time. Lu Yi said to the 2. The 4 talents nodded and said, all right, we will go first then. I am Zhu Mingshan, and I will make a fool of myself first. One of the 4 talents stepped forward, closed his folding fan, pondered for a long while before speaking. Last year on this day in this door, the human face and peach blossoms reflected each other in crimson. The human face is nowhere to be found, yet the peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze. With this poem, the surrounding crowd savored it, and then shouted, "Good, good, good." Indeed, it is impressive. No wonder they are the four talents. This poetry is truly remarkable. We are ashamed in comparison. The few men who had advanced saw the four talents take the stage and immediately stepped down. They were simply not on the same level. In an instant, Zhou Yuyao was the only one left on stage. "Miss Zhou Yuyao, it is your turn." Tang Yin smiled slightly, quite pleased, and addressed Zhou Yuyao. Xuanning saw this and directly stepped forward, standing before the four talents, saying, "There is no need to trouble a lady with all four of you. I can handle it myself." "Who are you?" Tang Yin looked at Xuanning. "I am just an unnamed nobody, now a guard by Miss Zhou Yuyao's side. If you can defeat me, you can still seek guidance from Miss Zhou," Xuanning said. Tang Yin, upon hearing this, immediately became furious. "What a joke. You are just a guard and you dare to seek guidance from us, the four talents. Oh, are you afraid, or just reluctant?" Xuanning casually replied, "If I want to see what talents you possess, first make a poem, and let's see." Tang Yin said disdainfully. Xia Chan and Dong Shui hurriedly stepped forward and said, "This is a poetry competition. Are you really going to interfere? Can you even compose poetry? Don't worry, just watch me." Xuanning smiled confidently. The people around were filled with disbelief. After all, he was just a guard who dared to challenge the four talents. His courage was extraordinary. Some even doubted whether he understood poetry, while others thought Xuanning might not even be able to write. However, some were curious to see what exceptional skills he possessed. Zhou Yuyao was quite surprised to see Xuanning so confident. She pulled Xia Chan and Dong Shui and said, "Since young Master Xian is so confident, let's see what extraordinary talent he has." The two girls nodded after hearing this. Lu Yi looked at Xuanning with curiosity. Her beautiful eyes carefully examined him, and she was quite interested in what abilities this person had to challenge the four talents. Everyone was waiting for him to compose poetry. Xuanning did not say much. He stepped forward and said, "Outside the bamboo there are 3 or 2 branches of peach blossoms. The spring river warms, and the ducks know first. The reeds cover the ground, and the bulrushes are short just when the pufferfish are about to rise. 2 returning swans are eager to break through the flock, lingering like those returning to the north. I know the northern wilderness is filled with wind and snow. I await half a month of spring in Jiangnan." After hearing this, everyone was astonished. Even the four talents were greatly surprised, and their gazes towards Xuanning changed. They were even extremely shocked. This person actually possessed such talent. The people around felt the same way. Initially, they thought Xuanning was just a guard who knew nothing about poetry, but who could have imagined he would effortlessly recite a poem? The entire audience was shocked, and then they erupted into enthusiastic applause, exclaiming, "Good, good." Zhou Yuyao looked at Xuanning in shock, exclaiming, "He can even compose poetry." Zhou Yuyao never expected that Xuanning not only possessed formidable martial talent, but also excelled in literature, leaving her utterly astonished. Xia Chan gazed at Xuanning in disbelief, unable to fathom that he could eloquently produce verses, prompting everyone to regard him with newfound respect. "Miss, the poem Xuanning created looks quite impressive. A look everyone is applauding," Dong Shui remarked, lacking an understanding of poetry, but feeling satisfied by the acclaim. "Indeed, it is quite impressive. Even I could not compose such verses in such a short time. He truly evokes admiration." Zhou Yuyao smiled, her curiosity about Xuanning intensifying. After the four talented scholars deliberated, Zhu Mingshan directly addressed Xuanning, saying, "I humbly bow to your talent." Although they had come seeking a challenge, losing was losing. There was no hint of defiance, which improved everyone's perception of the four talented scholars. Tang Yin also cupped his hands towards Xuanning, his eyes no longer filled with disdain, now seeing him as a rival, stating, "I underestimated you before. Moving forward, we shall not look down on you again." "Then let us proceed," Xuanning replied. Everyone turned their attention back to Lu Yi, who without further ado, with her exquisite features and enchanting smile, declared, "Next question." The maid presented a tray with only a cup of wine. Lu Yi pointed at the cup and introduced, "This question shall be based on wine." Among the four talented scholars, Wen Zheng stepped forward and said to the crowd, "Then let this question be mine." He then bowed to Xuanning, saying, "Please enlighten me." "Please," Xuanning politely nodded. Wen Zheng pondered for a moment, taking 5 steps forward and then 5 steps back before stating, "Sing loudly after drinking. Do not think of idle matters at the door." Yet still the small household rises first, not too long before one is lost in the realm of intoxication. With a 10-step poem and such beauty and composition, it immediately drew countless praises. The elderly figures on the stage were quite impressed, praising the four talented scholars for their extensive knowledge. Xuanning smiled, inhaling deeply as the fine wine from Lu Yi's table fell into his hands. He then drank it all in one go and recited, "In the night the beautiful wine shines in a luminous cup. Wishing to drink the pipa urges from horseback. Do not laugh at the one who lies drunk on the battlefield. Throughout history, how many have returned from war? In Qin, the flowers and birds are already withered while the winds and sands beyond the pass remain cold. At night, listening to the hujia playing among the willows, it evokes memories of Chang'an. Countless murmurs of admiration echoed as more listeners became increasingly impressed. The elderly figures on stage hastily urged, quickly write down this poem. Everyone was utterly astonished. Even Tang Yin was left speechless. Yet Xuanning continued, let me recite another one. The crowd was once again taken aback. One poem was not enough, and he dared to present another in such a short time. How many in the world possess such talent? Everyone was in awe waiting for Xuanning to speak. He pointed to the blue sky and said, do you not see the waters of the yellow river coming from the heavens rushing to the sea and never returning? Do you not see the bright mirror in the high hall mourning the white hair mourning like green silk and evening turning to snow? Life's joy should be fully enjoyed. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. Heaven has endowed me with talent. It must be of use. When 1,000 gold are scattered, they will return. Roasting lamb and slaughtering cattle for joy, one must drink 300 cups in one go. Sinfuzi and Danqiasheng bring forth the wine. Let not the cup stop. Let's sing a song together. Please lend me your ears to listen. The sound of bells and drums and the delicacies of jade are not worthy of esteem. I only wish to remain drunken and never awaken. Throughout history, sages have been lonely. Only drinkers leave their names behind. In the past, Qin Wang feasted at Ping Lu, reveling in wine worth 10,000. Why does the host speak of having little money? Just buy the wine to drink with you. 5 flower horses and 1,000 gold furs. Call the boy to exchange them for fine wine, and together we shall dispel the ancient sorrow. After completing the poem, the hall was once again filled with astonishment. The 3 elder judges exclaimed, such talent, such talent. The 4 talented scholars were thoroughly stunned by Xuanning's 2 poems. I cannot compare. Wenjing shook his head decisively. Standing on stage, Xuanning's handsome visage captivated many young ladies, with both literary and martial prowess. Who could resist such a man? Tang Yin frowned, asking Xuanning, are you truly just Miss Zhou Yuyo's bodyguard? I promised her father to protect her for a time, Xuanning replied. I perceive you are not an ordinary person. I am quite pleased to encounter such a rival as you, Tang Yin. The 4 talented scholars, proud as they were, seldom acknowledged others in terms of literary talent, but unexpectedly, they encountered someone whose skills surpassed theirs, leaving them in shock and admiration. You flatter me, Xuanning smiled. He never hesitated to borrow from others' works. Lu Yi was thoroughly captivated by Xuanning's poem, unable to resist asking, this poem must have a title. It is called Song of the Drink, Xuanning replied. Song of the Drink, what a splendid title. This poem will surely be passed down through the ages. The 3 elderly figures on stage praised without hesitation. Lu Yi presented the next prompt, which had only the character wind. This question clearly centered around the theme of wind. Tang Yin, upon hearing this, quickly said, this time I do not wish to compete with you in poetry, but rather in... The crowd was quite surprised. They did not expect Tang Yin to choose this, which was entirely out of their expectations. After hearing about this contest, everyone looked at Xuanning with some concern. They already knew that Xuanning's poetry was exceptional, having defeated 3 people in a row, and each of his poems was capable of being widely circulated. Not to mention that poem Wine Toasts, which would surely be remembered for generations. However, with couplets, they began to worry about Xuanning. This was not poetry, and seeing how confident Tang Yin appeared, it was clear he had great assurance. Xuanning was indeed a bit surprised to hear this. They were not competing in poetry, but in couplets. Wasn't this just a different way to seek humiliation? Are you sure? Xuanning looked at his opponent. Absolutely. Regardless of the outcome of this round, the previous wager was poorly considered by me and shall not count, said Tang Yin. Tang Yin spoke with confidence, believing he was certain to win. Unfortunately, he did not know that in this world there existed individuals known as transmigrators. Then you may begin, Xuanning said calmly. I shall embarrass myself now, Tang Yin replied, cupping his hands before saying, 10,000 tiles 100 days to build a temple. As soon as Tang Yin spoke, countless people began to ponder deeply. This was a numerical couplet, quite ingenious. Even Zhou Yuyao was thinking hard, clearly indicating that this couplet would not be easy to come up with. Tang Yin and the others laughed, believing that even if their opponent could come up with a response, it would take a long time. However, Xuanning asked, that's it. Everyone looked at Xuanning, who then directly said, 1 boat, 2 oars, 3 people row across the 4-way bridge. Wonderful, splendid. A great talent indeed to respond so quickly. Truly he deserves to be called a genius. Everyone looked at Xuanning with admiration, not expecting him to be so skilled, not just in poetry, but also in couplets. Zhou Yuyo's eyes widened as she took a deep breath, her ample chest rising. She gazed intently at Xuanning, wanting to discern how this man came up with such responses. This Xuanning is truly remarkable, his cultivation, talent, poetry, and now his skill in couplets. What else is he not capable of? Xiaochan looked at Xuanning with curiosity. Miss, look at how many people praise him. Aren't we guaranteed to win? Dong Shui said with a cheerful smile. Just wait, since Tang Yin dares to use this as a topic, he surely has extraordinary means. Zhou Yuyao was not entirely certain, but she hoped Xuanning would win. Lu Yi was also very curious, her charming eyes fixed on Xuanning. She could not believe that such a talent existed in Luoxian City, able to come up with such a numerical couplet in such a short time. What sort of identity does this guy have? Lu Yi was intrigued. Based on previous events, Xuanning had only recently become Zhou Yuyao's bodyguard, and he was only protecting her for a while, indicating he was not one of her subordinates. Tang Yin was also quite shocked. He did not expect Xuanning to respond so quickly. Frowning, he realized he had underestimated his opponent, but he was well prepared and had many more couplets. He then continued, life returns to the age of 37. Without hesitation, Xuanning almost immediately replied, double celebrations at 70, let's add one more, spring and autumn. Such swift responses were so neatly aligned, causing countless people to applaud. They had previously worried that couplets were not Xuanning's strength, but now it seemed that whether in poetry or couplets he excelled at both. Their confidence in Xuanning had significantly increased once more. Tang Yin was once again shocked. He did not expect Xuanning to be so skilled in couplets. This was the topic he himself had proposed, and now he felt the danger of losing. The four great scholars felt something was not quite right. Surely Tang Xiong won't lose, right? This is his forte, he shouldn't lose, this is just the beginning. But look at that person, he almost thought of a response the moment Tang Xiong finished speaking. This intelligence is terrible. Tang Xiong has his trump card, ooh, just watch. Tang Yin continued to say several couplets, but Xuanning responded equally swiftly. Tang Yin frowned and said again, the gentle breeze fills the ground, it is difficult to bear me. This was a homophonic couplet, very clever. Even Tang Yin had not thought of the response. He looked at Xuanning and said, I have yet to think of a response to this couplet. I hope you can provide an answer. Xuanning pondered for a moment, then replied, if that's the case, I shall satisfy you. Listen closely. With a smile, Xuanning continued, when will the bright moon shine upon me again? This. Tang Yin felt a sense of defeat, muttering, the gentle breeze fills the ground, it is difficult to bear me. When will the bright moon shine upon me again? This matched perfectly and was very clever. Tang Yin then said, due to the lotus one obtains the root. Xuanning responded again, no need for plums if there are apricots. Tang Yin, in front of me is a cluster of gardens, which family is this? Xuanning, on the wall are several lines of text, which scholar wrote them? Tang Yin, tuning the strings, tuning the new tune to bring forth the wonderful melodies. Xuanning, planting flowers, planting well to grow fragrant blooms. Tang Yan's face suddenly turned very ugly, and he finally had to admit that he had lost, and lost completely. Xuanning smiled slightly at this, and said to Tang Yan, it is said that it is improper not to return the favor. I also have a couplet here, and hope for your guidance. Please enlighten me. Tang Yin sighed, completely impressed by his opponent's talent. However, he was confident that if his opponent provided a couplet, he could certainly respond. Xuanning said, 3 suns in the word crystal. Time will bring thoughts of the sun, without the sun day by day, 100 years, 36,000 days. Tang Yin was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Even those around him pondered deeply. Eventually, 3 elderly men wrote this couplet on paper and had it hung up. Tang Yin smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, I cannot respond. Ooh, I did not expect you to possess such great talent. Xuanning smiled and replied, it is merely couplets, there's no need to mind. I have another one, would you like to hear it? I hope for your guidance, brother. Though he couldn't think of a response, Tang Yin was also very curious, as were the people around him. The 3 elderly men insisted on remembering it. Xuanning said, when you speak, you smile, you laugh at the ancient and modern, treating all matters with a smile. Tang Yin smiled wryly again and said, I humbly bow to your skill. This time I willingly accept defeat. May I ask your name, respected sir? Tang Yin asked sincerely. Others were equally curious and wanted to know Xuanning's name. My name is Xuanning, Xuanning replied. Good. The 4 great scholars nodded. After asking Tang Yin, and the other 3 shouted, woof, woof, woof. Though the 4 great scholars had come to stir trouble, no one would underestimate their literary talents. Although the 4 great scholars lost, they stood by their words, bravely admitting their defeat, without any hesitation, feeling quite happy and satisfied with their loss. Such individuals deserve the respect of all. Xuanning. When Lu Yi heard her name spoken, her rosy lips parted, and her enthralling eyes widened in surprise, as she looked at Xuanning, then asked astonished whether he might be the Xuanning who had just distinguished himself in the Xian family competition. Recently at the Xian family's grand contest, Xuanning, once derided as a waste, had risen like a dark horse, sweeping away his past ignominy to claim 2nd place among the Xuan Clan's houses, and had become the talk of Luoxian City. So when Lu Yi voiced her question, everyone stared in shock at the man on the platform. neatly dressed, strikingly handsome, and eloquent beyond expectation. Xuanning. Indeed it is I. Xuanning smiled faintly, utterly untroubled, as if none of his past concerned him. His serene, unaffected bearing was scarcely what one would expect from someone of his age. After his admission, the audience could no longer hide the astonishment on their faces. They stared at him in dismay. He was that very Xuanning. His cultivation talent was exceptional, and his literary gifts equally formidable. He was truly peerless in both martial and scholarly arts. I cannot fathom what Ye Qingcheng was thinking to renounce an engagement with such an outstanding youth. If they knew Xuanning's current strength and eloquence, they would surely be consumed by regret. Second in the clan contest, and superior in literary talent to the four great scholars, he was the ideal suitor in countless minds. If I had a daughter who could marry such a man, I would laugh in my sleep. Everyone lauded Xuanning without restraint, full of admiration and pity for Ye Qingcheng's foolish decision to break the engagement with such an exemplary gentleman. Upstairs, please, Lu Yi said, waving her ivory hand, her bewitching eyes fixed on Xuanning, and though she meant nothing particular by it, her natural charm made even casual gestures spellbinding. Young Master Xuanning, shall we? Zhou Yuyao smiled softly, gentle and lovely. Xuanning flicked his hand and gathered up all the attribute points that had fallen to the ground. Spirit 0. 5. Aptitude 0. 2. Comprehension 0. 3. Spirit 0. 3. And so on. Xuanning was delighted. He had not expected to obtain so many rare and precious attribute points here, most of which had come from the four great scholars, especially Tang Yin, who had dropped the greatest number of attribute points earlier. After collecting them all, Xuanning found his spirit had increased to 2. 4. His comprehension had reached 0. 6. And his aptitude had risen to 0. 5. After applying those attribute points, Xuanning felt his mind clear of things he had not understood before suddenly came into focus, and his grasp of cultivation deepened considerably. Such was the effect of true aptitude. Now, after training again, he would no longer be stuck, unable to raise even the smallest measure of cultivation. Scholars truly made excellent attribute extraction machines, and he was elated. Xuanning nodded to Zhou Yuyao and climbed the stairs, drawing waves of envy and admiration. Lu Yi gave a faint smile to the assembled crowd, a visage that could topple hearts, and seized every eye in the room. Lu Yi then announced with a smile of thanks that the poetry contest had concluded. The victor was Xuanning of the Xian family, and she thanked everyone for attending. She told her maid, smiling, "Hang young Master Xuanning's 2 opening couplets at the shop door. Whoever can supply the matching lower lines will receive a year of free food and drink at Wanyuegu and a reward of 1,000 gold vouchers." Those words stunned the crowd. People strained their minds, summoning every scrap of creativity to devise appropriate lower lines. It was not for the free meals nor the 1,000 gold vouchers, but for the chance to see Lu Yi day and night. Soon the interior and exterior of Wanyuegu were hung with the 2 opening couplets Xuanning had spoken, the first alluding to the character Jing, 3 Ri, and to the countless days that make a lifetime. The second reads, "Speak and your lips smile, oh laugh at ancient and modern, and let all matters be met with a single smile." When those couplets hung over the door, countless onlookers came to stare, especially the scholars who had been unable to enter Wanyuegu for the contest. When they heard what Xuanning had achieved inside Wanyuegu, each one was filled with astonishment. The matter spread swiftly throughout Luoxian City. The name Xuanning once again became the subject of ceaseless discussion. Storytellers began to recount how Xuanning had eclipsed the 4 great scholars at the poetry contest, silencing them with a few verses and compelling Tang Yin, their leader, to yield before his 2 couplets. Xuanning's name had now truly made a stir across Luoxian City. His 2 opening couplets likewise became renowned, leaving many talented scholars and beauties agonizing over suitable replies. Upstairs at Wanyuegu, Zhou Yuyao, Xiachan, and Dong Shui stared at Xuanning with wide, curious eyes. "What's the matter?" Xuanning asked with a smile. "You are extraordinary," Dong Shui said bluntly. "It's nothing. Just a bit of idle study when I was bored," Xuanning replied casually. Hearing that, Xiachan felt as if struck by a blow. His casual pastime learning could be so formidable. Zhou Yuyao was likewise rendered speechless. She had loved reading since childhood, yet after so many years, she found herself still outmatched by what Xuanning learned in his spare moments. Such was the gap of innate talent. Lu Yi soon sashayed up, letting her maid bring forth many dishes as she told everyone to help themselves to the house specialties. She then sat beside Xuanning, poured wine for the company, lifted her cup lightly toward him, and said, "I will hang young Master Xuanning's 2 opening couplets in the shop. Ooh, I trust you will not mind." The alluring beauty beside him possessed a greater magnetism than Zhou Yuyao, a mature, ripe charm, and in such proximity, Xuanning could not help but notice her ample contours. Though she knew how to inflame a man's desire, Xuanning remained largely unmoved, regarding her instead with an appreciative, composed gaze. "What's just a woman? He had seen plenty in his past life, especially a certain charming lady on a small island, as alluring as could be, and every seductive pose he had witnessed. Of course not. They say learning is endless. It is my fortune that Sister Lu holds my 2 couplets in such high regard. Xuanning downed his drink. Lu Yi was indeed very charming, but Xuanning was not swayed by her charms. For Xuanning, Lu Yi hanging the 2 couplets in her shop was beneficial to him. As long as those people came to the shop and pondered over the lower couplet, he could gain many rare attribute points with his daily visits. Lu Yi's actions were actually helping him, and how could he refuse such a fortunate opportunity? He would certainly have to come by often in the future, not for anything else, but for those rare attribute points. Lu Yi chuckled lightly and said, "You really know how to flatter Brother Xuanning. Since you've called me sister, you must come here often for meals. As long as you are willing to come, all meals here are free." "Thank you, Sister Lu." Xuanning naturally would not refuse. Since he could eat and drink for free, he would graciously accept it. The group continued chatting, with Lu Yi occasionally asking Xuanning questions. This woman was quite clever, as she did not inquire directly, but subtly sought to uncover his secrets. However, Xuanning cleverly evaded her attempts. Even if she were to lay on a bed, it would be impossible for her to learn his secrets. He would not be so distracted by a woman that he could not walk. After all, when the lights were off, it was all the same. 2 hours later, Zhou Yuyao and Xuanning bid farewell to Lu Yi. Upon arriving downstairs, Xuanning found it bustling with activity. The place was filled with scholars, all drawn in by the 2 couplets, each of them deep in thought over the lower line. Seeing the ground littered with attribute points, Xuanning chuckled and strolled around the tables, picking up all the attribute points from the floor. Mental power 0. 1 mental power 0. 1 mental power 0. 1 qualities 0. 1. Unfortunately, most were mental attribute points, while qualities and insights were pitifully scarce. After a round, he only collected 0. 1. It seems these points are also dependent on one's own talents. If it were one of the 4 talented scholars, the drops would be far more generous. Though Zhou Yuyao and the other 2 girls were quite curious about Xuanning's actions, they did not speak further. After leaving the Wangyue pavilion, Xuanning escorted Zhou Yuyao back to her manor and then told her he had matters to attend to before leaving. Xuanning's direction of departure was towards the royal arena. Before entering, he donned a black iron mask to conceal his appearance. Royal Arena was constructed by the Lioli dynasty with branches only in cities above the county level. As for smaller towns, while they also had arenas, they were organized by locals and could not compare to the official Royal Arena. It was Xuanning's first time here, so he was not very familiar with the arena's rules. After entering, he inquired with the staff about the conditions and rules for participating in the challenges. The staff handed Xuanning a paper detailing the basic rules of the arena, which introduced several types. Depending on one's strength, challenges would be divided into different stages, and there was even a particularly dangerous challenge where one would fight against demon beasts. A failure would mean becoming food for the beasts. Although this challenge was perilous, the rewards were also substantial. Often people risked their lives for profit, while others challenged the beasts to hone their skills. Before challenging, participants must test their strength, otherwise a martial general would be foolish to face a martial recruit. Thus, the arena generally arranges battles between 2 individuals of similar strengths. Of course, if someone wishes to challenge a stronger opponent, the arena staff will accommodate their requests. Royal Arena also has competitive medals ranging from black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, to royal level medals. Advancing is not easy unless one can maintain a continuous winning streak to quickly accumulate points and upgrade their competitive medal. Each competition adds 1 point for a victory, and each consecutive win adds an extra point, with a maximum of 10 consecutive wins yielding 10 points. Beyond 10 consecutive wins, one can only earn 10 points. In addition to these, there are also level-up challenges. Successfully challenging someone 1 small realm higher grants an extra point, but few can challenge someone significantly stronger. After reviewing the rules, Xuanning said to the staff, "I wish to participate in the competitive challenges. Fill out the information, then proceed to test your strength." The staff replied. Xuanning glanced at the name and age fields, and simply wrote down a name, Zhao Ritian, and for age he put 20. Although Xuanning was only 16 years old, and his name was not Zhao Ritian, it did not matter since no one would know. The arena staff would not care about who he was. After filling it out, Xuanning approached a testing stone tablet, where someone nearby said to him, "Just place your hand on it and relax your body." Xuanning complied, placing his hand on the tablet. A strange energy surged into his body, and the tablet displayed Martial General 4th layer. Upon seeing this, Xuanning realized the testing stone tablet was quite accurate, as it instantly detected. Afterward, Xuanning's information was recorded, and stepping outside, he submitted a registration fee of 10 gold coins, after which he could choose to participate in the competition. Xuanning came here specifically to participate in the competition, so he naturally chose to join immediately. Not long after, he received a number tag and walked into Arena No. 3 to compete. Upon arriving at a designated seating area for the competition, Xuanning noticed there were already a dozen people seated. Each of them was of the martial general realm, which was the strength level of the majority in Luoxian City, thus the arena was filled with martial general challengers. The others casually glanced at Xuanning, but did not speak to him. Xuanning paid them no mind, and noticing a few attribute points on the ground walked over and drew them up with his palm. Cultivation value 5, life value 12. The others frowned at Xuanning's actions, struggling to understand the meaning behind what he had just done. Xuanning ignored them and directly focused on the two combatants in the arena. Upon seeing this, Xuanning felt a surge of excitement, for the entire arena was filled with attribute points. He had indeed not come to the wrong place. This was his paradise. Looking at his number, Xuanning saw that he was number 18. He could only step onto the stage after the host called his number. Observing the ongoing battles, he realized he had to wait for 2 more matches before it was his turn. Xuanning had no choice but to wait. However, watching others fight was not entirely boring for him. He could even learn a bit of combat techniques. The 2 fighters below the stage were engaged in a fierce battle, one wielding a long sword and the other a dagger. Their exchanges were thrilling, with both having similar realms and strengths, captivating many spectators who were filled with excitement. The audience was packed with various spectators more agitated than those below the stage. They continuously shouted crude remarks, and many held paper slips in their hands. Hit him quickly. Damn it, kill him, attack below. Kill him just like that, another strike. Xuanning immediately understood what those slips were. They were betting tickets. This betting was also the most lucrative aspect of the arena. After glancing at a certain area, Xuanning walked towards the betting station, passing by shouting spectators. He soon arrived at the betting area, and after lining up, he quickly reached his turn. Which match would you like to bet on? The betting staff mechanically asked. Xuanning looked at the upcoming matches and quickly found his own battle match 3, number 18 Zhaoritian versus number 6 Dongqinghai. The current betting odds were 101. You actually look down on yourself so much. Let me show you my strength. After seeing the betting odds, Xuanning smiled, took out 100 gold tickets, and said, I bet on match 3 Zhaoritian to win. 100,000 gold tickets. The staff's eyes widened in shock at the sight of so much money. Looking up at Xuanning, they thought, this number 18 is a newcomer. Ooh, I've never heard of him before. This guy actually bets so confidently on this person. After closely observing Xuanning, the staff guessed his identity and sneered internally, thinking this guy was overly confident to bet so much. 100 gold tickets were no small amount. Converted into copper coins, it was 10 million. You wouldn't be Zhaoritian, would you? You have such confidence in yourself. The staff had seen many like this and scoffed internally. After collecting the gold tickets, they handed over 10 betting slips worth 100 gold each. Is there a rule against me winning? Xuanning asked. Of course not. I wish you good luck. However, let me remind you, your opponent has won 9 matches in a row. You'd better hope for the best. The staff laughed, not believing this guy could win. 9 wins in a row. Then let me be the one to end his winning streak. Xuanning was completely unfazed, appearing confident, as if everything was under his control. Watching Xuanning leave, the staff sneered, thinking, 100 gold tickets. How could this kid possibly win? Dongqinghai is on the verge of achieving a silver medal, while Zhaoritian looks like a first-time competitor and seems too young to be Dongqinghai's opponent. After realizing this, the staff stopped thinking about Xuanning. To them, those 100 gold tickets were entirely given away to the arena. After leaving the betting area, Xuanning returned to the resting area designated for participants. Just as he sat down, he noticed that the battle below had already concluded. The referee took the stage to announce the battle's outcome and introduce the basic information of the next fighters. With the 2 contestants on stage, the battle officially began. Without any idle chatter, both sides immediately engaged in combat. Their weapons clashed fiercely, with exchanges that were both intense and perilous. As the battle progressed, they dropped some attribute points. Looking at the pile of attribute points on the stage, Xuanning wished he could rush up and collect them all right now. With so many attribute points, it would surely enhance his strength significantly. Moreover, the entire royal arena had more than just one fighting stage. There were several others with varying strengths and rules. These fighting stages had countless people battling every day, dropping many attribute points. Although many of the points diminished over time, due to prolonged drops, their sheer number was overwhelming, making them impossible to count. Luck is on my side. There are still a few purple light points on the stage, likely martial skills. These are valuable items that won't disappear with the passage of time once they drop. Xuanning looked at the glowing points on the stage, feeling very excited. Each color of attribute point represented different attributes, but the vast majority appeared dull, clearly a sign that too much time had passed. 10 minutes later, numerous attribute points had dropped, and the victor was determined. The second match began immediately, and after this, it would be Xuanning's turn. In this battle, one of the fighters was a woman with agile movements and quick speed, wielding 2 daggers. Although her opponent was powerful, she did not confront him heated. Instead, she used her agility to wear him down. 10 minutes later, this match finally concluded with the woman successfully knocking her opponent off the stage. The host once again took the stage to announce the results, then said, "Next up, I believe many friends already know who will be appearing. That's right, it's the much-anticipated Dong Qinghai, who has achieved 9 consecutive victories. If he wins again, it will be 10 in a row. Let's cheer for him. Cheer, cheer. Dong Qinghai, Dong Qinghai." A strong man stood bare-chested, wielding an axe, proudly lifting his head. He looked around with a fierce expression, exuding immense confidence. The host continued, "This time Dong Qinghai's opponent is a newcomer, and although he is still young, he has achieved an astonishing 4th level of Martial General. Let us warmly welcome Zhao Ritian to the stage." As Xuanning stepped onto the stage, the crowd erupted in a chorus of disbelief. No one believed in him, and many even mocked him, suggesting he should surrender quickly. Upon seeing Dong Qinghai take the stage, the audience erupted in cheers. His popularity was immense. After all, Dong Qinghai had won 9 consecutive matches, earning the respect of many for his strength. Under the arrangement of the staff, Xuanning also stepped onto the platform. Above the platform were countless seating areas resembling the architecture of ancient Roman gladiator arenas. At the center of the structure was a wide performance stage. Dong Qinghai casually glanced at Xuanning with disdain and coldly said, "Kid, you're unfortunate to face me. If I defeat you, it will be my 10th consecutive victory." Xuanning was just a newcomer and quite young. With such a contender, Dong Qinghai believed he could easily defeat him. "Then please enlighten me." Xuanning looked at him, unfazed by his actions. "Don't worry, I will let you know my strength, but you better not be scared into wetting your pants, little one." Dong Qinghai laughed mockingly at Xuanning. This statement drew laughter from countless spectators who felt that Xuanning could not possibly be a match for Dong Qinghai due to his youth appearing utterly unthreatening. However, after taking the stage, Xuanning ignored Dong Qinghai's taunts as he was eager to use the wind mastery skill and began drawing in the surrounding attribute points. Cultivation value, 5 strength 0, 5 defense 0, 7 health, 5 speed 0, whip thunder leg 1, quick step 1, cloud palm 1. Although each attribute point was modest, their quantity more than made up for the difference, allowing Xuanning to gain immensely, and he could not help but smile. In a short time, Xuanning's various attributes surged significantly, and he felt a powerful sensation coursing through his body. One word: awesome. The rewards were indeed substantial, and there were 3 martial techniques to boot. This feeling was simply fantastic. Xuanning quickly activated the 3 martial techniques. Learning Whip, Thunder Leg LV2, Learning Quick Step LV3, Learning Cloud Palm LV. For the methods for using these 3 skills completely integrated into Xuanning's mind, as if he had studied for years. Whip Thunder Leg is a mid-grade martial technique of the human tier, a leg technique skill. Quick Step is a high-grade martial technique of the human tier usable in combat to increase one's movement speed and evasion. Cloud Palm is a low-grade martial technique of the yellow tier, a palm technique skill. With this, his martial techniques increased to 7, giving him greater confidence against Dong Qinghai. More importantly, after acquiring so many attribute points, Xuanning found that his realm could break through again. However, he did not choose to do so immediately, as with his current strength, he had no reason to fear Dong Qinghai, who was of the same realm. The battle begins, the host said before immediately stepping down from the platform. Dong Qinghai glanced coldly at Xuanning and raised his axe, saying, "Kid, let me see what your combat power is like at the 4th layer of Martial General." After finishing his sentence, Dong Qinghai roared and charged at Xuanning, raising his axe to strike down fiercely. If Xuanning lacked strength, he would surely be split in half by this move. Seeing the attack, Xuanning remained unperturbed, using Quick Step to calmly dodge to the nearby attribute points, collecting all the surrounding attribute points. The audience around, witnessing Xuanning's strange actions, were utterly baffled, unsure of what he was doing. However, upon seeing Xuanning use the movement technique, a woman who had participated in the previous round frowned at the sight of this somewhat familiar movement skill, uncertain of where Xuanning had learned it. "Why does this movement technique resemble my quick steps so much?" The woman looked at Xuanning in confusion, wanting to discern if he was using the movement she was familiar with. Bang! The stone slab on the platform was struck by Dong Qinghai's axe, creating a gash and spider web. Dong Qinghai missed his strike, raised his weapon again, and laughed. "Not bad on the reaction, but I won't give you the chance." "Then please enlighten me," Xuanning replied. The reason he did not attack was that he did not want to finish the opponent off too quickly, plus there were still attribute points left to collect. He was in no rush to resolve the fight. After all, he aimed to compete here for the long term and needed to conceal his strength so as not to reveal he was too powerful. He had to learn to hide his abilities to continuously harvest more attribute points and wealth. With the quick step, he had a speed advantage over his opponent. After dodging several attacks, he collected all the attribute points on the ground. To avoid revealing any flaws, Xuanning still raised his weapon and engaged in combat with his opponent. Kid finally ready to stop dodging. Let me show you my might. Dong Qinghai saw his opponent take the initiative and intended to let Xuanning know his prowess, attacking him fiercely with both hands. Ding! The axe and long sword clashed, producing a metallic sound. Dong Qinghai had thought he could demonstrate his strength to Xuanning, but he was surprised to find that the opponent matched him, their strength seemingly equal. This guy has decent strength. Dong Qinghai's brows tightened, his expression turning serious. Dong Qinghai was very confident in his own strength, but this Zhao Ritian could actually trade blows with him without losing ground, showing no sense of defeat. His strength was not to be underestimated. Dong Qinghai no longer looked down on his opponent and began to take this battle seriously. The spectators, noticing Dong Qinghai's serious demeanor, realized that the newcomer Zhao Ritian had the strength to match him and thus began to watch the battle intently. Dong Qinghai launched another attack, unleashing a fierce offensive. Xuanning was equally formidable, engaging in battle with him, managing to block every attack. And as the fight continued, some attribute points began to drop from Dong Qinghai as well. While battling, Xuanning collected these attribute points, treating Dong Qinghai as his personal attribute extraction machine. Cultivation value, 20 strength, 2 constitution 1. 15 minutes later, Dong Qinghai was panting, heavily drenched in sweat, and looked at Xuanning with, "How is this guy so strong, fighting with me for so long?" Dong Qinghai began to feel anxious as his stamina was depleting too rapidly. The people on the platform were the same, and none of them had expected Xuanning to be able to fight Dong Qinghai for such a long time, which surprised them greatly. Although Xuanning had not expended much energy, he deliberately feigned exhaustion, his pallor and unsteady posture mirroring Dong Qinghai's, misleading onlookers into believing their conditions were evenly matched. Time is up. Xuanning judged the bout prolonged enough. He saw no further value in prolonging the exchange, for Dong Qinghai was yielding virtually no attribute points, a clear sign the opponent had been thoroughly drained. Xuanning launched a sudden counteroffensive. Drawing his longsword, he surged forward with blinding speed and unleashed the flowing cloud sword art in a fierce, decisive strike, prompting Dong Qinghai to hastily raise his guard. Xuanning's downward slash clashed against Dong Qinghai's axe, but this time Xuanning infused the blow with overwhelming force. Stunned by the sheer magnitude of that power, Dong Qinghai staggered backward, fingers slipping from his weapon as it clattered onto the arena floor. Then, gathering his chi, Xuanning clenched his fist and unleashed a martial technique. Raging Tide Fit. Boom. His devastating punch struck Dong Qinghai squarely on the shoulder, hurling him clean off. Silence gripped the arena, stunned disbelief rippling through the crowd. No one had anticipated Xuanning's victory over the 9-time champion Dong Qinghai. Then the arena erupted. Damn it, I lost big. That Dong Qinghai's utterly worthless. 9 straight wins, just shattered like glass. How could this happen? Zhao Ritian's strength is extraordinary. He actually defeated Dong Qinghai. What a magnificent duel. Clearly Zhao Ritian far surpasses Dong Qinghai in mastery. Some shouted invectives at Dong Qinghai, others roared in exhilaration for Xuanning. The crowd was a mosaic of reactions: astonishment, elation, fury, awe. None had foreseen such an outcome. Spectators who had staked their confidence and their coin on Dong Qinghai now wore expressions of profound disillusionment. Especially those who had wagered on Dong Qinghai's victory now vented their outrage without restraint. A handful who'd gambled on the underdog, Xuanning now beamed with triumph, cheering his name with unrestrained jubilation. Unbelievable. A rising prodigy has felled the 9-time champion Dong Qinghai. Let us thunderous acclaim the victor of this epical clash, Zhao Ritian. The host bounded onto the stage, raising Xuanning's arm high, his own astonishment palpable as he beheld the newcomer standing triumphant where Dong Qinghai had reigned. As the match concluded, Xuanning descended from the dais and made his way to the prize distribution desk, where every victor received a reward. And this bounty escalated with each consecutive win. A single victory earned 50 gold vouchers, 2 consecutive wins doubled the sum, and successive triumphs compounded the reward until it peaked at 1,000. Impressive skill, young man. You've even bested Dong Qinghai. Here's your reward. A middle-aged man handed Xuanning a 50 gold voucher note, then studied him intently. Would you consider registering for the next round? Win again, and your prize climbs to 100. I'll register for the next match, Xuanning replied without hesitation. The man's face lit with quiet satisfaction. Excellent. I'll arrange your bout shortly. Rest well in the interim, it won't be long before you're called. Thank you. Xuanning departed, only to find a woman awaiting him along the path back to the competitor's quarter. She wore a form-fitting garment that accentuated her elegant statuesque figure, not symmetrical perfection, yet undeniably striking. She approached directly, her features delicate and refined, her left brow adorned with a single subtle beauty mole. Halting before him, she asked, "Where did you learn the swift step technique?" Xuanning met her gaze, recalling now that the technique had originated from her. That is none of your concern. He walked past without another word. A flicker of lethal intent crossed her eyes, but she held her ground. To strike here would be folly. Instead, she turned watching his retreating back and murmured, "So long as you remain in this arena and continue fighting, I will cross paths with you again." "Well then, I'm entering the next bout." Xuanning nodded, his nonchalance bordering on provocation, as if to say, "I've signed up. Come test me if you dare." Her jaw tightened in silent fury. Shaking her head, she strode toward the registration desk and declared, "I wish to compete. Because of that boy. Because of that boy." The middle-aged man, Master Su Sanchi, smiled broadly, his gaze lingering unabashedly upon her lithe silhouette as though seeking to pierce the very fabric of her attire. "None of your business," she retorted, her brow furrowed, and departed immediately after completing her registration. Master Su Sanchi smirked inwardly. "If you seek each other so fervently, I shall ensure your reunion is unforgettable." Ha ha ha. Xuanning returned to the competitor's bench, only to find dozens of pairs of eyes fixed upon him, their expressions unreadable, edged with wary hostility. Upon his arrival, he'd been met with indifference, mere glances dismissive and fleeting. Now, having toppled Dong Qinghai, he was no longer invisible. He was a rival, formidable, unpredictable, dangerous. Moments later, the same woman reappeared, unhesitatingly taking the seat beside him, her gaze sharp, analytical, unwavering. Her presence instantly magnetized the surrounding men, their eyes tracing her form with undisguised intensity. Female combatants were rare in this arena. Her grace and poise only heightened the primal stirrings within them. That technique cannot be taught. It is bound by oath and blood. Tell me truthfully, how did you acquire it? Xuanning ignored her completely, treating her as though she were air. Her brow knotted, her fists clenched, yet she uttered no further word. Below the dais, matches raged on, each concluding bout replenishing the arena's aura with fresh attribute points. Xuanning watched quietly, elated. He wondered when this arena would close, and resolved, should it end, to traverse every dais across the continent. His harvest, he knew, would be immense. Xuanning sat here for a moment before walking towards the betting area, then taking out his previous betting receipt, saying, "This is my ticket." The bettors stared at the stack of receipts, momentarily blank, unable to comprehend that the 9 consecutive victories of Dong Qinghai had ended, resulting in significant losses for him as well. This was 100,000 gold vouchers. With a tenfold multiplier, that meant 1 million gold vouchers. Even the bettors couldn't help but feel envious. Very few people had ever won such a large amount of money at once. At least in the more than 10 years he had been here, he had only seen a handful. The wager was not under his control. The outcome had nothing to do with him. After all, no one expected Xuanning to be so powerful. After the staff handed all the vouchers to Xuanning, they envied his boldness, having earned a fortune that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. After acquiring this large sum of wealth, Xuanning saw the list of competitors for the next match. The 4th battle against a goose. It was actually Qian Miaoying. Wasn't she that woman from before? Xuanning was quite surprised, not expecting to encounter her so soon. Moreover, the betting odds were quite normal, without any significant tilt, standing at a straightforward 1-1. Clearly, the people here had assessed his strength and were hesitant to raise the stakes too high. The last match had already cost the arena a substantial amount after he won 1 million gold vouchers. Xuanning was unfazed and directly stated, "I bet on myself to win again, 1 million gold voucher." Despite Xuanning's substantial wager, the bettors performed their duties and handed over the receipt worth 1 million gold vouchers. After Xuanning left, the bettors were conflicted. Should I follow, or should I not? Xuanning was naturally confident in his strength. After picking up so many attribute points, his power had increased significantly, and he had also gained considerable cultivation value. Xuanning began to digest the cultivation value to elevate his realm breakthrough to Martial General 5th level. A powerful sensation surged within his body, a warm current flowing through his meridians, strengthening every bone, organ, and cell. Cultivation is just about picking up attribute points, isn't it? Xuanning smiled inwardly, knowing that the entire Xuanning Continent would become his map for growth. Returning to the contestant area, Qian Miaoying revealed a strange smile towards Xuanning, saying, "Kid, you're quite unlucky. Your next opponent is me, and he'll show you my strength." Xuanning smiled slightly at Qian Miaoying and replied, "Good luck." Qian Miaoying was rendered speechless by Xuanning's simple encouragement. It was her first time encountering someone who cheered for their opponent. Other contestants around looked at Xuanning with peculiar expressions, pondering what this guy could possibly be thinking. After a few matches, the host once again announced the name registered by Xuanning, Zhao Ritian, leading to another round of gasps from the audience. Zhao Ritian, you must win. Ooh, I bet 1,000 gold coins. Give it up. Ooh, I bet on Qian Miaoying to win. This guy can't possibly win. I can collect attribute points again. Xuanning smiled as he walked towards the arena. He looked around the ring for attribute points, walked a full circle, and used his wind control palm to collect all the points on the ground. Cultivation value, 10 strength, 1 health, 11 speed, 0. 1 Though these attribute points were few, they still slightly enhanced Xuanning's strength. After that, the host called out Qian Miaoyin's name again. Qian Miaoyin defeat that Zhao Ritian. Your figure is quite nice. How about I bid 10,000 gold coins to spend a night with me? Qian Miaoyin, good luck. As a woman, Qian Miaoyin was also quite popular. There were rarely any women in the arena, especially given her looks and figure, which immediately drew huge cheers from the men. Xuanning was quite surprised after hearing the host introduce Qian Miaoyin, not expecting this woman to have achieved 6 consecutive victories. A woman winning 6 matches in such an arena was impressive. Unfortunately for her, meeting Xuanning meant she would inevitably have to lie down obediently. When Qian Miaoyin approached Xuanning, she bluntly said, "Kid, since you refuse to tell the origin of rapid steps, they'll break your legs, and see if you will speak. Why so angry? Haven't you found someone to vent your rage on recently? You really shouldn't be like this, that will age you prematurely," Xuanning casually replied. "Indeed, all are brutish folks. Let me see how well you've mastered rapid steps." Qian Miaoyin, clearly furious, deftly twirled the dagger in her hand before gripping it tightly. "Rest assured, I am at least better than you in every way." Xuanning chuckled in response. "You?" Qian Miaoyin was extremely angry, her eyes blazing with fury, wishing to immediately press Xuanning to the ground. "Let the battle begin," the host announced. As soon as the battle began, Qian Miaoyin used her movement technique, darting rapidly towards Xuanning, her sharp dagger ruthlessly aiming for his neck. In her fury, Qian Miaoyin's attacks were fierce. If hit, Xuanning's neck would surely be severed. A truly venomous woman. Xuanning realized he couldn't be careless and used rapid steps as well. Xuanning employed the same movement technique, his feet moving constantly, effortlessly dodging Qian Miaoyin's deadly strikes. This woman showed no mercy. Every attack was lethal, appearing like a furious assassin. Xuanning drew his weapon and countered Qian Miaoyin's dagger, their weapons clashing, producing a shower of spark. After the exchange, Qian Miaoyin obviously realized that Xuanning was formidable, his strength was considerable, and a heating clash would leave her at a disadvantage. Thus, she planned to leverage her speed advantage to attack Xuanning, but his speed was not slow either, and he responded quickly, intercepting every attack she made. Xuanning intended to squeeze Qian Miaoyin dry before defeating her. He would never let her go while she still had value. Every opponent is a property extractor for Xuanning and cannot be easily overlooked. As the battle ensued, property points indeed fell from Qian Miaoyin, which Xuanning swiftly collected. Speed 0. 1. Speed 0. 1. Cultivation value 20. Most of what Qian Miaoyin dropped were speed and cultivation value points, and other property points were quite rare. Unfortunately, the skill book that Xuanning desired did not drop, as the drop rate for this skill was still quite low. The more she fought, the more Qian Miaoyin felt alarmed. She was extremely confident in her movement technique, yet she never anticipated that her opponent's technique would be so proficient, even slightly faster than hers. This left Qian Miaoyin utterly shocked. It was nearly unbelievable that her opponent's rapid steps was even more advanced than her own. Although Qian Miaoyin's attacks were cunning and her various combat techniques were hard to defend against, Xuanning's strength and speed were overwhelming. Despite lacking experience in battle compared to her, Qian Miaoyin found herself at a loss against Xuanning. This should come to an end. Xuanning saw that Qian Miaoyin was unlikely to drop any more property points and lost interest. He then exerted force, significantly increasing his speed, and launched a sword strike toward Qian Miaoyin. Such speed! Upon sensing the sound of breaking air, Qian Miaoyin dared not confront Xuanning head-on and quickly retreated, narrowly evading Xuanning's strike. However, Xuanning did not give her any chance to retaliate. Using rapid steps, his speed surged once again, and before Qian Miaoyin could react, he swiftly appeared before her, his left hand transforming into a palm, attacking toward Qian Miaoyin. Mountain-splitting palm. Qian Miaoyin was taken aback and wished to dodge, but with a sharp pain in her chest, she was struck by immense force, sending her flying into the air and landing outside the arena. After crashing to the ground, Qian Miaoyin angrily covered her chest and indignantly shouted, "Shameless!" Stamping her foot, she furiously left the scene. When Xuanning's palm struck Qian Miaoyin, it drew a chorus of sighs from the crowd, with many expressing envy that Xuanning could take advantage of the situation. This left Xuanning feeling helpless. He hadn't done it on purpose. In a fight, who cares about how to deal with it? However, at the moment he struck her, he finally triggered a property light point he desired. Rapid steps 1 inch. It seems my skill can be leveled up again. Xuanning utilized this skill. Xuanning was somewhat surprised to see that his rapid step skill level had not increased. It seemed that higher level skills required more experience. Rapid steps is already a high-grade human skill. If it were to be upgraded again, it would reach the low-grade yellow tier. Xuanning estimated that upgrading this skill would require more rapid steps, but such skills were not easily obtainable. Xuanning continued toward the middle-aged man. Upon seeing Xuanning, the man looked surprised that this kid had actually won again. He tossed Xuanning a ticket worth 100 gold coins, then tempted him again. "Kid, do you dare to participate again? If you win this time, it will be 150 gold coins. Since you say so, I shall oblige and continue participating. Xuanning replied. Good. The middle-aged man laughed heartily and said, Go down and prepare. After 4 matches, it will be your turn. Xuanning walked toward the betting area feeling excited as he recalled winning 1,000,000 gold coins. Gambling truly is the fastest way to make money. It hasn't been long, and he's already become a billionaire. Those placing bets also smiled upon seeing Xuanning as he had won the previous round. 2,000,000 gold coins, not a penny less. The opponent directly handed Xuanning a large stack of gold coins. After counting them, Xuanning did not leave. The opponent inquired, You aren't planning to place another bet, are you? After 4 matches, it will be my turn again. This time, I'll bet 2,000,000 gold coins, Xuanning said. The betting personnel stared at him in disbelief. The betting personnel sighed and informed Xuanning of the rules here. Oh, I see. That's fine then. Xuanning didn't expect there to be a cap, but he didn't mind. Even betting 1,000,000 gold coins would yield a considerable profit, after all, he wasn't losing anything at all. After a while, the match information for Xuanning was sent to the various betting locations. Upon seeing Xuanning's opponent, the betting personnel were somewhat surprised and shocked, not expecting Xuanning's upcoming opponent to be this person. The betting personnel then proactively said to Xuanning, You better not bet so much because your next opponent will be a formidable warrior at the 5th level Xuan. That person has won 12 consecutive matches and is not easy to deal with. What are the odds? Xuanning inquired, glancing at the name of the person he would be fighting, Xuan, which had quite a powerful ring to it. 1-3, the opponent replied. Hearing this, Xuanning was very pleased and said, 1,000,000 gold coins bet on myself to win. It's just a 5th level warrior. I'm also at the 5th level, so why should I fear him? This is a 3-fold multiplier. I could win 3,000,000 gold coins. Naturally, I won't miss this great opportunity. Seeing Xuanning so confident, the betting personnel hesitated once more, wondering whether to follow or not. The news of Xuanning battling the 5th level warrior Xuan quickly spread throughout the audience. No way that Zhao Ritian actually wants to challenge. After fighting 3 matches, what is that guy thinking? That's Xuan, who has won 12 matches in a row. This is a great opportunity to win money. We can't miss it. Zhao Ritian is bound to lose. It's even questionable whether he can survive. Countless people walked toward the betting area. Apart from Xuanning himself, everyone else was betting on Xuan to win. Xuanning had already fought 2 consecutive matches, continuing to participate in the 3rd match put him at a disadvantage. Xuan hadn't fought at all, maintaining his peak strength, so Zhao Ritian had no chance of winning. Xuanning didn't care what others thought. He was very confident in himself. Upon returning to the competition area, others pointed and whispered about Xuanning, discussing how he would surely lose this time. Xuan's strength was already a small realm above Xuanning's, and with his robust power, there were hardly any in the same realm who could rival him. They had no idea that Xuanning had also reached the 5th level of a warrior, nor did they know how many trump cards he had. Unfazed by their ridicule, Xuanning patiently awaited the battles after the 4th match. The Royal Arena deliberately promoted the match between Xuan and Zhao Ritian, drawing long lines of people eager to place bets. Except for a few who wagered on Zhao Ritian to win, everyone else bet on Xuan's victory. Xuan's might was overwhelming. He had reached the 5th tier of the martial general realm, had won 12 consecutive matches, and in each fight, he either left opponents grievously wounded or killed them on the spot. His blows were cruel and domineering. Because Xuan was so powerful and Zhao Ritian was a newcomer competing for the first day, having already fought twice, no one believed Zhao could win. The crowd naturally would not forego such easy money. Everyone followed the trend, so before the fight even began, the betting odds between the two shifted from the initial 1-3 to in the end 0-5-5. Even so, many still bet on Xuan to win. The person in charge of Luoxian City Royal Arena was appointed directly by the Lioli Imperial Court, and the arena's chief administrators were members of the royal household. But their authority was limited to managing the royal arena. Matters beyond the arena were beyond their remit, and they would not meddle. The royal arena's annual revenues brought substantial riches to the Lioli royal household, yet these earnings did not enter the state treasury and were treated as the private income of the royal family. The person in charge of Luoxian City's royal arena was a man named Ye Qingcheng, a member of the royal clan, but not of the direct line, several generations removed, limited to the post of arena overseer. Although his authority only extended to this city's arena, he lived a carefree life, without want for food. After seeing Zhao Rishan's earlier fight, he had a sudden idea: pit Zhao against Xuan and publicize it. Naturally, the outcome matched his expectation, and countless people bet on Xuan to win. Lord Kuan, although that Zhao Ritian looks weak, he should not be Xuan's match, right? Your grand promotion has led many to bet on Xuan's victory. Even though Xuan's odds have been reduced to 0-5, the stakes backing his victory are still huge. If Xuan truly wins, our losses will be severe. A 40-year-old man beside him, the nominal manager of the royal arena, looked at Lu Qingcheng with puzzlement. Lu Qingcheng appeared barely in his 20s, though he was actually 30. He had overseen the arena for 10 years and possessed keen judgment. Lu Qingcheng glanced at the distant Zhao Ritian and said with confidence that he had watched the boys fight closely and that the boy had been holding back. If he did not have absolute certainty, would he have made such a wager? Qingcheng, still puzzled, asked whether if the boys' strength proved insufficient, they would not lose a great sum for nothing, and whether Lord Kuan might be punished. Lu Qingcheng replied that the boy had even bet on himself. A 1 million gold vouchers was no small sum, and if the boy possessed such confidence, he might as well follow the wager, for in this arena, everyone was a gambler. Although Lu Qingcheng spoke, thus his face radiated complete confidence, as though everything were under his control. He was clearly convinced that Zhao Ritian would bring him a great surprise. But Qingcheng remained concerned and asked whether they should have Chu Outyin deliberately lose. At that, Lu Qiangken's smile vanished, and a chill emanated from him as he warned that no rigging was allowed here, that whether they won or lost, no fixed matches were permitted, and asked whether Qingcheng thought the royal arena's reputation was to be tarnished. Qingcheng turned deathly pale and hurriedly knelt, pleading for forgiveness, admitting his fault, and vowing never to suggest breaking the rules or sullying the royal arena's reputation again. Lu Qingcheng declared sternly that whoever he learned dared to fix matches or behave thus would not be spared. Qingcheng acknowledged Lu Qiangken's authority. Though Qingcheng was nominally in charge here, it was Lu Qingcheng who held real power. Lu Qingcheng represented the royal household. Relieved that he had not been rebuked, Qingcheng hastily wiped the sweat from his brow and left. The audience on the stands swelled. After 3 bouts, the seats were nearly full, all there to watch the clash between Zhao Ritian and Chu Outyin, for they had all wagered on Chu Aoshan's victory. After the 4th match concluded, the host ascended the stage, ceremoniously surveyed the packed crowd, and smiled, remarking that it had been a long time since every seat had been filled and that everyone eagerly anticipated the next bout. The host announced that he would not keep them long and introduced the familiar figure they had long awaited, the 12-match victor Chu Outyin. When the host's words fell, the crowd erupted in cheers for Chu Outyin. They were elated, having bet on his victory, and to them this match was an utterly certain win. Chu Outyin, Chu Outyin, Chu Outyin. The entire arena cheered for Chu Outyin. Stepping down from the contestants' area, he reveled in the calling of his name, craving that adulation and feeling that only thus had his life not been lived in vain. To elicit greater cheers, Chu Outyin treated his foes with brutal cruelty. Whenever he left an opponent grievously wounded or killed them outright, the crowd roared. Chu Outyin relished that atmosphere of acclamation. Thoroughly enjoying it, he would not hesitate to slay his foe ruthlessly this time, as well to draw greater acclaim. Chu Outyin mounted the arena, raised his hands in triumph, and wore a face flushed with pride. The voices from the stands filled him with boundless bravado. On the other side, the host announced Zhao Rishan's entrance. A murmur of pity swept the crowd. No one cheered for him, for they did not wish to lose money, and therefore would not chant his name. Chu Outyin regarded Zhao Rishan's slight frame with arrogance and contempt, taunting that with such a puny body, he could not withstand a single strike from him, and laughed loudly. Chu Aoshan's physique was hulking, nearly 2 meters tall with prodigious strength. He wielded a 3-meter cleaver, and at the sight of him, ordinary folk felt their hearts falter before the fight even began. After Xuanning took the stage, he ignored the laughing Chu Outyin. What was there to care about with a simple-minded He continued, as before, walking around the entire arena, picking up all the attribute points scattered on the ground. After 4 battles, quite a few attribute points had dropped. Cultivation value, 10 strength 0. 8 constitution, 1 health 16. Unfortunately, there were no skill books or similar attribute points dropped. These attribute points were rare and not easily obtained. Chu Aoshan's face twisted with rage as he watched Xuanning's indifferent demeanor, appearing quite cruel. He tightened his grip on the large cleaver and declared, "Kid, I will chop your body into hundreds of pieces and use your head as a ball to kick." In response, Xuanning simply said he. Chu Outyin felt ignored, as if he wasn't even worth a glance. His eyes burned with fury, and he unleashed a murderous intent, without restraint, glaring at the host. "What are you waiting for? Start the battle already." The host furrowed his brows, but knew it wasn't the time for idle chatter, quickly saying, "The battle begins." At the moment the battle commenced, Chu Outyin wasted no time in attacking furiously, gripping the cleaver tightly, as he charged at Xuanning, a flash of blade light coming towards him. "Die, you little brat." Upon seeing the strike, Xuanning activated his movement technique, retreating a few steps. That strike shattered the stone slab beneath it, illustrating its immense power. With his first attack missing, Chu Outyin swung the cleaver again, his strikes coming in a frenzy one after another. But Xuanning kept evading. No matter how powerful the attacks were, he managed to dodge every one, moving with remarkable agility, making it impossible for Chu Outyin to land a hit. "Is dodging all you can do? If you can't fight back, then kneel and surrender early." Maybe you'll be in a good mood and spare your life. While attacking, Chu Outyin spoke frustrated that this guy was as slippery as an eel, unable to be hit no matter how he tried. He was furious. None of his previous opponents had such speed. If this continued, eventually, he would tire out. Xuanning laughed without hesitation. Chu Outyin was indeed further angered. Although it was just 2 words, the laughter was filled with mockery and sarcasm, as if to say, if you have the ability, come and hit me. Arrogant and prideful Chu Outyin could not tolerate such ridicule from Xuanning and launched another violent attack. Chu Outyin was indeed very strong, and his power was immense. Just wielding this cleaver was a challenge for ordinary people, let alone swinging it. Yet Chu Outyin not only wielded it effortlessly, but with such mastery that it was no wonder he had won 12 consecutive matches. For someone with even slightly less speed, dodging Chu Aoshan's relentless attacks would be impossible. After being provoked by Xuanning, Chu Outyin increased his attack speed, and Xuanning finally raised his longsword to block in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. Xuanning managed to block several strikes, each time repelling Chu Aoshan's overwhelming attacks without showing any signs of retreat. This left Chu Outyin astonished. Even against opponents of the same realm, he didn't think many could withstand his onslaught. The key point was that everyone saw Xuanning's realm as only that of a 4th-level martial general. This Zhao Ritian is quite strong, daring to participate in 3 battles in one day. He indeed possesses extraordinary abilities. I underestimated him. I thought Zhao Ritian couldn't even withstand a single strike from Chu Outyin, yet he has taken 3 hits hidden. This kid's strength is impressive. Even among those of the same level, no one would dare to take Chu Aoshan's attacks like he does, and not only has he withstood them, but he also stands firm. His strength is commendable. Chu Aoshan's face twisted with frustration, his expression fluctuating as he said, I don't believe you can withstand my attacks forever. With that, Chu Aoshan's entire body surged with power, creating a wave of energy. His cleaver swung even more violently, as if a violent storm was raging. Storm blade technique. Chu Outyin slashed down directly at Xuanning, who quickly dodged, but the blade cut down where he had just stood. Boom. The stone slab beneath was completely shattered, creating a pit. Chu Aoshan's storm blade technique was incredibly swift. After missing Xuanning, he moved like the wind again, launching another strike. Sensing the terrifying blade aura, Xuanning remained calm. He pushed off the ground with force and leaped into the air. Once above Chu Outyin, he gathered his spiritual energy in his left hand, channeling all his strength before delivering a powerful punch. Tsunami fist. Feeling the gust of wind from the punch in midair, Chu Outyin barely managed to dodge. Bang! As he felt the immense pain in his shoulder, Chu Outyin raised his weapon in retaliation, swinging it at the sky. Xuanning blocked with his longsword and performed a backflip, safely landing on the ground. After witnessing this scene, everyone in the arena was stunned. They hadn't expected Chu Outyin not only to miss Zhao Ritian, but also to be hit in return. I will kill you. Feeling the intense pain in his shoulder, Chu Outyin became enraged again. He stomped down hard, cracking the ground beneath him. Chu Aoshan's speed increased significantly as he charged towards Xuanning, his Stormblade technique becoming even more frenzied. Every strike aimed to take Xuanning's life, each move merciless. Xuanning felt a surge of killing intent. With one hand holding the sword to fend off the attacks, he gathered powerful energy in his other hand and leaped up, delivering a fierce kick towards Chu Outyin. Whiplash Thunder Kick. A thunderous sound echoed as it struck towards Chu Outyin. He raised the cleaver to block, but was still pushed back by the overwhelming force. With a powerful step, Xuanning propelled himself like a cannonball, moving as swiftly as lightning, and raised his left palm to directly attack Chu Aoshan's heart. Cloud Pushing Palm. Puff. A scream erupted as Chu Outyin was sent flying, struggling on the ground before he could no longer rise. Everyone looked at Xuanning in disbelief, then glanced at the already slain Chu Aotian, filled with astonishment and surprise. Soon all eyes were fixed on Xuanning, for an extraordinary figure had emerged in the arena. It was unexpected that this battle would culminate in Chu Aotian's death. It seems I was not mistaken. This fellow named Zhao Ritian indeed possesses formidable combat strength. At just 20 years old, he is truly an outstanding talent. Luoxian Clan had naturally seen the information Xuanning left in the arena, and the age listed there was indeed surprising to him. Such a person was worth his effort to recruit. Someone go invite Zhao Ritian here, Luoxian Clan instructed. Yes. A person left, heading towards Zhao Ritian's location. After Xuanning's victory, he collected the attribute points that had fallen to the ground. Strength 5, cultivation value 30, critical hit 2. Xuanning looked at the new attribute point in astonishment, not expecting another critical hit attribute to appear. This attribute point was excellent. It would enhance his attacks. Unfortunately, he was unable to extract the opponent's skills this time. Glancing at the deceased Chu Aotian, Xuanning showed no change in expression. This fellow deserved death. Having always aimed to kill him, Xuanning would naturally show no mercy. He picked up the attribute points dropped after Xuan's death. Cultivation value 150. This cultivation value was quite substantial. After defeating an enemy, the dropped attribute points were considerable, but unfortunately, there was nothing else besides the cultivation value. The stronger the opponent, the more attribute points dropped. Xuan had yielded a total of 200 cultivation points, which could be considered a fitting end. Xuanning returned to the middle-aged man and received 150 gold vouchers. The man did not require him to participate in further battles and expressed great satisfaction, urging him to continue his efforts. After receiving his reward, Xuanning immediately went to claim his betting reward. Zhao, you have finally. The person who had placed the bet was very pleased upon seeing Zhao, as he had won again and made a profit. Xuanning handed over the ticket he had received, and the man also handed him his gold vouchers. When Xuanning checked his bet, he was surprised to find it had become 0.55, instantly winning 5 million gold vouchers. This feeling of winning is truly exhilarating. No wonder so many gamblers find it hard to leave the gambling table even after winning. Xuanning resonated deeply with this sentiment. Winning such a large sum brought him immense joy, difficult to express in words. Zhao, the person in charge of the royal arena, wishes to meet you. A person approached Xuanning speaking politely. Noticing Xuanning's hesitation, he quickly explained, "Rest assured, our person in charge means no harm." The other party had sent only one person, speaking in a very courteous tone. Xuanning nodded and said. Xuanning was then brought into a room in the royal arena where he found an elegant man dressed in luxurious clothing sitting at a table looking at him. "Please take a seat," Luoxian City said cordially to Xuanning. Seeing that he was alone with only the courteous man, Xuanning introduced himself saying, "My name is Zhao. May I ask your name?" "Just call me Luoxian City. I am the person in charge here. I invited you here simply to make a friend with no ulterior motives." Luoxian City's demeanor exuded a refined charm that left listeners feeling pleasantly refreshed. "I am honored to make a friend with the head of the arena." Xuanning felt that since the other party had no ill intentions and simply wished to befriend him, it was certainly agreeable. He was someone who cherished friendships. Moreover, this person was a member of the Li dynasty's royal family. Since he wanted to participate in the competition here, he would naturally need to interact with him, so declining was not an option. Xuanning sat down and began conversing with him, soon realizing that this man was indeed extraordinary. He appeared refined and composed, yet exuded wisdom, refraining from inquiring about any personal matters. He only praised Xuanning's strength repeatedly, which was quite rare. Generally, people would ask him about his background, but the other party merely engaged in simple conversation, not even suggesting he remove his mask. Such sincerity was indeed hard to come by, and Xuanning greatly appreciated the other party's demeanor. After getting familiar, Xuanning suddenly thought of a small request and promptly asked, "I have a small favor to ask. I wonder if you could help me. I'm curious about what it is." "If it's something I can do, I certainly won't refuse," Luoxian City inquired with interest. "I was wondering when the arena will close, as I wish to observe the arenas where the contestants are fighting." Xuanning hurriedly expressed his thoughts. "Oh, what do you want to do there?" Luoxian City was indeed surprised that Xuanning would make such a request. It was simple, but stemmed from curiosity. Xuanning had already prepared his explanation, replying, "It's because my cultivation method is unique and requires experiencing battles, and the arena is the best training environment. I need to stand amidst those frequently engaged in combat to comprehend my martial way, so I wish to see those environments where battles take place to enhance my martial skills." Upon hearing Xuanning's words, Luoxian City nodded and said, "That is certainly not difficult. The arena operates every day until the late hours of the night around 11 p.m., so there won't be anyone there at that time." After speaking, Luoxian City handed Xuanning a token saying, "When the time comes, take this token, and you will be able to access those areas directly. I hope it helps you." Xuanning felt ecstatic upon hearing this. The entire arena held countless battles each day, and at the end of the day, how many attribute points would drop? Thank you, Xuanning expressed his joy. After a while, Xuanning left the royal arena. Since there was still some time until evening, he returned to Zhou Yuyao's estate, as he promised to protect her and would naturally stay here for the time being. With food, drink, and shelter provided, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. If he returned home, he would have to handle everything himself. How delightful that would be. Upon returning here, Xuanning did not remain idle, but practiced his martial skills outside the estate. He had now learned 7 martial techniques and needed to diligently hone them to unleash their full power. On the other side, when Ye returned to the cave with excitement, ready to collect the treasure, he found the cave completely empty. Apart from a few corpses, there was nothing else, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Ye shouted, "It's gone." Then in a fit of rage, he roared, "Who did this?" At that moment, Xuanning, who was practicing martial arts, sneezed, unaware of who might be thinking of him. Ye said, "I'm scolding you. Young Master Xuanning, it's time to eat." Dong Shui blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled cheerfully at Xuanning. "Thank you." Xuanning glanced at the sky, surprised at how quickly it had darkened. He followed Dong Shui to the place where Zhou Yuyao usually read and found a table already set with a feast. Please take a seat, young master Xuanning. Zhou Yuyao stood slightly and gestured for Xuanning to sit. Don't call me young master, oh, just call me Xuanning. After sitting down, Xuanning noticed several attribute points on the ground. He inhaled, drawing them into his hand. Spirit 0. 2. Insight 0. 2. Talent 0. 1. Xuanning was quite surprised it hadn't been long since Zhou Yuyao had dropped so many rare attribute points, which was truly impressive. Then you can just call me by my name too. Zhou Yuyao's face turned slightly red as she felt a bit shy saying such words to a man for the first time. All right. Xuanning didn't overthink it and began eating, praising him. Very good. This cooking is truly excellent. Of course, Sister Xiachan can cook. Dong Shui chimed in. Xuanning was surprised to learn that it was Xiachan's cooking and remarked, Xiachan, your culinary skills are no less than those of the chefs in the big inns. Xiachan was delighted at his words and quickly replied, where? As long as young master Xuanning doesn't dislike it. I'm speaking the truth, Xuanning said. After that, Xiachan and Dong Shui also sat down to eat. At the dining table, Xuanning shared some amusing stories, piquing the curiosity of the three women. Xuanning spoke humorously occasionally, making them chuckle. Although they didn't fully understand much of what he said, they found it very interesting after his explanations. The three women became increasingly curious about Xuanning and felt very relaxed and happy in his company. Then, inspired by a bold idea, Xuanning asked, do you know where there is a school in Luoxian City? A school? The girls looked at Xuanning in confusion and asked, you're so talented, why do you want to go to school? Naturally, Xuanning wouldn't reveal that he was going to collect attribute points. So Xuanning said seriously, they say learning has no limits. It's beneficial to visit knowledgeable elders and have more exchanges with them. It can only bring me advantages, not disadvantages. Seeing Xuanning speak so earnestly, the three women genuinely believed him. Not only did they believe him, but they also admired Xuanning's spirit of continuous learning, praising, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable and still have such insights. That truly makes me feel ashamed. Xuanning looked at Zhou Yuyao, disagreeing with her modesty. How could she be small? Clearly she was very significant. Seeing the admiration from the three women, Xuanning felt ashamed. His only goal was to collect attribute points, not to exchange knowledge. I happen to have a friend who is the daughter of the headmaster of Qingcheng Academy, and that Mr. Su Rong is very famous for his knowledge throughout Luoxian City. Why don't we visit her tomorrow? It's been a while since I last saw her. Good, let's go tomorrow. Xuanning was only going to collect attribute points, and the so-called spirit of learning was just an excuse. After eating, Xuanning returned to his guest room and began to attempt cultivation, checking if his posture and his talent had improved and if it would have any effect. Currently, the cultivation method Xuanning was practicing was merely a low-grade family technique. Such a technique was far too basic. If he could cultivate it, he wouldn't mind looking for a more advanced technique to practice. Following the memory of the technique, he sat cross-legged, palms facing upward on his knees, closed his eyes, and communicated with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing it into his body. A thread of spiritual energy was drawn into his body. As the technique operated, it flowed into his meridians, enhancing his physical quality, strengthening his physique, and increasing the spiritual energy within him. Cultivation value 1. After completing a cycle, Xuanning indeed felt the increase of spiritual energy within him. It seems that talent is truly important for a person. If the technique were stronger, perhaps the cultivation value gained would be even more. Xuanning pondered when he would be able to acquire a good technique, as that would allow him to gain more cultivation value during practice. Only a little cultivation value. Indeed, this cultivation method is far too slow, much slower than collecting attribute points. Xuanning checked the time. It was still early, so he planned to continue cultivating. Even the smallest mosquito is meat. He couldn't waste this time. He needed to learn to be a time manager. Cultivation value 1. Cultivation value 1. Cultivation. When Xuanning woke up again, it was nearly time. He opened the door, and the entire manor had fallen into Xuanning lived not far from Zhou Yuyao. After stepping out, he noticed many guards standing at Zhou Yuyao's door, and there were still patrols in the manor during the night, significantly enhancing the security of the entire estate. Xuanning left the manor, and those people did not stop him. The streets of Luoxian City had fallen into tranquility. Xuanning walked along the silent streets, stepping on the bluestone slabs, his solitary figure appearing somewhat lonely as he made his way to the royal arena. The lively and bustling arena had also fallen silent with the deepening night, like the end of a performance. However, there were still guards outside. Xuanning stepped forward, took out his token, and upon seeing it, the other person allowed him to enter. Xuanning approached the front desk and was just about to speak when a beautiful young lady hurriedly came up and asked, you must be Zhao Ritian, right? The manager instructed me to wait here for you. Xuanning was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Luoxian Continent to arrange everything so well. After all, he was just an unnamed nobody, yet he was given such attention, which caught him off guard. Thank you. Xuanning looked at the young lady, who was tall and had a face like a peach blossom, looking quite charming and lovely. As the young lady walked, she remarked, "This is the arena for martial warriors, and the space is slightly smaller than other places." Xuanning stepped inside and glanced around. It was indeed smaller compared to the arena for generals. Not bothering about it, he walked straight into the arena and saw a number of attribute points awaiting him on the ground. Xuanning hurried over and used the wind mastery technique to collect all the attribute points. Cultivation 5 Strength 0, 2 Speed 0, 1 Constitution 0, 1. The attribute points were indeed scarce, with cultivation values only in single digits, and none of the other attributes exceeded 0. 5. However, since these were free pickups, accumulating them could lead to significant attribute enhancements. Unfortunately, no martial arts or skills dropped, which left Xuanning a bit disappointed. The young lady, curious about Xuanning's actions, had been observing him closely. Xuanning closed his eyes, feigning comprehension for a moment, then smiled and said, "Not bad." Turning to the young lady, who wore a puzzled expression, he suggested, "Let's head to the next arena." "All right," she replied. Though curious, she didn't dare to ask further. The next arena was the one Xuanning had visited during the day. After some time, it had dropped quite a few attribute points again, and Xuanning picked them up from the ground. Strength 2, Cultivation 14, Defense 2. The gains here were decent. Although limited, there were more attribute points to collect than in the previous arena. Next, the young lady took Xuanning to the next arena. However, as soon as Xuanning entered this passage, he felt a savage roar reminiscent of a beast's cry. Are those demonic beasts? Xuanning knew that in the royal arena there was another type of battle won against demonic beasts which were kept imprisoned inside. Those roars were the howls of the beasts. Yes, they are all demonic beasts. This arena is quite large and tall, which helps prevent demonic beasts from leaping onto the viewing platforms. The young lady replied. Xuanning walked in, feeling a very bloody and violent aura. However, upon seeing the ground littered with attribute points, he felt ecstatic and jumped off the platform, eagerly collecting the points on the ground. Critical hit 2 Water Element Resistance, 1 Demonic Beast, Bloodline 1 Claw Strike, 1 Cultivation, 25. Xuanning was overjoyed and quite stunned. The rewards here were incredibly strong. He had such a big haul right upon his arrival, and all these attribute points were excellent, even including a skill. This Claw Strike should be a skill used by demonic beasts. I wonder if I can use it. Curiously, Xuanning used all these attribute points. Learn Claw Strike LV2. A surge of information entered Xuanning's mind, allowing him to learn a new skill. Upon seeing that it was a mid-tier human martial skill, Xuanning realized that not only humans dropped skills, but even demonic beasts could drop them, albeit with a low probability. This time the haul was quite good, although many of the attribute points had dimmed significantly, yielding only 0. 1 of the sheer number made the rewards quite satisfying. After using these attribute points, Xuanning's various attributes were significantly enhanced again. The cultivation points were relatively few, but there were plenty of strength, health, and bloodline attributes. His bloodline awakening level had increased to 32. Although it was still far from complete awakening, Xuanning had plenty of patience and time. After closing his eyes and feigning comprehension for a while, Xuanning had the young lady take him to the final arena where the strong warriors above the martial master level competed. Upon seeing the dazzling lights on the platform, Xuanning excitedly rushed forward to collect the attribute points that had fallen around the arena. Cultivation 41, Health 82, Xiantian Technique 1. This is a technique. Upon hearing this, Xuanning was instantly shocked. He had actually picked up a technique and hurriedly used those attribute points. Learned Xiantian Technique LV. A wave of information flooded into Xuanning's mind, granting him a much more profound cultivation technique. This technique was incomparably more advanced than the one he had previously learned, and he sensed its boundless mysteries. It's actually a high-tier yellow-grade technique. After checking the information about this technique, Xuanning was very surprised, his face filled with smiles. This way, even if he practiced alone, he could still gain considerable cultivation value. Then the system sent a prompt: do you want to decompose Xuanning Technique LV1? This was the low-tier technique Xuanning had learned before, and he never expected that techniques could actually be decomposed. Decompose, Xuanning said. Decomposed Xuanning Technique LV1 successfully gained 1 point of technique experience. Xuanning did not expect that decomposing this low-tier human technique would yield only 1 experience point. Xuanning attempted to begin using it. Experience for Xiantian Technique 1 point of experience did not upgrade Xiantian Technique. It remained LV6. Since techniques can be decomposed, can skills be decomposed too? Curiously, Xuanning clicked on the recently acquired Claw Strike and silently thought about decomposition. Decomposed Claw Strike LV2 successfully gained 2 points of skill experience. It really can. Xuanning was astonished, not expecting these skills could indeed be decomposed, thus enhancing the skills he wanted to upgrade. Xuanning looked at his skill list: Martial Skills, Claw Mountain Palm LV2, Storm Fist LV2, Flowing Cloud Swordplay LV3, Wind Mastery LV7, Whip Thunder Leg LV2, Quick Step LV3, Cloud Push Palm LV4. For Xuanning, the most important skills were those that ensured his survival. Movement skills were definitely the top priority. Even if he couldn't win, he could retreat temporarily. Xuanning allocated the skill experience to Quick Step. Quick Step LV3 skill, level 1, current skill, level LV4. Xuanning looked at the various colored attribute points on the ground and collected all of them again. Strength, 3 health, 67 cultivation, 33. Unfortunately, there were no more skills on the ground, but the various attribute points were all considerable as they were dropped during battles between martial masters. I can promote again. Xuanning looked at his cultivation level and did not hesitate to begin his ascent. A powerful surge of spiritual energy flowed into Xuanning's body, strengthening him and enhancing his power, while a faint fluctuation was released from his body. What is this? The girl beside him was utterly astonished, watching the aura emanating from Xuanning in complete surprise. You actually broke through. The girl was speechless, having never seen anyone break through just by walking around the arena. Xuanning certainly broadened her horizons. The cultivation method I practice is quite special. I need to comprehend martial arts in this kind of fierce environment. I had a strong feeling before, and I accidentally broke through. Xuanning intentionally exposed the aura of his breakthrough, which would also prevent Luoxian from becoming suspicious, making him believe that this was indeed a way to enhance his strength. This way, aside from being surprised, the other party would not find it strange that he came here every day to walk around. I accidentally broke through. The girl said this with a sense of disbelief. If other martial artists heard this, they wouldn't know what to think. You are truly amazing. Is it true that you are only 20 years old? The girl was indeed shocked by Xuanning's talent. She had seen his profile. He was 20 years old, and his previous cultivation level was at the 4th level of Martial General. This breakthrough must have brought him to the 5th level. However, she did not know that Xuanning's actual level was already at the 6th level of Martial General. Yes, Xuanning replied, then added, thank you for your help. I need to go back and consolidate my level, so I won't disturb you. All right, I will see you out. The girl quickly calmed her astonished heart. A 20 rolled at the 5th level of Martial General. That talent for cultivation was indeed impressive. If she knew that Xuanning's real age was only 16, she would probably be even more shocked, unable to close her mouth. After sending Xuanning out, the girl finally approached Luoxian's door and knocked. Come in. Upon hearing this, the girl composed herself despite still being in shock, then opened the door and respectfully said to Luoxian, young master Lu Xiaoritian broke through, and it happened right in front of me. Oh, he broke through, Luoxian said, sitting on a stool. He was surprised, and then smiled, saying, please tell me. Yes. The girl recounted everything about Xuanning without missing any details. After finishing, Luoxian nodded and said to the girl, I understand. Please attend to him like you did today in the future and build a good relationship with him. He is an interesting person. Yes, young master Lu, the girl replied, happily finding the task quite simple. After the girl left, Luoxian tapped the table with one hand, deep in thought. He did not believe that the information left by Xuanning was genuine and planned to secretly investigate the whereabouts of this Xiaoritian. Clap. Luoxian clapped his hands and a shadow appeared from the darkness, bowing respectfully to him. Young master, you called for me. Luoxian threw the image document into the shadow, and the paper flew toward it along a fixed trajectory, landing directly in the shadow's hand. Investigate his true identity in secret, but be careful not to be discovered, and definitely do not take action against him. Such a person can only be befriended. Luoxian said. Understood. The shadow took the document and left the room. Xuanning had gained a lot this time. Xuanning still did not return to the Xuan family. Instead, he went back to Zhou Yuyo's estate and did not sleep, eagerly trying to test how powerful the newly obtained Xiantian method was. As he settled into meditation, Xuanning quickly entered a state of cultivation. At the beginning, he felt a powerful spiritual energy being absorbed into his body. If the spiritual energy absorbed before obtaining the Xiantian method was like a single hair, then after obtaining this method it felt like a fine thread when he cultivated again. The difference was truly vast. Advanced cultivation methods are indeed powerful. Moreover, only by acquiring advanced methods can ordinary people have a higher probability of breaking through to greater realms. Low-level methods simply cannot cultivate to high levels, and the speed of cultivation is extremely slow. Xuanning was very clear that on the Xuanning Continent, an advanced cultivation method is worth much more than martial skills. Once the method is powerful, both strength and realm will surpass others. However, if a martial skill cannot be executed without strong strength, even if one obtains it, it remains As the spiritual energy flowed into Xuanning's body and circulated around a cycle, he found that his cultivation value had increased. Cultivation value 6. After completing a cycle, the cultivation value gained was 6 times that of before. This was indeed a significant gap. Xuanning decided to return to the Xuan family the next day. With his current level of strength, he was already capable of selecting better martial skills and methods from the family. He would not refuse something given for free, as those cultivation methods could be broken down into experience to enhance the levels of his skills and methods. After cultivation, Xuanning found that even without sleep, he felt completely energized. The crowing of a rooster tore through the veil of night, signaling the arrival of day. After finishing a sumptuous breakfast, Zhou Yuyao, Xiachan, and Dong Shui, having carefully dressed up, looked even more charming with their beautiful faces and lightly applied makeup. Xuanning looked at them with admiration, saying, "Very good, very beautiful." The three girls smiled, and then boarded the carriage heading towards Qingcheng Academy. On the way, Zhou Yuyao talked about some matters regarding Qingcheng Academy. Su Rong was open-minded and knowledgeable, having taught many students in Luoxian City. Most of them were children from ordinary families. Families like the Xian family had dedicated tutors to cultivate their children's literacy and education, teaching them common knowledge. Their main focus was still on martial arts. Unless they lacked significant talent, yet had an interest in studying, then they would wholeheartedly delve into academics, and perhaps through layers of exams they could even secure an official position. After a long while they arrived at Qingcheng Academy. Zhou Yuyao frequented this place, and since it was still class time, Xuanning followed her to the back hall of the academy, where Su Rong's family resided. The back hall was elegantly designed, fresh and pleasant, with many vibrant flowers and green bamboo planted. The gentle breeze flowed through, causing the bamboo forest to sway like a melodious tune. Xuanning had come for nothing more than to collect attribute points, yet the students were still in class. He could not in good conscience interrupt them. When he had passed the school earlier, he found the instructor Su Rong still teaching, while everyone else sat quietly listening with rapt attention. The academies of this world were not modern lecture halls. There were no loud recitations, so Xuanning did not hear students bellowing passages aloud. On the carriage, Zhou Yuyao had told Xuanning about a dear friend named Su Ryu, whose father was a scholarly teacher and therefore kept her from appearing much in public. Zhou added that Su Ryu was by no means less learned than herself, favored quietude, and had planted the flowers and herbs that adorned the place. They knocked on an elegant room whose exterior was unique, a string of wind chimes hanging outside that tinkled crisp and clear whenever a gentle breeze passed. The door opened, and a woman of gentle, refined bearing stepped forth, possessing the fragile grace of a classical beauty, the sort whose delicacy made one long to hold and cherish her. Her long hair flowed beautifully styled with care. She wore no makeup, yet her bare face was strikingly lovely, flawless, and exquisitely sculpted. On the Xuanning Continent, every woman's beauty seemed wholly natural. No Photoshop, no filters, no elaborate cosmetics. Everything pure and unadorned. This was Su Ryu, a daughter of a scholarly household, cultured and well-bred. Upon seeing Zhou Yuyao, she offered a demure, courteous smile, bearing a row of immaculate, even teeth and genuine delight. "Yuyao, you have come. Please come in. It has been so long. I have missed you," Su Ryu said as she drew Zhou inside, then glanced back in surprise at the unexpected presence of a man. "Yuyao, this gentleman is—" Su Ryu asked Xuanning with puzzlement, for she knew Zhou seldom brought companions, and seldom men at that, so she was curious about his identity. Zhou replied with a sweet, enchanting smile and introduced him. "Let me introduce you. This is Xuanning of the Xian family, a close friend of mine." Su Ryu was a little taken aback. She knew Zhou to be as reticent as she was rarely keeping friends, and never would she have expected Zhou to bring a man unless he was truly special. Suddenly remembering, Su Ryu stared at Xuanning in surprise and said, "I heard someone yesterday defeated the 4 great talents of Taixia City and left behind 2 couplets that caused a sensation in Luoxian City. That man was called Xuanning. Could that be you, eh?" "It was I," Xuanning replied with a polite smile, bowing slightly with cupped fists. Upon his admission, Su Ryu laughed softly and said, "To behold Xuanning Gongzi is my great fortune. The 2 couplets and the poems you penned yesterday filled me with deep admiration. I wrestled with the lines through the night, and at last composed the 2 lower couplets. I hoped you both might judge whether they suit," he added. Xuanning was astonished that Su Ryu had devised the lower lines so quickly, and exclaimed, "Miss Su, your wit is indeed swift to have produced them so soon." "You are truly remarkable," Ryu, Zhou chimed in. "I could not conjure them yesterday. You have surpassed me." It was not that Zhou had lacked the ability, her thoughts had simply not been on couplets the night before. "Not at all," Su Ryu demurred. "Had I turned my mind to it sooner, I would have composed them long ago." Su Ryu knew full well that Zhou's scholarship rivaled her own. It was hardly possible that Zhou could not have come up with. Su Ryu went to her desk and took out a sheet of paper, laying it open for them to see. The upper couplet read, "The character Jing is 3 Re-Sun characters. Time may have days, yet think of no day. Day after day, 100 years is 36,000 days." Xuanning, viewing the writing, was taken aback by its beauty. The strokes were small, but elegant, lively, and impeccably neat. They say handwriting reveals the person, and indeed her script matched Su Ryu herself. Clean, graceful, and full of refinement, plainly the work of a true lady of letters. Beside it lay the lower couplet. The character pen is 3 co-mouth characters. One should open the mouth, and open the mouth after mouth imploring you to drain another cup of wine. On reading the lower line, Zhou hurried to praise, Ruoyu, your talent is extraordinary. I am ashamed to be. Xuanning too could not help but admire Su Ryu. Her matching couplets were deft and ingeniously composed, truly the mark of a rare talent. He had not expected Luoxian City to shelter two such exceptional women both in beauty and learning as Zhou Yuyao and Su Ryu. Both were rare beauties, each in her own way. Zhou Yuyao gentle and kind, considerate and quick of mind. Su Ryu was delicate in temperament, her voice soft and mellifluous, her speech measured and subtle. Each word sounded like a pleasure to the ear, and Xuanning even imagined that her call would be sweet to hear. On Su Ryu's desk were other sheets, each bearing the calligraphy of couplets that Xuanning had exchanged with the four talents the previous day. Among them were the poems Xuanning had composed. Every page was written with great care and orderly strokes, so much so that they resembled objects of art pleasing to behold. Seeing him study the characters so intently, Su Ryu's cheeks flushed, and she murmured, I did not expect Xuanning Gongzi to come here. You must find it laughable. Your handwriting is composed and dignified, elegant and delightful. Far superior to mine, Xuanning said without a trace of jest. He was not joking. His own script was likely legible only to himself, for the former Xuanning had poured every ounce of time into martial training and scarcely practiced calligraphy at all. Alas, that former Xuanning, despite diligent training day after day for 13 years, had seen no progress in his realm. Had he been another man, he might long ago have given up. At that moment, Xuanning noticed several luminous attribute points scattered on the floor and was somewhat surprised, for their hue differed from those he had seen before. He hurried over and, channeling the Yufeng palm, gathered the glowing points from the ground. As a result, his calligraphy experience increased by 5, and his wisdom rose by 0.5. His luck improved slightly, increasing by 0.1. Xuanning was completely stunned after picking it up. What on earth is Su Ryu? How could she drop 3 different types of attribute points? The calligraphy experience increased his calligraphy skill. Xuanning never expected that even this attribute point could be dropped. This meant that his future issues with writing poorly could be resolved. There were also intelligence and luck attributes which were dropped for the first time. How delightful. Luck is a very rare attribute. To think it could drop from Su Ryu. Xuanning would probably have to come here often in the future, not for any other reason, but to collect more luck attributes. Luck is a good thing. I never expected to pick it up from Su Ryu. I wonder if there are more. Xuanning used all those attribute points. Skill calligraphy too. After using them, Xuanning found that his writing techniques in calligraphy had greatly improved. He looked at Su Ryu in surprise. This woman was truly a great help to him. Xuanning was now very confident. If he were to write again, the characters he produced would surely be dozens of times better than before. He opened his attribute list and found that he had gained a new life skill. Life skill calligraphy, LV3. Besides that, the attribute list also showed an increase in luck 0.1. Then Xuanning looked around and discovered a few other attribute points, quickly picking them up. Intelligence 0. Intelligence 0.1. Xuanning was very surprised. Why were the attributes dropped by Su Ryu and Zhou Yuyao different? After thinking for a moment, he remembered that Su Ryu's father was a teacher, a person of great wisdom. Su Ryu's talents were learned from her father Su Rong. Perhaps that was the reason why Su Ryu dropped wisdom attributes. As for whether it was true or not, he only needed to visit the school to find out. He was quite looking forward to how many attribute points could be dropped in those schools. Seeing Xuanning happily wandering around Su Ryu's room and making strange gestures, Zhou Yuyao and the others were quite astonished and puzzled. Especially Su Ryu, whose face turned as red as an apple, feeling shy. Especially when Xuanning walked beside Su Ryu's bed, she felt a bit embarrassed to face anyone. Xuanning picked up an attribute point, health 1, near the bed. Xuanning was very surprised. How could Su Ryu drop such an attribute? Suddenly he realized something. Every woman has those few days. Young Master Xuanning, isn't it inappropriate to casually inspect a lattice room? Xiaochan quickly approached and whispered to Xuanning. Upon hearing this, Xuanning finally realized that this was ancient times and such behavior was very. Thus Xuanning stepped out, glanced at Su Ryu, whose face was still flushed, and awkwardly touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed for forgetting that this was in ancient times. Hastily Xuanning approached Su Ryu and said earnestly, I'm sorry, I was just curious about the exquisite arrangement of your room, which is why I was wandering around. Oh, Su Ryu's delicate face blushed slightly, not daring to look into Xuanning's eyes. Then Zhou Yuyao came to the rescue and suggested that Xuanning compose a poem. This action indeed alleviated Su Ryu's embarrassment. Xuanning also lived up to expectations and began to recite the poems from his past life, igniting a poetic enthusiasm in both Zhou Yuyao and Su Ryu. Spirit 0. 5 Intelligence 0. 5 Talent 0. 3 Luck 0. 3. As the two women exchanged poetry, Xuanning noticed many attribute points dropping from them. The sensation of being able to be with beautiful women while also enhancing his own strength was truly exhilarating. The intelligence attribute was quite peculiar. After using it, Xuanning felt his mind suddenly become much. In layman's terms, it was as if a 3-year-old child who only knew addition and subtraction after acquiring more intelligence attributes now understood multiplication. This intelligence attribute played a very important role in his understanding of various skills and martial arts. After a long time, Su Rong's teaching was nearly over, and Xuanning could finally head to the school. Thus Xuanning said to Zhou Yuyao and Su Ruyu, "I will go find Mr. Su Rong to ask a question." The two women nodded. Su Rong was knowledgeable and often had people come to seek his advice. Xuanning's actions would not raise any suspicion. At this moment in the school besides Su Rong there was no one else. Upon seeing Xuanning, Su Rong asked, "I am Xuanning, and I would like to ask Mr. Su a question." Xuanning found an excuse, but his eyes were focused on the attribute points on the ground. Just as he had thought, there were many attribute points here. Although most of the light was very weak, the sheer number was overwhelming. Xuanning couldn't resist and began walking towards these attribute points, activating wind control palm to pick them up. Intelligence 0. 2 Comprehension 0. 1 Talent 0. 1. Xuanning became increasingly happy and excited as he picked up more attribute points. There were so many, showing how diligently these students usually studied. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask," Su Rong said, observing Xuanning wandering around the school with a smile which puzzled him. He suspected this person might be a fool. Xuanning quickly walked around picking up all the attribute points in the school. Only then did he turn to Su Rong and say, "I have a small question and hope Mr. Su can answer it." "Please go ahead," Su Rong replied. "A child said I approach people when the sun rises, but I am farther away when the sun is high." "A child said at sunrise it is large like a cart cover, but at noon it is like a plate. Is this not due to the far and near?" "A child said when the sun rises it is cool and refreshing, but at noon it is hot. Is this not because the near is hot and the far is cool?" Xuanning looked at Su Rong and asked, "What do you think, Mr.?" This was a question even the old philosopher would find difficult to answer, and asking this old gentleman would surely yield solid results. Seeing Su Rong once again in a daze lost in thought, Xuanning smiled and noticed the pile of attribute points at Su Rong's feet, picking them up again. Intelligence 5, Talent 2, Comprehension 1. Upon seeing this, Xuanning felt a surge of joy in his heart. Truly the wise gentleman possesses great insight. These attribute points are indeed powerful. It seems he should come here periodically to collect them. Su Rong let out a bitter laugh and said, "The old man cannot provide an answer." "You need not worry, sir. There is no definitive answer to this question. It merely depends on one's perspective, and thus the answers will vary accordingly." Xuanning hurriedly replied. He was merely looking for an excuse to be here. If he were to read those classical texts, he would understand nothing. "Xuanning, are you not the one who defeated the 4 great talents of Taixia City yesterday?" Su Rong pondered for a moment before recalling the name Xuanning. It was merely luck, it was nothing special. Xuanning did not expect to have become a figure of renown. Indeed, he is exceptionally learned and accomplished at a young age. Su Rong was quite pleased and held Xuanning in high regard. The two engaged in lively conversation, and Su Rong even invited Xuanning to stay for dinner, but Xuanning politely declined, stating he would visit again another day. Su Rong was naturally very welcoming. Upon seeing Xuanning leave with Zhou Yuyao, he realized that Xuanning was brought by her. "Ryu, what do you think of this Xuanning?" Su Rong asked his daughter. "Young Master Xuanning is quite handsome and exceptionally talented. Those few poems of his are rare in both ancient and modern times, especially that one Song of the Wine, which is filled with boundless passion. Moreover, I heard Yuyao mention that Xuanning is not only talented in literature, but also possesses excellent cultivation talent. He is already a formidable warrior at the 4th level of martial arts." Zhou Yuyao was unaware that Xuanning had achieved yet another breakthrough. Such a person excelling in both literature and martial arts is truly rare in the world. Su Rong looked at his daughter in astonishment, equally surprised, and said, "He actually practices martial arts, and he is at the 4th level of martial arts. What a terrifying talent." "That is indeed astonishing." They naturally understood that for someone of Xuanning's age, being able to break through to the 1st level of a martial general was already impressive. Yet Xuanning had directly broken through to the 4th level. Such talent surpasses his literary prowess by countless times. Alas, a man like this is truly rare in the world. Su Rong smiled and shook his head. Such a person was beyond their Su family's reach. Otherwise, he would genuinely think that marrying his daughter to someone like him would be a fantastic choice. Moreover, Xuanning is from the Xian family, which is somewhat of a match for them. Fortunately, Su Ryu was unaware of her father's thoughts, otherwise she would surely be astonished. As he sat in the carriage, Xuanning thought that sooner or later he would need to make a trip to the Wangyue Pavilion. Why not go now? Since the Wangyue Pavilion was not far from their return route, and Xuanning wanted to go there to gather all the attribute points from that day. Thus Xuanning said to Zhou Yuyao, "Shall we pay a visit to the Wangyue Pavilion?" "Oh." The girls looked at Xuanning in confusion but Zhou Yuyao replied, "Then let's go there." Zhou Yuyao did not inquire further, but Xuanning explained, "The food there is quite good, and since it's almost mealtime it would take time to cook if we return. It would be better to eat first, and then go back." All right, Zhou Yuyao naturally had no objections. However, Dong Shui leaned closer to Xuanning, curiously asking, "You aren't going there for Sister Lu Yi, are you?" Upon hearing Dong Shui's question, Zhou Yuyao couldn't help but glance at Xuanning. For some reason, she felt a bit nervous, as if something she liked was about to slip away her hands, anxiously gripping her garment. "Lu Yi." Xuanning's expression froze for a moment as he replied, "What would I want with her? Although she is very beautiful, I am well aware of my own limitations. That kind of woman is not my type at all." Upon hearing Xuanning's response, Zhou Yuyao's brows relaxed suddenly, and for some reason her heart felt lighter as she smiled gently at Xuanning. "Then why would you want to go there? Is it really just for dinner?" Dong Shui, being straightforward, asked without hesitation. "Of course it's for dinner. Because the meal there is free for me, and I can save on meal expenses. Isn't that great?" Xuanning then chuckled. Upon hearing Xuanning's answer, the three girls couldn't help but laugh, lightly surprised that Xuanning was motivated by that. Xuanning's visit to the Wanghua Pavilion was not for women at all, it was purely to collect attribute points. There his two couplets attracted countless talented individuals. If he didn't go to gather attribute points, wouldn't that be a waste? At the entrance of the Wanghua Pavilion, seeing the crowd coming and going, Xuanning felt a surge of joy. With so many people, there must be plenty of attribute points inside. Eagerly he walked inside and found that most of the patrons were scholars. Moreover, Xuanning discovered some second lines, but they were far inferior compared to what Su Ryu had come up with. "Young Master Xuanning, you have arrived. Let me take you upstairs." Upon seeing Xuanning, the server hurriedly approached to inquire. "Wait a moment." Xuanning walked over to a nearby table. His gaze was not on their couplets, but rather on the attribute points scattered on the ground. It had been nearly a day, and there were many more points to collect on the ground. Xuanning walked among the people, using the wind control palm technique to gather all the attribute points. Spirit 0, 2 talent 0, 1 wisdom 0, 1 comprehension 0, 1. Xuanning was somewhat surprised. He did not expect to gather points for wisdom, talent, and comprehension here. It seemed there were quite a few remarkable individuals among these people. The more people who came, the better. Ideally, they would all ponder the second lines, allowing him to collect a pile of attribute points every day. The more points he gathered, the greater his strength would become. Xuanning did not disturb them, but merely passed by without arousing the curiosity of the crowd. However, Zhou Yuyao and the two other girls watched Xuanning's actions and curiously asked, "Miss, what is young Master Xuanning doing?" "Young Master Xuanning is observing how others think through problems," Zhou Yuyao speculated. "But what is he doing with his hand aimed at the ground? It's quite strange." "I don't know. I've noticed he often does this, but I'm not sure what he's up to," Zhou Yuyao said with a wry smile. After going around, Xuanning had gathered many attribute points. His spirit had increased by quite a bit, but the other attribute points were not as significant. After finishing collecting the attribute points, Xuanning returned to Zhou Yuyao's side and asked the server to take them upstairs to the private room, where he started to order a feast. After a long while, Lu Yi arrived at the door and said, "Sister Yuyao, little brother, Xuanning, you are here." The few of them stood up to greet her. "I almost thought I misheard when the servant informed me of your arrival. I didn't expect it to truly be you." Lu Yi's mature and charming face bore a faint smile, making her quite beautiful. Sitting on the stool, a captivating fragrance wafted through the air. Evidently, it was a unique perfume pouch. Xuanning had previously noticed that Lu Yi indeed had a lovely pouch hanging at her waist, which must be the source of the delightful scent. Little brother Xuanning is quite impressive. In just a day, he has attracted countless talented men and beautiful women here, all eager to see if they can come up with a matching couplet. Unfortunately, none have produced a couplet that satisfies me yet. Lu Yi appeared to be quite regretful. "Actually, someone has already created one, but just hasn't been presented yet," Xuanning replied. "Oh, who is it?" Lu Yi was indeed curious. "It's Su Ryu, the daughter of Su Rong. I believe Sister Lu has heard of her before." Xuanning replied. "Oh, so it's his daughter. That's not surprising. I've heard that Su Rong's daughter is quite talented and also very beautiful. Ooh, I didn't expect her to be the first to come up with a couplet." Lu Yi was quite pleased and then asked, "I wonder what her couplet is." After that, Xuanning told Lu Yi the couplet Su Ryu had created. Lu Yi smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. I need to remember this. Please enjoy your meal." After Lu Yi left, Xuanning and the others began to eat. After finishing, when Zhou Yuyao wanted to pay the bill, she was informed that Xuanning did not need to pay for his meals. Zhou Yuyao could only smile and then prepared to leave. Upon reaching the door, a group of people approached them. Seeing them, Xuanning was somewhat surprised. "How did these fellows end up here?" "Xuanning, it's you, this guy?" Ye Qingcheng was also a bit surprised to see Xuanning, but smiled when he remembered that Xuanning was just someone his sister had given up on. However, when he saw Zhou Yuyao next to Xuanning, he was quite astonished. He never expected that Xuanning could attract someone of her caliber. Xuanning, I didn't expect you this useless person to be here. I've heard that you not only won the recent family competition of the Xian family, but also made quite a stir with some poetry here. Ye Qingcheng looked at Xuanning with a mocking expression, clearly disdainful. Heh. Xuanning merely chuckled lightly in response, showing no regard for him. This made Ye Qingcheng very angry. He planned to completely crush Xuanning beneath his feet. Coincidentally, he had brought along a few talented individuals originally intending to create couplets here and get closer to Luoyi. But upon seeing Xuanning, Ye Qingcheng decided to thoroughly humiliate him. Since the couplets here were created by Xuanning, he would directly defeat him in front of everyone, ensuring that Ye Qingcheng's reputation would be resounding. However, Ye Qingcheng turned his gaze towards Zhou Yuyao, appearing quite pleased and somewhat arrogant. He then said, "This beautiful young lady, this Xuanning, is merely a waste that my sister despises. Don't be deceived by him. If you are looking for someone, you should seek someone like me, a remarkable gentleman from an extraordinary family." Ye Qingcheng had no idea who Zhou Yuyao was and was foolishly praising himself. Zhou Yuyao snorted coldly, not regarding him at all. She didn't expect Ye Qingcheng to be so shameless. "So you are the infamous Ye Qingcheng. You are indeed a shameless fellow," Dong Shui remarked as she recognized him. Ye Qingcheng was excited to see that both maidservants were so beautiful, he was determined to play with them. "That must be something Xuanning told you, right? Don't be deceived by that guy, or he must have used some trick to get second place in the family competition. His deceptive methods are quite high-level." Ye Qingcheng looked at Xuanning with disdain and said, "Xuanning, with someone like you, who would pay you any attention? You are just a waste, despised by my family. After being rejected by my sister, you have learned to deceive others." Then Ye Qingcheng loudly proclaimed to everyone around, "I've heard that this Xuanning produced 2 couplets. I think you must have been deceived. This couplet must have been obtained from somewhere by him, thus stumping everyone." Soon people were drawn over, curiously looking and whispering among themselves. "So this person is Xuanning. These poems and couplets were created by him. Could they all be fake? Impossible. The 4 great talents are indeed real. How could they be fake? Don't you know the enmity between the Ye family and Xuanning? Have you heard of Ye Qingcheng's sister Ye Qingcheng? She was taken as a direct disciple by the master of the Yulua immortal sect, and she is a top genius in Luoxian City and the entire Liuli Empire. She originally had a betrothal with Xuanning, but she was publicly rejected by the Ye family a few days ago. Naturally, their relationship is not good, so it is normal for them to not get along." "I see. It seems that Ye Qingcheng still intends to not let Xuanning off. To humiliate him like this is truly too much. It was they who broke off the engagement, yet he still thinks he did nothing wrong. Lower your voice. That Ye Qingcheng is a vengeful person and also a lecher. He must have set his sights on the woman beside Xuanning this time." "Ye Qingcheng, what do you want?" Xuanning remained calm. Even when Ye Qingcheng publicly mentioned the broken engagement, he still appeared indifferent, as if it were none of his business, remaining very composed. This made many people admire him. At Xuanning's age, if someone publicly stated such things, they would undoubtedly be furious, feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, Xuanning remained unperturbed, which is not something an ordinary person could achieve. Ye Qingcheng also did not expect Xuanning to be so calm, as if he were not Xuanning at all. Hearing this, Ye Qingcheng sneered and said, "Aren't you good at poetry and couplets? What a coincidence, I happen to bring along 2 exceptionally talented gentlemen today. They have traveled many cities and possess outstanding talents. They are eager to test your poetry skills. Do you dare? Why should I listen to you when you say let's compare?" Xuanning said, hands on her hips, looking indifferent. "Listen to this, everyone. This guy is afraid, timid, and retreating, just like when our Ye family withdrew from the engagement with the Xian family, not even daring to show his face. He is nothing but a coward, a weak and useless fellow." Ye Qingcheng, upon hearing Xuanning's words, began to attack mercilessly, his delight evident, as if he had just won $1 billion. However, Xuanning suddenly said, "Who said I am afraid? It's just that I have no reason to compete with you. What are you worth?" "I certainly am worth something," Ye Qingcheng quickly replied. "Huh." The surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. Realizing the laughter, Ye Qingcheng retorted angrily, "I am worth something." "Ha ha." Ye Qingcheng's face turned dark, glaring at Xuanning with a fierce expression, clenching his fists like a ferocious beast ready to devour. "Xuanning, you bastard. Are you going to compete or not? Since you are so sincerely asking me, I will graciously accept your challenge." Xuanning coldly looked at Ye Qingcheng and said, "But it can't be that simple. Then how do you want it?" Ye Qingcheng vowed that this time he would make Xuanning pay, completely trampling him underfoot. This bastard dared to humiliate him. "If you lose, you will kneel and knock your head 3 times before me and bark like a dog 3 times. Do you dare?" Xuanning replied. If he wanted to embarrass him, then let Ye Qingcheng embarrass himself. Ye Qingcheng looked at the confident gentleman beside him and quickly nodded. "All right, I agree." "I don't believe you. Let's make a written agreement," Xuanning said. "Why don't I act as a witness?" Suddenly Lu Yi stepped forward, coming to the 2, and said, "I will be the witness." Whoever loses must do as agreed, or they will become the laughingstock of the entire Luoxian City, unable to lift their heads for a lifetime. You came too, Ye Wuchia said, instantly changing his expression upon seeing Lu Yi. One must say Ye Wookie's ability to change expressions was quite remarkable. Young Master Ye, we are not that familiar yet. You can call me Lu Yi or Miss Lu. After saying this, ignoring Ye Wookie's slightly displeased expression, she said directly, bring me writing materials. Several attendants hurriedly took out brushes and ink, writing the previous wager on paper as they glanced at the two. Both wrote their names and pressed their handprints. Xuanning has to face 3 opponents alone. He won't lose, will he? Dong Shui, seeing Ye Wookie's confidence, felt a bit worried. We must have faith in him. This condition was proposed by Xuanning himself, so he must have complete confidence. Sister Lu surely believes that Xuanning can win. We just need to wait and see. Zhou Yuyao was very confident in Xuanning, believing that since he dared to propose such a demand, he certainly would not lose. Why do you lack confidence in Xuanning? He is quite formidable. I am just worried, Dong Shui said. The crowd was eagerly anticipating the duel between the two sides, not expecting that after the 4 great talents of Taixia City today would witness the contest between Xuanning and the Yi family. The 3 men beside Ye Wuchia walked out arrogantly. One man with a mustache had his hands behind his back, looking very pleased, not even glancing at Xuanning as he said, Kid, I must say your courage is commendable, but since you've encountered the Yuanhua, 3 brothers, you are destined for misery. Yuanhua, it's actually him. A few people in the crowd looked at the 3 in shock. Who are they, brothers? Someone curious. If I am not mistaken, they are the 3 talents Yuanhua, Yuanbiao, and Yuanbao, who once stirred the world, defeating countless talents and beauties. They are quite famous even in the Lioli imperial city, but unfortunately their character is questionable, otherwise they would have long been appointed as officials. That person replied. Then aren't they more formidable than the 4 great talents? That's for sure. The 4 great talents in front of them are like students compared to teachers. No way, doesn't that mean Xuanning is bound to lose? Upon hearing the names of the 3, everyone couldn't believe that Ye Wuchia could find such people. Ha ha ha. Hearing the discussions around him, Ye Wuchia was very pleased, saying, Xuanning, just wait to bark like a dog. Do you think this young master would sign that wager without confidence? Just wait for your reputation to be ruined. Xuanning scoffed lightly and replied, what reputation do I have? In everyone's eyes, it's your Yi family's reputation that counts. Even if I bark a few times, it is quite reasonable. They'll see how you kneel before me and bark. Ye Wuchia shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, Xuanning clapped his hands and said, young master Yi, you indeed bark quite well. You? I. Ha ha. Ye Wuchia looked at the crowd laughing around him, his face alternating between blue and white, then suppressing his anger looked at the 3 men and said, gentlemen, you must teach him a good lesson for me. Young master, you don't worry, just prepare the promised gold notes, the 3 said. The crowd then realized that the 3 had been hired at a high price by Ye Wuchia. Xuanning stood facing the 3 asking, what are the rules? To ensure fairness, both sides will present a couplet, and after one side responds, the other side will present the next, continuing until one side cannot respond. Yuanhua said. Xuanning nodded and said, all right. Lu Yi also spoke, record both sides' couplets for me so future generations can observe. Then a dozen people appeared, taking out brushes and ink to begin recording the prepared couplets from both sides. Then I will start, so don't be scared. The 3 men didn't take Xuanning seriously at all. Xuanning, undaunted, faced them 3-1, showing no fear, and this contest had everyone on edge with anticipation. Yuanhua spoke first. Winter melon and potato are not fruits, but vegetables. Xuanning smiled and disdainfully replied, the turtle and the bastard are born by me. Upon hearing this, the crowd carefully savored it, and then erupted in laughter. Xuanning's retort was brilliant, not only hitting back, but also insulting the opponent. Damn it, you bastard. The 3 upon hearing this became furious, not expecting to be insulted right from the start. Xuanning, seeing their reactions, mocked. Oh, you want to fight? Come on, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you fight with one hand behind your back. Gentlemen, please engage in a battle of wits. There is no need for you to resort to violence. Ye Wuchia expressed his displeasure, feeling slightly offended by the insult thrown at him. Yes. The 3 of them were quite irritated by the show of authority from the other party and decided to teach Xuanning a lesson, saying to him, it's your turn to present the first couplet. Xuanning chuckled and began, on the occasion of the Lord's birthday, gold is required, silver is required, all currencies are required, red and white are taken together regardless of north or south. This line was deeply sarcastic, and everyone who heard it couldn't help but admire Xuanning for coming up with such a clever couplet, and many were extremely impressed by him. The 3 were not without merit. Yuan Biao then remarked, the common folk deserve to die. The rice is unripe, the wheat is unripe, the sorghum is unripe, with nothing ready to harvest, what can they send? As soon as this counter line was uttered, all eyes turned angrily towards the 3. They were indeed not good people, even insulting the common folk. Everyone anticipated that Xuanning would teach them a lesson on proper conduct. You three truly are scholars. I am very curious, do you not eat use or live off the common folk? Is everything just falling from the sky? Xuanning sarcastically remarked. The others cast disdainful glances at the three, finding their counter-line quite contemptible, though they had to admit that the trio's knowledge was indeed commendable. As scholars, we are not comparable to those lowly commoners. The three, oblivious to their faults, remained quite pleased with themselves. Now let me teach you how to behave. Yuan Bao stepped forward with a smile, saying, Listen carefully, my first line is trees planted on your grave. Upon hearing this, everyone sensed the intense animosity. They couldn't believe such words were spoken. Haha, well said. Well done, gentlemen. Ye Wuqiu thought this statement was excellent, as it not only insulted, but also engaged in a literary battle. Miss, those three are capable of uttering such vulgarities. They truly are not good people. No wonder they cannot hold government positions. If they were officials, it would be a disaster for the common folk. Dong Shui, upon hearing this, developed a strong aversion to the three. Don't worry, young master, Xuanning will certainly retaliate fiercely. We can just sit back and wait. Xiaochan had great confidence in Xuanning. Zhou Yuyao nodded and said, I also believe in Xuanning. He always brings unexpected surprises. Lu Yi looked at the three girls and smiled slightly, saying, You have so much faith in Xuanning. Those three are not simple characters. It won't be easy for Xuanning to win. He always manages to surprise people, doesn't he? Zhou Yuyao responded, looking at Lu Yi, and they both laughed together. Xuanning, hurry up and respond. If you can't think of anything, just admit defeat. Ye Wuqiu, unable to contain himself, said this, believing Xuanning would surely be stumped. Worried that Xuanning hadn't even looked at him, he directly replied to the counter, It would be rude not to return the favor. Since you are so polite, I shall present the second line. Trees make coffins for you to dwell in. The moment this counter line was delivered, it ignited the crowd. Well done. Everyone burst into applause. This counter was truly brilliant, striking back at the opponent while making them suffer. Yuanhua glanced at Xuanning and said, Good lad, you have some skill. Xuanning looked at him and suddenly said, I just thought of a line that suits you perfectly. The three knew well that Xuanning's line would not be kind, yet they still asked, Speak. Xuanning smiled, leisurely replying, Weak turtles, clumsy chickens, and toads come to visit Luoxian City. Ha ha ha. The moment these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. Xuanning's retort was quick and clean, splendidly executed. The three brothers turned pale with anger, clearly furious. Ye Wuqiu hastily scolded, He has insulted you like that. Hurry up and think of a way to retaliate. Ye Xiao, don't rush you. I have already thought of the second line. Yuanhua was somewhat displeased. Their literary duel was constantly interrupted by Ye Wuqiu, whom they found annoying. Then hurry up. Ye Wuqiu urged. Yuanhua stepped forward, proclaiming, In heaven and on earth, in the human realm, one goes to hell to be punished. After stating this, he proudly looked at Xuanning and said, Kid, what do you think? Xuanning coldly snorted, Me. Then listen well to my first line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yuanhua looked at Xuanning with great satisfaction. The others, upon hearing this, were astonished that such a line could be considered a couplet. Are you joking? Is this even a couplet? Before anyone else could speak, Ye Wuqiu, the clumsy teammate, began. This made Yuanhua and his companions feel a strong urge to spit out a mouthful of soda water at Ye Wuqiu. Couldn't he cooperate better? He was supposed to be on their side. The others were also quite surprised, never expecting that the three could come up with such a couplet. It was indeed very baffling. But as they listened closely, they began to see the cleverness within, and not only was it exquisite, but it was also tremendously impressive. No wonder they are the three scholars. Their learning is extraordinary. Someone exclaimed in awe. Others read it a few more times and soon began to grasp its significance, expressing admiration for Yuan Hua's ingenuity. Miss, how is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 clever? Dong Shui asked in confusion. Zhou Yuyao, after hearing this, explained, The cleverness does not lie in the numbers at the front, but in the last two words that should have said no aid, but the opponent said Wang Ba instead. Dong Shui finally understood and quickly said, Isn't this just an insult? Zhou Yuyao responded, This is originally meant to insult Xuanning. Can Xuanning come up with a response? Dong Shui asked with some concern. Zhou Yuyao replied, It's a bit difficult, I still haven't thought of a good counter line myself. As everyone realized the cleverness of the couplet, they all turned their gazes toward Xuanning. This couplet was extremely intricate, making it very challenging to come up with a second line. Kid, admit defeat, you cannot win. Yuanhua laughed heartily. You are laughing too soon. However, Xuanning smiled and responded, Filial piety, loyalty, trust, propriety, righteousness, and integrity. Upon hearing Xuanning's second line, everyone began to read it aloud, their expressions filled with shock as they couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, Truly a great talent. To think of such a perfect second line in such a short time is simply astonishing. So impressive. I knew Xuanning could come up with it. What an exquisite couplet. Hearing so many people praise Xuanning, Ye Qingcheng felt extremely displeased, his expression dark as that of a ferocious beast. Xuanning sensed it was about time and spoke. Next I will present a couplet, and it's not simple. I estimate that very few people in the entire world will be able to respond to it. Just bring it on. Yuan Hua and the others were very confident, hardly believing that Xuanning could perplex. The people around them, hearing Xuanning's brazen words, were also curious about what kind of couplet he had in mind that allowed him to say such things. Xuanning said, "Then you better brace yourselves. My first line is the parasol tree decays, yet we dwell together." Yuan Hua and the others burst into laughter, saying, "What's so difficult about that? Is that so? Then take a good look at these 7 characters before you say anything else." Xuanning smiled and pointed to the person next to him who had transcribed the couplet. After hearing this, Yuan Hua and the others went over to look at the first line. Their confident eyes suddenly turned astonished, then confused, and finally fell silent as they began to ponder. The onlookers also turned to examine the first line. Upon closer inspection, they immediately recognized the exquisite nature of this couplet. It was a couplet with the same radicals, making it incredibly challenging to come up with a corresponding line. After a long time, Dong Shui hurriedly asked, "If you can't figure it out, just admit defeat." The surrounding crowd quickly echoed, "Admit defeat, you can't do it." The 3 talents cannot do it, they cannot come up with a response. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Yuan Hua and the others looked terribly pale. They truly could not come up with a response. Seeing their expressions, Ye Qingcheng nervously stepped forward and said, "You guys go and respond. Aren't you very confident? Didn't you say it was foolproof? Do you want me to admit defeat instead?" The 3 of us didn't expect to lose to the opponent in this regard. They said, their faces flushed with embarrassment, and they apologetically said, "Ye Shao, we are sorry, we truly cannot respond." "You?" Ye Qingcheng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly he thought of something and hurriedly said, "Wait, there's still a way." Ye Qingcheng quickly said to Xuanning, "This couplet is indeed impossible for them to respond to, so one can be eliminated, but there are still 2 of them left I haven't lost yet, so why the rush?" As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately cursed Ye Qingcheng for being shameless. 3 people against Xuanning already had the upper hand, and now he spoke such shameless words, it was truly outrageous. This Ye Qingcheng is simply too overbearing, clearly having lost, but unwilling to admit it. Dong Shui said angrily, "It's utterly despicable." Xiaochan was also very angry. Zhou Yuyao, though silent, also deeply disliked Ye Qingcheng's shameless act. Ha ha ha. However, Xuanning burst into laughter, attracting everyone's attention, and everyone curiously looked at Xuanning, wondering how he would deal with it. "All right, since you want me to simultaneously defeat all 3 of you, I will present 2 more first lines, leaving you with nothing to say." Xuanning smirked. This was too easy, just write down a couple more, what a big deal. "You say?" Yuan Hua and the others thought that if they couldn't come up with 1, it would be impossible to fail to come up with 3 in a row. Listen carefully. The first couplet is great trees stand tall, pines, cypresses, parasol trees, and willows. The second couplet is smoke locks the pond willows. Xuanning immediately stated 2 couplets, prompting everyone to think carefully. Lu Yi instructed her subordinates, "Hang up the 2 couplets." Soon both couplets were hung up, and upon seeing them the crowd exclaimed, "What great literary talent! This is simply unbelievable." Heavens, the first couplet is also a couplet with the same radicals. Such literary skill, truly no one in history has been able to create something comparable. The key is that this second couplet is a 5-element couplet, which is utterly astonishing. How on earth did Xuanning come up with this? Countless people stared at Xuanning in shock, their admiration for him climbing to new heights. When Yuan Hua and the others saw these 2 couplets, their faces turned pale. Even they had to admit their defeat. They were utterly defeated. "Ye shall we take our leave." Yuan Hua and his companions never expected to lose to such a young lad. As Xuanning, feeling utterly embarrassed, they could only leave, not wanting to stay in this sorrowful place. This made Ye Qingcheng's expression quite grim as well, wanting to leave. "Yi Shao, have you forgotten our bet? Kneel down, knock your head, and bark like a dog. You were quite good at that before." Xuanning immediately blocked Ye Qingcheng, not allowing him to escape. He would not let Ye Qingcheng off the hook. "Xuanning, don't go too far. Ye Qingcheng certainly would not do such a thing. He was the young master of the Ye family. How could he do something like that? Ye Bufan, this is documented. Are all the people of the Ye family a bunch of liars?" Lu Yi stood up with the documentation and supported Xuanning. The people around also spoke up, criticizing the Ye family, making Ye Bufan's expression even worse. Ye Qingcheng didn't care about that. If he knelt and knocked his head and barked like a dog, he would become the laughingstock of the entire Luoxian City. "Finish what you should do, and I will naturally let you go." Xuanning did not leave. Looking for death, Ye Qingcheng finally became furious, clenching his fists and charging at Xuanning. Xuanning looked down on him, grabbing his fist with one hand and binding both of his hands behind his back, leaving Ye Qingcheng astonished. He had not expected Xuanning to be this strong. However, Ye Wuqing still refused to give in, struggling while angrily saying, Xuanning, you better let me go. I am the young master of the Ye family. My sister is the closed-door disciple of the Luoxian Zone. If she finds out, she won't let you off. Kneel down. Xuanning kicked Ye Wuqing's foot, forcing him to kneel on the ground, then pressed his head down towards the ground. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud sounds echoed and bloodstains appeared on Ye Wuqing's head. This instantly infuriated Ye Wuqing, who shouted, Xuanning, you're done, for I will. Slap. Xuanning slapped Ye Wuqing's face, then looked at him. Seeing Ye Wuqing about to speak again, he slapped the other side of his face, leaving a mark on each side. If you don't scream, I will keep hitting you until you do. Xuanning showed a terrifying expression, scaring Ye Wuqing into momentary fear. Seeing Xuanning's serious demeanor, Ye Wuq felt a surge of anger, but found himself powerless. With Xuanning pressing him, he could not even flee, so he had no choice but to kneel on the ground and call out in a voice that stripped him of all dignity, woof, woof, woof. Ha! Well called. The crowd erupted in laughter, making Ye Wuq wish he could die. Then a round of applause erupted, which made Ye Wuq feel like a stray dog, as if he had embarrassed himself beyond measure. No laughing. Ye Wuq's eyes turned red as he glared fiercely at those around him. After being met with Ye Wuq's fierce gaze, the crowd began to feel a bit frightened and dared not laugh anymore. Get lost. Hearing this, Xuanning, feeling bold, kicked Ye Wuq hard in the rear, sending him flying out. Ye Wuq shot a hateful glance at Xuanning and then uttered a fierce threat, Xuanning, you wait for me, before leaving the Wanghua pavilion without looking back. All the talented young men and beautiful women looked at Xuanning with fiery admiration and respect. The astonishing performance had completely won them over. Moreover, Xuanning's courage to stand against the Ye family in public, bringing shame to them, was indeed rare in the world. However, at that moment, Xuanning's gaze fell to the ground where Yuan Hua had previously stood, and he noticed several attribute points had dropped. Mentality 2, Talent 1, Comprehension 1. Xuanning was quite surprised. Although the 3 of them were not very good in character, their knowledge and talent were commendable. He never expected that after competing in a literary duel he would gain so many rare attribute points. He truly hoped to have a few more rounds with them. After all, once is torture, twice or thrice shouldn't be much trouble. The Yuan Hua brothers, we thank your whole family. Xuanning then looked around and found that many attribute points had also fallen to the ground. Thus, Xuanning approached those people and cupped his hands, saying, thank you all for your kindness. Keep up the good work. I look forward to seeing you come up with these couplets. As Xuanning walked towards them, he encouraged the crowd while collecting the attribute points from the ground. Mentality 0. 1 Wisdom 0. 2 Comprehension 0. 1 Talent 0. 1. Although these attribute points were few, their quantity made Xuanning very satisfied. Everyone was inspired by Xuanning's words, and their fondness for him increased several-fold. Now Xuanning had become the role model and exemplar for all the scholars in Luoxian City, especially Zhou Yuyao and her 2 maidservants, who looked at Xuanning with admiration. After collecting the attribute points, Xuanning glanced at Zhou Yuyao and then left the place together. Who was that girl walking with Xuanning? That Ye Qingcheng from the Ye family is truly blind. She even went to the Xin family to withdraw her engagement. She will definitely regret it. Exactly. This lady is so beautiful, far better than that Ye Qingcheng. They are truly a match made in heaven, a perfect couple. Hearing this, Lu Yi quickly said to everyone, don't jump to conclusions. That lady is the daughter of the city lord, Miss Zhou Yuyao, a good friend of Xuanning. Only then did everyone realize that she was the city lord's daughter, also recognized as the #1 talented woman in Luoxian City. No wonder she could be friends with Xuanning. This made everyone believe even more that the two were indeed a perfect match, practically a couple made in heaven. This left Lu Yi speechless. She only wanted everyone not to tarnish Zhou Yuyao's reputation, but instead they ended up aiding the tyrant and causing a commotion. However, thinking back to Xuanning's spirited demeanor earlier, Lu Yi also felt that he was quite handsome at that moment. Hey, what is wrong with me? Why am I interested in that little guy? Lu Yi quickly dismissed the thought, feeling quite helpless. After all, they had only met twice. But unfortunately, each meeting left her with a great impression, making it hard to forget. Looking at the couplets left by Xuanning, she unknowingly smiled slightly. Xuanning's fame for defeating the 3 talents spread again, causing his reputation to skyrocket. The incident of Ye Wuq kneeling and barking like a dog also spread, quickly becoming a joke among everyone in Luoxian City. Moreover, Ye Wuq, already infamous, made many people cheer in delight upon hearing of his downfall, shouting, well done. Acquired title, the first talent of Luoxian City. After returning to Zhou Yuyao's estate, Xuanning was utterly astonished. There's even a title. Xuanning was very surprised and quickly clicked to check this title. Title, the first talent of Luoxian City, LV1. Attributes, Comprehension 10, Talent 10, Wisdom 10, Mentality 10, Damage taken 10. Upon viewing this title, Xuanning was once again shocked. It actually increased 4 attributes by 10 points each. Moreover, there was an attribute that reduced damage taken by 10. These 5 attributes were all quite impressive. He never expected this title to come with such bonuses. Wow, I didn't expect such an attribute bonus. Quite nice. Xuanning quickly equipped the title, and in an instant his comprehension, talent, wisdom, and mentality all increased by 10 points, making him feel not only smarter, but also gaining a deeper understanding of martial arts. These attributes are indeed impressive, and it seems they can upgrade as well. I just don't know how to upgrade them. Should I continue causing trouble? Xuanning pondered that this title should be related to his 2 literary duels. To upgrade, he would need more people to admire him, which required opportunities. These 2 events naturally spread to the Xian and Ye families. Upon hearing that Xuanning was so talented, everyone from the Xian family was stunned, exclaiming that it was impossible. Even Xian Lixue upon hearing this wondered if it was a case of mistaken identity or someone with the same name. But after confirming multiple times, they realized it was indeed Xuanning from their family. Instantly, Xian Lixue felt quite wronged. How could her older brother Xuanning hide such a thing from her? When he returned, she would definitely make him compensate her properly. For a moment, the entire Xian family was utterly stunned. Especially Xian Shaoyan, who upon hearing the news thought it must be a mistake and found it ridiculous that Xuanning could possess such talent. However, after some investigation, Xian Shaoyan was astonished to discover that this matter was indeed true, which made him even more envious of Xuanning. When did this Xuanning acquire such talent? Not only did he win 2nd place in the family competition, but now he is also extraordinarily talented, having consecutively defeated the 4 great talents of Taixia City and even the 3 talents renowned in the Liuli Empire. Is this really our Xuanning? When did he become so talented? It is so hard to believe that all of this was done. Incredible. How could Xuanning achieve such accomplishments? This guy is too good at hiding his capabilities. It's truly unbelievable. In the high-ranking chamber of the Xian family, a group of elders sat in the main hall. The clan leader Xian Quang occupied the position of honor, seated above 5 elders: the 3rd elder Xian Ruo Hong, the 4th elder Xian Yi, the 5th elder Xian Taisheng, the 6th elder Xian Qingzhe, and the 7th elder Xian Yu. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Xian Quang spoke. Regarding this matter, I believe you all have heard about it. Let's discuss how to deal with Xuanning. Upon hearing this, the 3rd elder Xian Ruo Hong immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. I don't understand what the clan leader means. Xuanning has brought great honor to our family, yet instead of rewarding him, the clan leader wants to punish him. Isn't that disheartening? Xian Quang, upon hearing this, showed no surprise. It was something he had anticipated. However, he was not concerned at all, as a single Xian Ruo Hong could not stir up much trouble. Indeed, Xuanning's talent is remarkable, earning him much acclaim from scholars, but what achievements can a bunch of bookworms truly have? In this world, strength is ultimately what grants one the authority to speak. That Xuanning not only forced Ye Qingcheng of the Ye family to kneel, but also made him bark like a dog. Do you think the Ye family will let us off easily? Upon hearing this, Xian Ruo Hong felt a chill in his heart and retorted, the Ye family was the one who annulled the engagement, first causing our Xian family to lose face. Now that Xuanning has legitimately won a literary contest, forcing them to kneel and bark, what wrong has he done? Xuanning not only restored our family's honor, but also embarrassed Ye Qingcheng. Yet the clan leader neither rewards him nor justifies his actions. I truly do not understand the clan leader's reasoning. Xian Ruo Hong, what do you mean by that? Xian Quang shouted in anger. What do I mean? I just want to ask what my elder brother intends to do. Xian Ruo Hong asked directly. What do I intend to do? I only want peace for the Xian family, and to see it develop well. The Yi family has the Yu Luoxian sect as their support, while our Xian family has nothing and can only rely on ourselves. Xuanning has provoked the Yi family for no reason, causing them to lose face. Do you think they will let our Xian family off easily? Xuanning has already made us enemies with the Yi family. Do you truly believe we can stand against them? Everyone, let's discuss this. If the Yi family comes to demand an explanation from us, should we confront them and cause the entire Xian family to suffer oppression, leading to our downfall? Or should we hand over Xuanning to quell the anger of the Yi family? Let's deliberate together. I believe that Xuanning, by provoking trouble for no reason, will inevitably become a disaster for our family if he stays. It's better to let the Yi family deal with him themselves. Standing for the greater good of the family, Xian Quang pointed out Xuanning's mistakes. For the sake of one Xuanning, should the Yi family be allowed to decline? Let's decide to hand him over. Our Xian family cannot afford to be in turmoil. Oh, it's best to settle this peacefully, said the 4th elder Xian Yi, clearly siding with Xian Quang. The 5th elder Xian Taisheng also spoke up. Although Xuanning has helped the family regain face, he should never have forced Ye Qingcheng to kneel and bark like a dog. This directly places our Xian family in opposition to the Yi family. If they seek revenge without restraint, our entire family could face decline. Therefore, I also agree with the clan leader's opinion. This Xuanning, upon achieving a little success, causes trouble everywhere. If we allow him to remain in the Xian family, we may find ourselves unable to live in peace. The sixth elder Xuan Cengzhe, already in support of Xuan Kuang, naturally stood firmly by his side. I have no objections. Xian Yu, who had always been indecisive, was indifferent to their decision. Bang! Xian Ruohong slammed the table angrily, exclaiming, Xian Ning has already lost his parents, and you still refuse to let him be. You are going too far. All of this is caused by Xian Ning himself. Xian Ruohong, do you really want the Xian family to suffer for the sake of one Xian Ning? Xian Kuang was also furious, feeling that Xian Ruohong was completely disregarding him. At that moment, a guard from the Xian family came to report to the clan leader and elders, the head of the Ye family has come to visit. Hearing this, Xian Kuang immediately stood up, glaring at Xian Ruohong, and said, You see, the Ye family has personally come to demand an explanation. After saying that, Xian Kuang left swiftly to welcome the head of the Ye family, while the other elders hurried outside, leaving only Xian Ruohong alone, frowning in contemplation. If my second brother Xian Tianyuan were still here, perhaps the position of clan leader would not fall to Xian Kuang, and the Ye family would not have caused such a rift with our Xian family. Thinking of his second brother Xian Tianyuan and the head of the Ye family, Ye Haya, who were once close friends and even considered brothers, it was a pity that ever since Ye Qingcheng became a disciple of the Luoxian sect, the ambitions of the Ye family have swollen, seeking to swallow the other two great families. Moreover, when Xian Tianyuan was still with the Ye family, he had always been at odds with Xian Kuang. Now that such a good opportunity has arisen, Xian Kuang would undoubtedly seize the chance to hand over Xian Ning. Ye Haya is no longer the Ye Haya of the past. He will not let Xian Ning slip into the hands of the Ye family due to his past friendship with my second brother. Otherwise, it would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Xian Ruohong hurried home to inform Xian Ning to leave the Xian family and flee from Luoxian City. In the Xian family's reception hall, with a smile, Xian Kuang quickly addressed the seated Ye Haya. Brother Ye, long time no see. What brings you here to? Ye Haya arrogantly sat in the seat of honor, and upon seeing Xian Kuang, he didn't even rise or show the most basic courtesy, immediately questioning, Shouldn't your Xian family give us an explanation? Upon hearing this, Xian Kuang immediately sensed the situation was dire and innocently asked, Brother Ye, how should we discuss this? What explanation are you referring to? Bang! Ye Haya slammed the table in anger, and with a crack the table broke, and then he stood up furious, saying, Xian Kuang, we are all rational people, so let's not play games with me. Xian Ning has caused our Ye family to lose face, and even forced my son to kneel and bark like a dog. How can we endure this? If we the Ye family do not take action on this matter, does that mean anyone can trample on our Ye family? Is your Xian family looking for a war with us? If that's the case, so be it. After all, I Ye Haya have never feared anyone. Ye Haya was furious, yet brazenly found fault with Xian Kuang. After listening, Xian Kuang cursed Xian Ning 100 times in his heart, realizing that he should have expelled Xian Ning from the family last time. If he had expelled Xian Ning from the family back, then even if the latter came knocking, Xian Kuang would have had sufficient reasons to evade responsibility. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. Brother Ye, please calm down. Xian Kuang hurriedly comforted Ye Haya, then said, I am currently investigating this matter. If we let a mere Xian Ning damage the harmony between our two families, it would not be worth it. This was something only Xian Kuang could say. Since the Ye family had withdrawn their engagement, they did not care about Xian family's dignity at all. Now that they had come to discuss matters, Xian Kuang could only retreat step by step. Moreover, ever since Xian Ning's father went missing and his daughter Ye Qingcheng became a disciple of the sect master of Luoxian, the Ye family's ambitions had grown day by day. They had long wanted to swallow the other two families in Luoxian City to dominate it. Over the years, they had engaged in countless open and covert struggles, and there was no longer any semblance of harmony. Xian Kuang, I just want to ask how you plan to handle this matter. Ye Haya asked with a fierce expression. Expel Xian Ning from the Xian family, remove him from the family tree, and leave it to Brother Ye to handle. Whether to kill or maim him, it is entirely up to you. Xian Kuang spoke without hesitation. He had long wanted to expel Xian Ning from the family. If it weren't for the unexpected incident last time, Xian Ning would no longer be a member of the Xian family. This time the incident made Xian Kuang regret not expelling Xian Ning directly last time, but giving him a chance in the family competition. Ye Haya was not surprised. Clearly Xian Kuang's decision had long been anticipated by him. However, Ye Haya wanted more than just this. Ye Haya had long wanted to swallow the two major families in Luoxian City, and this was a very good opportunity that he would not easily let go of the Xian family. The East Street will henceforth be under the control of our Ye family. Ye Haya finally revealed his plot. Upon hearing this, Xian Kuang cursed Ye Haya for being greedy. That was an important economic lifeline for the Xian family. If it were taken away, they would truly face decline. The East Street is our ancestral property and cannot be handed over to others. This matter absolutely cannot be agreed to. How can we hand over the East Street for just a mere Xian Ning? Absolutely not. The elders behind Xian Kuang also expressed their anger. That was half of their Xian family's source of competition. If handed over to the Ye family, they would truly be finished. They would never agree to such a thing. That is probably not feasible. Xuanning refused without hesitation. If he agreed, it would be tantamount to pushing the Xian family into the abyss of decline. Even if he agreed, the other family elders would never consent. Xuanning was not so foolish. Xuanning, do you want our Ye family to take action and seize it directly? Ye looked at Xuanning with an unfriendly expression. The East Street has been under our Xian family's control for hundreds of years and will never be given to outsiders. As for Xuanning, I will deliver him to you personally. This entire matter started with him. Before you arrived, we had already decided to expel Xuanning from the family. He is no longer related to our Xian family. Xuanning would never hand over the East Street, which had been under family control for hundreds of years, to anyone just because of a mere Xuanning. This matter was non-negotiable. Whether Xuanning lived or died was of no concern to him. The other elders of the Xian family also strongly supported Xuanning's decision. Handing over Xuanning was not an issue, but touching the foundation of their Xian family was non-negotiable. However, our Ye family's reputation has already been tarnished by Xuanning. At that time, Xuanning was still in the Xian family and had not been expelled. Do you think this matter can just be brushed aside? Ye would not let such a good opportunity slip by. He would definitely take a piece of flesh from the Xian family before he was satisfied. The East Street was merely an excuse he mentioned. After all, Ye never intended to swallow the Xian family all at once. I know your Ye family has long had your eyes on that mine outside the city. Let this loss to the Ye family be offset. Xuanning thought for a moment and could only painfully offer the mine under the family's control to Ye family. In that case, I will let the matter rest and take my leave. Ye nodded in satisfaction after hearing what he wanted. He added, tomorrow I will send someone to take over. You best have your people leave there today. Also, you should hand over Xuanning to me as soon as possible. Ye received a satisfactory response and was content. That mine was indeed enough to compensate for the Ye family's losses this time. Moreover, Ye had never cared about so-called reputation. Being able to use this matter to make the Xian family lose a mine was a very good start. Next, he would completely swallow the entire Xian family, and then turn his attention to the Lin family, thus establishing himself as the overlord of Luoxian City. After seeing Ye leave, the other elders of the Xian family approached angrily and asked, eldest brother, are we really going to hand over that mine? Ye had long guessed that we would never hand over control of the East Street, which is why he prompted us to offer other compensations. They are clearly after that mine. What a good scheme. The sixth elder Ye Qingcheng was very angry. Thinking of the family's mine, which could yield a considerable amount of gold each year, he felt very displeased to just hand it over to the Ye family. Xuanning was also very angry and helpless. He rubbed his forehead. Making such a decision was not easy for anyone. But if he did not do so, would Ye easily let it go? Alright, enough. I have thought this through. Even if we do not give that mine to the Ye family, it will not be able to be mined for many more years. We do not need to worry too much. Even so, it could still yield about 100,000 gold coins a year, which was not a small sum for the family. This was equivalent to spending hundreds of thousands of gold coins to appease the Ye family. We can only blame our Xian family for not having a strong backing. If we had someone promising in our family, how could we let the Ye family act so arrogantly and bully us? Xuanning was also very angry. Among the younger generation, the most talented was the daughter of the third elder Xian, but unfortunately, she was not a member of the Xian family. For now, they could only pin their hopes on Xian Lixue to achieve something and become a disciple of a major figure from one of the 5 great sects. At that time, the Xian family's confidence would be restored, and they would no longer have to fear the Ye family. Report to the clan leader, Xuanning has not been seen in the family for several days and is said to have not returned. A guard from the Xian family came to report. Haven't you been back for several days? Xuanning frowned and angrily said, it's all because of this Xuanning. If it weren't for him, our Xian family wouldn't have to hand over the mine so easily. We must send someone to find him and bring him back. Everything is because of this Xuanning costing us such a significant source of funds. Xuanning should have been expelled from the family long ago. His existence is nothing but a disaster for the Xian family. That despicable guy, it's all his fault. Our family has lost the mine just like that. The loss is simply too great. Handing him over to the Ye family would be too lenient for him. After hearing this, the other elders were also filled with various forms of anger towards Xuanning. If it weren't for him, they would still be receiving considerable dividends from the mines every year, but because of Xuanning, they lost a fortune. The thought that Xuanning had caused them to lose a significant income made their anger towards him even stronger, as various resources within the clan would also diminish. Except for the third elder Xian, who still regarded Xuanning as his nephew, the others didn't care about their relationship with Xuanning, only about their own interests. Xuanning immediately ordered the dispatch of over 200 members of the Xian family to search for Xuanning. On the other hand, after Xian arrived at Xuanning's residence, he found no trace of him. After inquiring with Xian Lixue, he still could not find Xian Ning's whereabouts, so the three of them began searching for him in Luoxian City. They searched for Xian Ning, hoping he would leave Luoxian City and not be found by the Xian or Yi families. At this moment, Xian Ning was out shopping with Zhou Yuyao and others. This time, they didn't take a carriage. They simply walked chatting and laughing along the way with a group of plainclothes city guards following them. Lixue, why is she in such a hurry? On the way, Xian Ning noticed Xian Lixue rushing past and felt puzzled about what was happening. What's wrong? Zhou Yuyao asked Xian Ning. I saw my sister, and am going to greet her, Xian Ning replied, then called out loudly to the distant Xian Lixue. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xian Lixue quickly looked in the direction of the sound. After seeing Xian Ning, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly ran over, asking urgently, Brother Xian Ning, why haven't you been back for several days? You had me so worried. Zhou Yuyao and the others also looked over only, then noticing how beautiful Xian Lixue was. Miss, this Xian Lixue is quite lovely, said Xiachan. Our miss is not bad either, Dong Shui added. Xian Lixue, seeing the three beautiful women following Xian Ning, looked curiously at them, wondering who they were. Brother Xian Ning, who are they? Xian Lixue asked curiously. Did Brother Xian Ning spend these days? Thinking of this, Xian Lixue felt a little lost, and even sad, not knowing why she felt this way, as if she had been abandoned. Let me introduce you. This is Zhou Yuyao, the daughter of the city lord, and my good friend. I promised the city lord to ensure her safety during this time, which is why I haven't returned. You seem to be in a hurry. Has something happened? Xian Ning began to introduce Xian Lixue to Zhou Yuyao and asked why she seemed so anxious, not knowing what had happened in the family to make Xian Lixue so worried. My name is Zhou Yuyao, and am Xian Ning's friend. Hello, I'm Xian Lixue. Xian Lixue introduced herself, briefly surprised that Xian Ning was with the daughter of the city lord. However, Xian Lixue didn't have time to think too much and said urgently, Brother Xian Ning, you must not return to the family. The family is looking for you to capture you and hand you over to the Yi family. It's best for you to leave Luoxian City and run as far away as possible. Upon hearing this, Xian Ning understood something and asked calmly, explain, don't rush. Tell me the details. Xian Ning roughly understood what had happened. It turned out to be because of Yi Wuqia's unreasonable trouble. This matter would have its own judgment of right and wrong. How could the Yi family still have the face to trouble him? It's truly laughable. Surround Xian Ning. At this moment, a voice came from a distance. Xian Long and Xian Hu, the two brothers, angrily charged towards Xian Ning, surrounding him completely. The guards behind Zhou Yuyao also drew their weapons, confronting the Xian family's guards. Xian Long and Xian Hu were surprised by this and said, this is an internal matter of the Xian family, unrelated to others. We hope you do not interfere with our handling of family affairs. No way. Xian Ning is my friend. I won't let you take him away. Zhou Yuyao would not allow them to take Xian Ning away. If he was handed over to the Yi family, given the nature of Yi Wuqia, it would surely be detrimental to Xian Ning. You want to take me back to hand me over to the Yi family, right? Xian Ning looked coldly at Xian Long and Xian Hu, feeling that such a family was truly heartless. Xian Ning, this is all self-inflicted. If it weren't for you, would the family have to hand over the mine outside the city to the Yi family? If it weren't for you, would such a thing have occurred? Xian Long and Xian Hu directed all their resentment towards Xian Ning, recalling the family's decision made out of necessity. Hep. Upon hearing this, Xian Ning chuckled coldly and said, this is a decision made by the Xian family. What does it have to do with me, Xian Ning? I did not force them to make such a decision. Xian Ning did not expect the Xian family to be so cowardly. Just because of a Yi family, they could bow their heads like this, not only compensating for a mine, but also personally sending him to the Yi family to apologize. Xian Ning couldn't help but think of the Qing dynasty on Earth, which was just like this. When faced with strong foreign enemies, instead of thinking of resistance, they thought of ceding land, making amends, and apologizing. Although the circumstances are different, the actions taken are of the same nature. Such a family is better off without. I, Xian Ning, hereby announce that I have no further ties with the Xian family. A family like this is not worthy of my continued presence. A cowardly and incapable family will eventually perish. You all can leave. Xian Ning spoke with great authority. You, Xian Ning, how dare you say such things? Let me inform you that the clan leader has already expelled you from the family and removed you from the family tree before this. We are here to take you back to apologize.